This girl is the eldest daughter of an aristocratic ducal family, yet she was locked in a damp basement by her own biological father for 10 whole years. Because since she was 8, Rena awakened a terrifying dark power, a black flame that could burn everything she touched to ashes. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Rubelite ducal family, Rena is only an unacknowledged and even despised illegitimate child. He believed she was the demon king, the one who sows destruction according to the kingdom's prophecy. This secret had been kept hidden by him until today. Rena was released from the basement. Upon seeing her, everyone was terrified and sweating bullets. With her white hair and terrifyingly radiating dark power, even though she was bound by ropes, they still felt immense pressure. Is this really the Demon King? The Duke immediately ordered the soldiers to quickly put her in the carriage and never return here again. Rena, still not saying a word, slowly walked forward. A servant unconsciously screamed and threw a statue at Rena's head. Immediately, horrifying dark energy was released. Her father was paralyzed with fear, so everything must end here. Rena's finger began to point toward them. They thought it would be a devastating blow, but Rena swiftly pointed at the precious items in the house and snatched them all onto the carriage as her spoils. Not stopping there, she approached the Duke, making him fall flat on his face in fear, screaming loudly for his life. Rena, with cold eyes, gently slipped out of her bindings. She smiled happily, saying those items would be considered compensation for the past, leaving the old man frozen in shock. When Rena got into the carriage, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped death. Suddenly, she popped her head out to tease them, making the whole family's hearts stop. She only wanted to ask for a pillow to sleep better. Her words left them stunned. Just go and never come back. Soon, Rena was sleeping soundly. She didn't even know where she was heading. The carriage driver thought as he drove, "They promised to pay me a handsome sum if I agreed to take this young lady to her destination." Suddenly, he realized an intense cold aura was radiating from behind. A thought flashed in his mind. Could the rumors about the Demon King be true? Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness. He screamed in panic in the middle of the vast forest and then fainted. Rena stepped out of the carriage and sighed. "I accidentally did it again. I tried to knock gently to talk to him, but..." She shook her head, blaming herself. Although a month had passed, she still couldn't fully control her powers. Rena Rubelite, the villainess who overwhelmed the heroine from beginning to end in the survival game using the power of love. The ultimate boss was eventually defeated by the power of love. Not some advanced magic, just love. Such a childish game. Why did I fail against such a silly power? Why did I become such a pathetic character? A poor family, many children barely surviving day by day. I was the sickliest daughter with no money for treatment, and even with treatment, I couldn't recover. The symptoms didn't alleviate. All I could do was blame God. Actually, I felt a bit relieved when my life came to an end, even in that cold and lonely empty room. This was fine too. This way I would disappear forever. Suddenly, something like a glowing giant appeared in front of me. Rena looked around in bewilderment. Have I crossed over to the other world? A voice rang out, "Feeling happy to die in loneliness. How pitiful." Rena widened her eyes, feeling the presence of what she had always called God. Pitiful? If so, why didn't you grant me a healthy body from the start, or let me be born into a rich family, so I wouldn't have to worry about medical bills? After resenting you 10,000 times, I will go to hell, right? She clenched her fists, silently lamenting that her life was never good from beginning to end. Unexpectedly, God spoke. "No, you will be reincarnated." Rena was dumbfounded. Reincarnated? God explained, "Reincarnated in the form you desire. Whatever condition it may be, I will fulfill it." Rena pondered, a series of thoughts running through her mind. The form I desire. A person whose mere existence makes others love and want to protect them. Being a little eccentric is fine too. A person born with the mission to save the world. What if I became someone like that? She said seriously, "I can choose to become anyone, right?" God asked who. Rena replied, "Before dying, I want to become a character in the survival game using the power of love in this world. The character's name is..." She suddenly stopped. What now? I don't know her name. From the start, people were already picking her. Then she said that game. The level 999 demon, King Master Rena Rubelite, and that person. God nodded, "I understand." Rena froze for 5 seconds, trying to scream. Wait a minute. She thought to herself, the one who was overwhelmed by Rena from beginning to end. I wanted to become the heroine who overcomes all hardships with love from the people around her. God smiled. "I have heard your plea. May your new life be happy." She was stunned. Where is this place? Next to her, mice were squeaking. Rena cried out, I'm doomed. Not like this. Please, just give me one more chance. Not stopping there, a cockroach appeared next to her, startling her into backing up against the wall. A notification popped up, data update completed. Rena thought to herself, since it has come to this, I have to save myself. The thunder is so loud, as if it's about to swallow the whole sky. If everything happens according to the plot, Rena will be let out soon. But once Rena gets out of here, darkness will cover the entire world, and a girl will come to confront her. I won't let that happen. I will make a lot of money and live a life completely different from the original storyline. Back to the present, Rena rested her hands on her hips and said, so, if you faint here, everything will be ruined. Hey, wake up. Ah, you finally open your eyes. How do you feel? Seeing Rena's scary expression, he immediately knelt down. I'm sorry for bothering you. Rena waved her hands. No, I didn't mean that. It's good that you're okay. I was really worried. But he continued to beg. I apologize for making someone like you worry, my lady. Rena became angry. I said be quiet and get back to the carriage right now. Immediately, he hurriedly obeyed. Upon returning to the carriage, Rena propped her chin on her hand and sighed. Unable to bear the boredom, she poked her head out and asked, hey, when will we get there? Rena thought to herself, only the royal family or extremely wealthy nobles are allowed to use teleportation points. How much money did they pour out just to get rid of me? Perhaps I can't stop thinking about the fate of the Demon King who will destroy this world. But anyway, I'm still your daughter, you know. Not long after they arrived, the gatekeeper came to check and said, as requested by Duke Rubelite, you may pass. Rena looked at the gigantic building ahead and thought, so this is a teleportation point. Seeing it in person is even more magnificent, as if I have truly stepped into the game world. The teleportation magic was quickly cast. A blinding light made Rena unable to open her eyes. When the light gradually faded, she could finally see the scenery in front of her. By this time, she was in a place covered with pure white snow. Rena stepped down, asking bewilderedly, are you sure this isn't a mistake? The carriage driver behind her looked at the piece of paper in his hand and said, Endless Manor, northwest of Perry Village in the Winter Snow Duchy. It's no mistake, my lady. We have safely arrived. The north of the empire, the Winter Snow Duchy. Since the founding of the nation, when the first duke was appointed, the northern territory was inherently unstable. A person was entrusted with the crucial responsibility of protecting the empire through powers passed down from generation to generation. The dukes of the Winter Snow family have continued to protect the northern lands until now. The Demon King, jealous of that power, placed a curse on the ducal family. Monsters would attack that land, and the head of the family along with his wife would have to die during that dark era. The heir to that great power, their eldest son, Rostin, survived. Meanwhile, at the Northern Duke's mansion, a priest said, there's a prophecy from 1,000 years ago that when the Demon King targets the north, the Duke's family will be the first target. I am deeply sorry that I cannot lift this curse. Please inherit your family's will. Please continue to protect this land. Rostin fell into deep thought. The ruler of a night always wants to cover the world with evil. It is an unidentified entity. No one has ever seen it, nor has anyone heard its voice. Although its existence is a mystery. But there is one thing for sure, that I have never completely believed in that prophecy, even once. Outside the mansion, the snow continued to fall incessantly. Inside, Rostin was working diligently. Suddenly, someone ran in frantically, Duke, we received a warning. Monsters are coming from the northwest, from Endless Manor. Rostin immediately stood up and asked, again, how are the preparations? His subordinate replied, it is complete, my lord. The elite troops have gathered at the barracks, ready to march as soon as the order is given. Rostin put on his cloak and left. We will head to Endless Manor immediately. This time, I will wipe them out without leaving a single one. At the same time, on Rena's side, she gave a helpless smile and said, Endless Manor. True to its name, aren't they just telling me to freeze to death here? Then she angrily exuded a murderous aura, that damn Duke Rubelite. When she turned around, Rena saw that the carriage driver had fainted. Rena was flustered. Hey, don't pass out again. I can't control my powers every time I get angry. Quickly, Rena carried him to the mansion in front. But upon arriving, she stopped in her tracks. What the hell? Why won't it open? At this moment, Rena was cold, hungry, and angry. But thanks to that murderous aura, the ice on the door gradually melted. Maybe I have to learn how to control my powers like that time in the castle. Rena recalled her time at the castle. Ah, damn it. First cockroaches, then mice, and now this power is full of trouble too. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. Demon King, command the darkness around you. Rena suspiciously looked around. Who's there? Command? She tried to concentrate. Darkness, do not escape. Rena was overjoyed. I did it. This is it. If I keep doing what I just did, maybe I can defrost this entire manor, right? As she spoke, she immediately used the darkness to envelop the entire manor. Completed. Rena dusted her hands. Done. After that, she laid the old man on a bed to rest. I have covered the whole manor with my power. It should be a bit warmer this way. Before long, Rena found her way to the bathroom. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Feels like home. Fortunately, there is plenty of food here, even though it's all frozen. Defrosting them might require a little trick. Besides, while talking, Rena opened the closet doors. Before her eyes were gorgeous outfits. Rena smiled. There are quite a few dresses here. Even though the style looks a bit like a middle-aged noblewoman, it's better than nothing. Rena then changed into a very beautiful crimson dress. She smiled in satisfaction, finally got rid of that ragged look. Suddenly, the voice of the carriage driver rang out. My lady, are you in here? Rena turned around and asked, Ah, driver? Come in. Ah, do you want to go home? Even though I just saved you. The carriage driver answered tremblingly, My daughter and my parents-in-law are waiting at home. I have to go back. Rena thought to herself, but if he returns, that old man won't spare him. In that game, Duke Rubelite killed everyone who saw my power. He killed this carriage driver, although I don't understand how he escaped from the freezing northern region only to eventually die by the Duke's hands. He must have accumulated too much bad karma. Perhaps his family was killed too. Rena looked at him silently for a moment, then said, Sorry, you cannot go back. Seeing the darkness surrounding her, he panicked. Rena glared at him. How can I live alone here without a servant? You must stay here and serve me until someone comes to save you. Don't worry, I will pay you handsomely. Rena took out a golden Duke statue. She wrapped her arm in darkness. The golden arm simply fell in front of the carriage driver. Surprised, he picked it up. This is the Duke's golden hand. Rena asked, Is this enough? The food is in the freezer on the first floor. You can help yourself. I'm going to explore this manor first. The carriage driver hugged the golden hand to his chest, tearfully changing his mind. I just wanted to live, but since she hired me, from now on she is my master. Just as she stepped outside, Rena suddenly stopped, noticing something. What is that? A snowball? No, a rabbit? At this time, rain was falling on Duke Rubelite's mansion. He was biting his hand, thinking about something. Rena, that child, is clearly the Demon King. In his eyes, Rena was no different from a demon. His face darkened, if that is truly the case. Even if the priests save the world, the Rubelite family will not escape death. I cannot let that happen. Duke Rubelite then stood up and asked, Has Rena arrived at the manor yet? His retainer replied, My lord Duke, she must have arrived by now. His eyes turned malicious. I will send assassins there. Before Rena goes berserk, I will erase her from this world. Meanwhile, on Rena's side, she was trembling, clenching her fists tightly. My heart feels like it's going to explode. This thing is so adorable. At this moment, the creature also noticed her. Her eyes became sparkling. Ah, did you just grow a little bigger? Trying to imitate those monsters? So cute. Come here. As soon as she finished speaking, the rabbit hopped away. Rena looked after it. It ran away. Even running away is cute. If monsters are like this, I wouldn't mind being the Demon King forever. In her heart, she wanted to become the lord of cute monsters. While she was engrossed in her hobby, someone suddenly walked over. What are you doing here? Rena bewilderingly turned around. Before her eyes was Rostin, staring intently at her. Rena stood frozen for 5 seconds, then thought to herself, amazing to meet such a handsome guy. Rostin spoke sternly. This is a dangerous area with monsters. You should leave immediately. Rena froze again, her face changing color. She pointed her finger at Rostin, pouting as she said, You suddenly appeared and told me to leave. I just moved here, and you're chasing me away? What is this? A knight following Rostin hurriedly ran up. You are so rude. Rostin looked at Rena thoughtfully, thinking to himself, this aura, why is it so overwhelming? Rena held her head high, her voice full of superiority. This is my land. Please go somewhere else. Hearing this, Rostin turned around. Fine, I have to go hunt monsters. I'll come back later. Rena crossed her arms, her voice full of defiance, as if I would leave when you come back. Stop wasting time. The knight next to Rostin whispered, someone is living in the endless manor? This is my first time seeing this. Rostin replied, this place is very dangerous. She shouldn't stay here. As they were walking, Rostin suddenly stopped, looking back at the manor, thinking to himself, or is it my imagination? Around that manor, why is there no blizzard? Returning to the manor, Rena was still thinking about Rostin. Who is he? Someone that handsome must be an important character. Why don't I remember anything about him? Telling me to leave immediately. Even though I plan to make money and enjoy my old age here, I can't leave this manor. The next morning, a knight came to deliver a paper. This manor now belongs to Duke Rostin of the Winter Snow Duchy. Due to years of unpaid taxes, the title has been transferred. Please leave immediately. Rena's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. When the knight returned, Rostin asked, she refuses to leave. The knight replied, yes, my lord. I also learned that she is the young lady of the Ruby Light Duchy. Rostin sighed, I know. She will have to leave. When the monsters appear, she will panic and leave immediately. Stand guard carefully. Don't let her get hurt. That night, Rostin entered a room and met the snow rabbit that Rena had seen before. Luca, Rostin called out, more and more monsters are appearing. The day the Demon King appears is not far off. Just stay here a little longer. I will definitely eliminate the Demon King and break your curse. Luca immediately transformed into a human. The next morning, Rena looked around the manor, thinking to herself, this place is such a mess. But it's heated by magic, thanks to the carriage driver for cleaning it up. The problem is, the owner transferred it to the Northern Duke, and they said there are no fresh vegetables in the storage. Going outside, Rena heard the villagers say, child, don't expect vegetables in the north. In the past, the weather was warm, and we could grow many things. Now it's all blizzards. Farming is impossible. Rena looked at the sky, thinking, strange, they say the blizzards and monsters are caused by a demon, but I haven't done anything. Inside Duke Rubelite's mansion, the priest said, the prophecy is deviating. The Duke asked in return, what do you mean? The priest replied, at this time, the Demon King should have appeared around here, right in the east. The Duke's face darkened, and the priest continued, perhaps it is due to my lack of virtue. The Duke retorted, no, there must be another reason. Maybe it hasn't appeared in the north or south, or perhaps it started from the west. Right at that moment, a servant entered to report, my lord, the Duke of Winter Snow from the north has arrived. He wishes to see you to discuss the food issue and that young lady. The Duke's face immediately darkened. The priest heard footsteps and also turned to look. Rostin walked in, slightly surprised the priest is also here. Then he sat down and continued, the food situation in the north is very severe. That is why I came here to ask Duke Rubelite for support. Hearing this, the Duke remained silent in thought. The priest spoke up. The food shortage in the north is a great concern of ours. The south has many advantages in growing grains, so we can provide excellent support. The Duke coughed lightly, regained his composure, and replied, I understand. Rostin added, and High Priest, the blizzard in the north is causing hardship for the people. For their sake, I think we need to stop it. Hearing this, the priest stared intently at Rostin and said, when thinking of the people, I feel extremely guilty. Your younger brother will be in danger, and he will hardly survive without the blizzard. Hearing this, Rostin's heart filled with confusion, and he silently called his brother's name, Luca. The priest's voice grew deeper. But what did you want to say about that girl? Rostin looked up, about to answer, ah well. But the Duke had turned pale before he could finish a sentence. Time passed quickly, and Rostin had returned. Everyone cheered joyfully. The Duke has returned with food. Rostin ordered, we will distribute it in portions. Let everyone receive it one by one. The soldiers immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The people lined up to receive the food, endlessly expressing their gratitude. Many thanks. Thank you, my lord. The soldier continued the work. Next person. Nearby, a woman looked at the portion of food in her hands and said in dissatisfaction, This food is mixed with dirt and gravel. You intend to give this for people to eat? A man behind her was startled. Veronica, what are you saying about the Duke? He only received what was sent from the east. Another person also stepped forward. That's right, Veronica. You should be grateful for that. Veronica's eyes were vacant. I can't continue living like this anymore. Perhaps I have to leave here right away. As she walked away, people called out loudly, Veronica. Then they sighed. Veronica used to harvest and eat high-quality food. I'm sure she is suffering much more than we are. Rena heard those words, thought for a moment, then ran off, telling the carriage driver, please wait for me here, I need to talk to her. The driver called after her, what? Wait. Rostin heard the noise, turned around, and saw Rena running after that woman. He mused, Rena Rubelite. He recalled Duke Rubelite's words, that girl is certainly not my daughter. Whether she starves or freezes to death in the north has nothing to do with the Rubelite family. I hope Duke Wintersnow will be cautious. Rena's actions are ill-considered, for she is a wicked woman. Earlier, Rena had looked around the endless manor and discovered that this land was once a fertile field. Although the ground was now frozen, thanks to her power, the mansion was always warm. Back to the present, Rena had caught up with the woman, calling out loudly, excuse me, Miss Veronica. Veronica turned around, looking at Rena with an evaluating gaze. Deep purple eyes, platinum hair with a hint of red, a noble in an elegant dress. Perhaps this is the crazy girl who moved into the endless manor. Rena approached and said, I just happened to overhear your story. Is it true that you're growing high-quality food? Veronica was surprised and nodded. That's right. I'm still trying to grow crops even in this barren land. Together with the villagers, I was very happy to contribute quality food, but it's all over now. As long as this blizzard doesn't stop, we can't grow anything in the north anymore. If the demon who brought this blizzard appears, I wouldn't hesitate to face it. Rena immediately intervened, making a suggestion. Miss Veronica, no matter what you do, the blizzard won't stop. Instead, farming would be more feasible if you build a greenhouse. Upon hearing this, Veronica was bewildered. A greenhouse? How can we maintain the temperature? We don't even have enough firewood to heat our houses. Rena smiled confidently. You don't need to worry about that. Back at the food distribution area, the soldier reported, My lord, the food has run out. Rasta nodded. Good job. He turned around, thinking to himself, she will definitely come this way. Seeing Rostam leaving, the blonde knight asked, My lord, where are you going? Rostam replied as he walked to that young lady's side. I must warn her once again. Over on Rena's side, Veronica was sitting flat on the ground. Her face darkened. Rena also noticed someone approaching. The knight saw this scene and shouted, Hey, what are you doing to Miss Veronica? Rostam stepped forward, his face cold. Rena hurriedly explained this. Rostam approached step by step. Lady Rena Rubelite, I will take you home to the endless manor, where you will soon be kicked out. Immediately, they got into the carriage, sitting opposite each other. Rostam spoke up, I will definitely force you to leave the manor, my lady. Rena thought to herself, why does this feel like déjà vu? Being scolded by the landlord in this life, too. She recalled her past life, being yelled at by her landlord without daring to open the door. I know you're all inside. Get out of here right now. Rena told herself, no, snap out of it. This time I will definitely be able to buy a house myself. Then, she spoke up. Didn't I say I would buy the ownership rights of the manor? Why don't you sell it? Or are you short on money, Duke? Rostam replied, This is where the monster will appear in the blizzard. It is not a suitable place for someone like you to live, my lady. Rena frowned and thought, I know, you're treating me like an idiot who knows nothing about this world. I am that demon, you fool. Then she forced a smile. Ah, isn't a saintess supposed to appear and save the world? I believe in the saintess. Rostam continued, I don't believe in saints or anything like that. Rena widened her eyes in surprise. What? You don't believe in the divine? Rostam closed his eyes and said, The demon hasn't appeared yet, but it has already shown its power. The saintess only appears in prophecies. No one knows if she truly exists or not. I can't rely on superstition to ensure the safety of the North. Rena looked at him, silently evaluating this character to the point I didn't even remember him in the game. He's an unreal character. He had to struggle alone in the North. You really have a sense of responsibility, Duke of Wintersnow. Rostam looked straight at her and said, So I hope you will stop threatening the people around you. Arrogant nobles, I don't even want to see that. Upon hearing this, Rena was stunned. What else? Hold on, I didn't harass Miss Veronica. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Rena looked out in panic. What's that? It feels like something is on the roof of the carriage. At this moment, outside the carriage, a man was standing on it. The carriage driver was startled, and the knight accompanying Rostin was also astonished. The carriage was completely surrounded. The driver asked in confusion, "What is going on?" The man slowly said, "The little girl with silver hair and red eyes. If you hand her over, I will let you leave safely." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides rushed in to attack each other. The assassin delivered a slash that knocked the knight onto his back, but suddenly, someone rushed in to block in front of him. With just one stroke of the sword, the assassin was knocked away. The mercenaries quickly recognized the identity of the person who just appeared. That person was the Duke of the North. Rostin glanced at the mercenaries, doubts rising in his heart. How strange. They are targeting the young lady of the manor. Just to capture one girl, they hired this many people? A mercenary turned pale and shouted, "What is happening?" There was no news reporting that this person would come. Rostin raised his sword, his voice cold. "Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. If you do not comply, I will execute you on the spot." Hearing this, the mercenaries retreated backward, trembling. Suddenly, a mage nearby roared, "Idiots! Stop the Duke." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched magic blades straight at Rena, who was sitting in the carriage. Rostin was still busy dealing with the remaining mercenaries. When he realized the commotion towards the carriage, he quickly turned his head. Realizing he wouldn't be able to stop it in time, Rostin gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted a warning, "Watch out, my lady." The magic blades had already closed in on the carriage. Rena glanced over, her face turning cold. A stream of dark energy suddenly emanated, causing the magic blades to vanish into thin air. Black flames flared up fiercely, spreading everywhere. The mage's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. The staff in his hand was also reduced to ashes by the flames. Rena slowly stood up, the flames gradually subsiding. Rostin couldn't help but sweat. That is black fire, something that can burn everything to ashes. The mercenaries were left with nothing but their pants on. Rostin thought to himself, but it only burned their weapons and clothes. Rena stepped down from the carriage, her voice gentle yet full of authority. "Duke of Winter Snow, earlier you acted as if I were tormenting Miss Veronica. Regarding her, I was just showing her a fraction of my power." The mage trembled, terrified inwardly. What kind of power is this? "I was only ordered to kill that girl, but no one mentioned anything about this dark power. It is exactly the power of the Demon King." Rena, with a serious face, asked, "So, I hope you will clear up this misunderstanding for me." Hearing this, Rostin was stunned. He gripped his sword tightly, raising it to point straight at Rena. "First of all, I need a reasonable explanation. Why did you use that terrifying dark power?" Rena's face darkened. Meanwhile, on Veronica's side, she held out her hand to look at it, lost in deep thought. Veronica muttered, "I was very surprised by the black magic that girl used." Then, she made a bold decision, whipping her horse and riding away. Her father called out in a panic, "Veronica, where are you going? I can't believe you are abandoning us." His wife gently explained, "She is not abandoning us." He wondered then. She replied, "It's the crazy young lady at the manor. Veronica said she would go to the Endless Manor." Rostin at this moment recalled the rumors among the people. Someone moved into the Endless Manor? Moved into that dangerous place? "I heard it's the young lady of the Rubalite family." He muttered, "The crazy young lady? No, that's a crazy demon king." Rostin still did not lower his sword, thinking to himself, she can burn everything she wants in all directions. The limits of her power are truly unpredictable. He spoke, "Why did you approach Miss Veronica? Are you scheming to brainwash her, to turn her into your minion?" Rena laughed. "Minion? How absurd. But wait, are you interrogating me right now?" She shouted loudly, "What you should be concerned about are those mercenaries over there." The mage at this moment was shivering from the cold, his body curled up. Suddenly he screamed, "Retreat." As soon as the words left his mouth, magic circles suddenly appeared beneath their feet. In just a moment, those figures gradually faded into thin air. Seeing that scene, the girl immediately pointed at them and yelled, "They escaped. It's all your fault, Duke." Rostin remained calm, ignoring her words, the sword in his hand inching closer to her. His face grew more serious than ever, and he spoke slowly. "No mage in this world can use black magic. That kind of magic cannot be learned, nor can it be passed down to anyone." Rena asked in a low voice, "So, are you saying that I am the Demon King just because I use black magic?" Sweating profusely on the inside, she thought the Duke is right. "I actually am the Demon King. I have to try and deny it." She immediately refuted, "I am just a victim, Duke. How could I have learned dark magic? I have never provoked them before. Hearing this, Rostin remained silent for a moment. In his heart, he thought to himself, the magic she uses is definitely that of the Demon King. But why is it appearing now? He slowly said, there's a way to verify this. My parents were killed by the Demon King's curse. But both you and I survived after being hit by that curse. With that, he sheathed his sword. Attack me. If you are truly a survivor of the Demon King's curse, I will know whether you are the Demon King or not. Rena was stunned. What? But how could I attack you? Suddenly, the voice of the demon inside her echoed. Kill him. This is the perfect opportunity. Kill him right now. Rena was flustered. Take the Duke's life, just like that? Then her expression changed completely as the desire to own a home surged. Will I become the master of this house afterward? Just then, the carriage driver ran over to intervene. Wait, this is just a misunderstanding. He tried to clear her name. Although the young lady's power was a bit scary at first, she used it to provide hot water and keep the manor warm. The knight standing behind heard this and asked blankly what. Then the driver clenched his fists and continued. Even if the young lady is the Demon King, she is definitely a well-reformed Demon King. Hearing this, Rena couldn't help but be surprised. Wait a minute, do you also think I'm the Demon King? As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves rang out. Veronica appeared. Seeing the scene before her, she wondered, what on earth is going on? Elsewhere, a man walked out with his legs covered in blood. In his hand, he held a sword that was also stained red. Surrounding him were countless corpses. He approached Duke Rubelite and reported, we have dealt with all the mercenaries, but one mage escaped. The Duke anxiously bit his hand. We should have sent an army. The subordinate sheathed his sword and said, my lord, if we do not quickly chase after them and deal with them, rumors will spread. Hearing this, Duke Rubelite paused. Rumors? That's right. Instead, we should be the ones to spread the rumors. He stood up and ordered, call all the mercenaries and knights you know. It seems the Demon King has appeared in the faraway northwestern manor. Back at the manor, the misunderstanding about the young lady bullying Veronica was cleared up thanks to her vindication. Rostin walked in and saw the golden statue of Duke Rubelite missing an arm. He thought deeply, but is that the reason the young lady came to the north? Due to a conflict with her family, namely Duke Rubelite. Rostin's guard knights saw the sight and shouted in shock. The wrist of Duke Rubelite the First has been cut off. After the guards' panic, the carriage driver continued recounting what Rena had done. There's instant hot water. It flows right out when you turn it on. The indoor temperature is maintained at 24 degrees. Rostin couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, are all these things thanks to the young lady's magic? He asked, have there been any monster attacks recently, or has the young lady dealt with them all? Rena smiled gently and replied, if you want to talk about invading monsters, there is one. A tiny and adorable monster. Rostin was suspicious. Tiny and adorable. Right after, Rena led him out to meet the monster. She pointed and said, that's it, the monster that comes to the manor to play every day. Rostin saw the monster and was surprised to realize it was Luca. The scene shifted to another space, where a priest was praying devoutly. Suddenly, someone approached and announced, High Priest, there's a rumor recently spreading among the mercenaries. Perhaps we should investigate the truth. The high priest turned around and asked, what rumor? The other bowed and replied, in the faraway northwest, it is rumored that the Demon King has appeared. Hearing this, the high priest's face turned gloomy. He muttered, this does not match the prophecy, but it is worth verifying. Meanwhile, Rena turned to Luca and said with amusement, it seems he likes the warmth here. Can a monster really be this cute? Rostin observed and thought to himself, Luca, although not a real monster, has a body made of snowflakes due to the Demon King's curse. Why doesn't he melt at this temperature? Perhaps the ability to share warmth while maintaining his shape is a strange phenomenon. He looked up and called, young lady. Rena turned around. Yes? Rostin didn't say anything more and immediately swung his sword to attack Rena. She didn't resist, just closed her eyes and braced herself. However, the attack didn't harm her, but merely brushed past her. Rostin was surprised. Even though I had no intention to kill, I thought you would instinctively counterattack. Rena stood up and asked back, what was that? Do you still suspect that I am the Demon King? Stop it. I'm just a mage who is good at controlling fire. Rostin pondered, closed his eyes, and said, I still cannot trust you. Until all doubts are cleared, I cannot hand over ownership of the manor. Because the safety of the North is my responsibility, I will find out who hired those people to attack you. Rena widened her eyes. The person you're referring to, I think I know who he is. Afterwards, Rostin and his guard mounted their horses and left. Rena stood watching them, seemingly realizing something as well. If this is what the Duke missed, it's a creature harboring murderous intent. A monster had just stepped into the manor. Rena gently chased it out. Things that cannot exist in this manor. So, Duke, you should feel lucky that you didn't test me with murderous intent. The scene shifted to a tavern in the north. The people there were gossiping. The crazy young lady has moved into Endless Manor. It turns out she is the eldest daughter of the Duke Rubylight family. A man nearby couldn't believe it. The Duke Rubylight family? How did she get to the north? The mage who had previously attacked Rena overheard and thought to himself, Rubylight, the power I witnessed definitely belongs to the Demon King. If the Duke Rubylight family is hiding the fact that their daughter is the Demon King, he immediately left the tavern, smiling and muttering, this information, if used cleverly, will bring me a lot of money. An endless manor. Rena's fire covered a small building and radiated warm air. Rena asked, how is it, Veronica? Is the temperature okay? Veronica replied, it's good. This temperature is enough for farming. She looked at the large space with hesitation. Rena had created a greenhouse, but the power behind it made her worry. Is that the black magic of the devil? It doesn't make sense for someone who wants to farm. She can't be a devil. The scene shifted elsewhere, outside the mansion. The sky was clear blue with rows of houses stretching endlessly. The high priest stood silently, his gaze distant. He thought to himself, according to the messenger, the current world is filled with screams and flames. There must be chaos. The devil should have appeared long ago and engulfed the world in black fire. But why is everything so peaceful? What happened? Engrossed in thought, he heard someone call out, High Priest. A man knelt down and reported, I have encountered the devil in the north. Rostin turned sharply to look at him, and the mage said, I have received your blessing. Meanwhile, in Rena's greenhouse, a hand gently cradled a wilting plant. Veronica, with a sad face, sighed. As soon as the plant was put in the soil, it quickly withered. I've done everything I can, so why is it like this? Hearing this, Rena's expression also became unhappy. No matter what I plant, they gradually lose their life. Could this power truly belong to a devil? At this thought, something flickered behind Rena's neck. A real demon appeared, leaning close to her ear and whispering, That's right, why don't you wake up? Do you know that your power was born to do this? It's all useless. Rena remained calm, completely unfazed. Veronica spoke in a gentle voice. Today, on the way to the Abyss Villa, I met a group of people. They were exhausted from the cold and hunger. They were people from the north. At this point, she stood up and continued, You don't need to pay me. Rena was stunned by these words. Veronica's eyes welled up with tears, as if she were about to cry. Please never give up, even on the north, so that we can live here. Until then, please help us. Hearing this, Rena couldn't help but be moved. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, Veronica, I didn't intend to share the harvest with anyone. But now that I think about it, my power isn't always destructive. When I use it to help people, it causes no pain and is very safe. Everyone has a warm and kind heart. Rena spoke up, I won't give up. As soon as she finished speaking, her magic surged, radiating everywhere. The scene shifted to the high priest, who asked, You mean the Duke Rubylight family? The mage replied, Yes, she hid her identity and is hiding in the north. The high priest asked again, What did you say her name was? The mage smiled wickedly. Rena Rubylight, that woman is the devil. Back to Rena, the plants are no longer wilting. Veronica cried tears of joy. Rena was still careful with them. She cheered, It's done. It's a success. Rena sighed in relief. I'm truly grateful. Veronica smiled happily. Rena looked at the surrounding scenery and pondered, a girl using black magic. Even though I created a greenhouse with black fire and life is thriving here. Does this prove that I'm not a devil? On the high priest's side, hearing her name, he flashed a sinister smile. Rena Rubylight. Time flew by, and the carriage driver held a letter in his hand, smiling as he said, Miss, I have a reply from my wife and daughter. They said they were in the capital during that time, so I guess that's why they didn't receive the letter you sent. They said they had been in the capital during that time, so they didn't get what I sent. Rena was doubtful. So they didn't die at the hands of my cruel father. Rena turned to the driver and asked, Why don't you bring them both here? He wondered, What? Rena replied, Wouldn't it be good for you and your family to stay at the Abyss Villa? Tell them to come here. The driver's eyes widened, tears welling up. I am truly grateful. I never had to worry about her, because she is very mature and sincere. Here is a portrait an artist drew. Rena took the picture and exclaimed, "She's so cute." Time passed quickly again. By now, the driver's family had arrived. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Rubelite. My father owes you a lot. My name is Mia." Rena was surprised. How did her glow-up fail so badly? People usually go from an ugly duckling to a swan. How could she turn into a duck? Then she calmly replied, "Nice to meet you." Nearby, the driver and his wife hugged each other affectionately. His voice trembled. "Honey, you don't know how worried I was. We won't be apart anymore, my love." Then they shared a kiss after so many days apart. "Mia bod, please excuse my parents' behavior." Rena thought to herself, she's really mature. After stepping into the mansion, Rena spoke up, "I heard you attended the National Culinary Academy." Mia answered hesitantly, "Yes, but my cooking is terrible." Rena stayed silent, her eyes lingering on Mia. Mia continued, "Miss, you will be disappointed if you taste my food." Rena thought for a moment and asked, "You don't like cooking, do you?" Mia avoided Rena's gaze and softly replied, "I like cooking." Rena smiled, "Then it's fine. I have beef jerky right now, and I don't demand much from the food. Do you want to become the chef of this villa?" Mia replied humbly, "I'm not that good yet, but I'll try my best." When entering the kitchen, Mia was surprised to see a strange fire. She exclaimed, "This fire. I've never seen such a black fire." Rena explained, "That is magic fire created by me." Mia asked nervously, "You're not a devil, right?" Rena replied, "It's simple." Her voice gradually turned cold. "As long as you cook well, I won't destroy the world." Mia turned pale with worry. "This responsibility is too great. Please don't expect too much from me." A moment later, a sumptuous feast was laid out. Rena was surprised. "Oh, this looks delicious." She cut a piece of meat, thinking to herself, "This is the first time I'm eating different food since coming to this world. No matter how bad it is, I'll eat it." Then she tasted it. Suddenly, Rena's expression changed. Mia asked nervously, "Miss, is something wrong?" Rena gripped the plate tightly and blurted out, "I've never eaten anything so delicious." Mia bowed her head, asking softly, "Are you surprised by my terrible cooking skills?" "I can't cook anything well because I'm a woman." Rena reacted strongly. "What do you mean? What did you hear at that National Culinary Academy? This is truly amazing food. I've never tasted anything so delicious." Mia couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You're right. This food makes me happy because it's so delicious." The Duke's guard knight had been mooching off the food since who knows when, with an extremely joyful face. Rena turned and asked, "Why are you eating here?" Mia pressed her lips tightly together. Rena wondered, Mia. Mia burst into tears. "This is the first time I've received such warm praise. They said a woman's hands cannot make noble dishes, and I was just told to return to my hometown." Rena shouted angrily, "What are you saying?" Mia continued, "Here, I will let you cook whatever you want. Just tell me the ingredients you need, and I will buy them anywhere." Mia was moved, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you so much." Meanwhile, the knight continued eating nonstop. The scene shifted to the mage, who was now frozen, unable to move. Behind him was the Duke, breaking out in a cold sweat. The high priest spoke in a deep voice, "There are some things I want to ask the Duke about your daughter, Rena Rubelite." The next scene took place at Duke Rostin's mansion. He asked, "Is that dish really that delicious?" The knight replied with sparkling eyes, "You will definitely be shocked when you taste it. That dish is super premium." Rostin sighed, "I didn't ask you to spy and report things like this to me. You may leave." After the knight left, Rostin pondered, "I've tried to track down the fleeing mercenaries from that time, but couldn't find them." The mastermind dispatched a group of mercenaries, including a mage, just to capture a single woman. This shows that the person knows her power very well. The next scene transitioned to the greenhouse, where the knight was working enthusiastically. Rena and Veronica were also busy. Rena looked at the knight and said, "This guy, after getting free food, he immediately became hardworking. I'm starting to suspect. Did the Duke of the North send him here for this purpose?" Veronica smiled softly. "The work will be much lighter with his help." Not long after, in a place with cold snow and wind, following Veronica's suggestion, Rena decided to share food with the orphan children affected by the monsters. The children looked at them with expectant eyes. Rena said while distributing the food, "Everyone has their share. Please line up and wait for your turn." Suddenly, Rena noticed a sharply dressed child approaching them. Rena thought to herself, "This boy doesn't look like a refugee. His clothes are top tier." Miss Veronica also recognized him and spoke up, "Oh, young Master Luca, Rena turned and asked, "Do you know that boy?" Veronica replied, "All the people of the North know him. He is the second son of the Winter Snow family, young Master Luca Winter Snow." Rena's mind suddenly clicked, and she gaped and exclaimed, "Isn't he the younger brother of the Duke of the North?" A moment later, the children were sitting at the dining table with bright smiles. Rena and Luca stood nearby observing. Luca spoke up, "Our Jesse family is tasked with guarding the northern region. Thank you for your help." Rena looked over and replied, "Anyway, I couldn't ignore seeing the people so hungry and thirsty." Luca pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, the North wasn't always a land of death. I am the cause of the blizzards here. It all stems from the curse placed upon me. The high priest had no choice but to use magic. When I think of what the people of this land have to endure just because of me, I truly cannot accept it." Rena looked straight at the boy and said, "Luca, I don't know what your curse is, but if you need help, I will do my best. You could trust me. I myself am a talented mage." Luca bowed his head in deep thought, then shook his head helplessly. "My lady, I have already been helped by you many times." Rena was surprised. "I don't understand what you mean." The scene shifted to the Duke. His vassal reported, "All mercenaries have retreated. Those who disobeyed orders have been punished." Duke Rubelite recalled the high priest questioning, "The excellence of that person? The crime of harboring the Demon King. I will not hold you accountable for it, Duke Rubelite. From now on, you're only allowed to follow my orders. I would be very grateful if you ordered the mercenaries to withdraw from the north, as that is the sacred law, as God has mentioned." Duke Rubelite angrily clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "That damn priest. When I said Rena could be the Demon King." He looked delighted. What exactly is this sacred law that God mentioned? The scene shifted to the Endless Manor. Rena was taking a walk while thinking, why did Lucas say I had helped him many times? It was as if we had met before. Suddenly, she noticed something. Before her eyes was Luca in the form of a snow rabbit. The two looked at each other, but Rena didn't recognize him. She remembered Veronica's words. "Lady Rena, young Master Luca, is cursed by the Demon King and can only return to his human form once a month. He can't even enjoy his childhood. It's truly pitiful." Back to the present, Rena seemed to have noticed something unusual. For a long time ago, it always disappeared once a month. Could it be you, Luca? Not long after, she said to herself, "If there's a place that makes the people of the North tremble in fear, it is the Northern Labyrinth. It is a complex network of tunnels dug deep into the Zihan Mountains, like an ant nest. This labyrinth once unleashed monsters. Recently, Buta has appeared with unusual ferocity. The situation has gotten out of control. Even though the Duke and the expeditionary forces frequently patrol the mountains, monster activity shows no signs of declining." Rena listened to this news and pondered in silence. A while later, outside the Endless Manor, Rena was walking when a hurried person bumped into her. A woman chasing after yelled, "He is a robber." The security situation in the castle had seriously deteriorated because Duke Winter Snow had gathered soldiers to deal with the increasing number of monsters, leading them outside the castle. Rena looked sad, recalling Luca's words, "The Winter Snow family needs to protect the North. Thank you for your help." She remembered her most recent encounter with Luca. "It might be you. Is it you, Luca?" Luca nodded in agreement. Back to the present, Rena continued walking in deep thought. Then she thought to herself, "I've tried to avoid using magic in this village, but now there's no other way." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of magic shot out from her hand. The fleeing robber suddenly turned back in panic as he was surrounded by Rena's magic. She walked over, her voice full of anger. "You shouldn't steal other people's things." The villagers who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. They whispered and gossiped. "Black magic. What kind of magic is that woman using?" Rena heard it and felt annoyed. She shouted, "What? He's the thief, not me." But everyone just looked at her with terrified eyes. Rena forced a smile, thinking to herself, everyone is scared. They have started to fear the Demon King, and now I'm using black magic again. I shouldn't have done that. The murmurs of the villagers echoed, "Demon King." A heavily bearded man pointed his finger at Rena and yelled, "She is the Demon King." At this moment, Veronica appeared and said, "Why are you all acting like this? She has helped us a lot." Rena turned and said to Veronica, "It's useless, Veronica." Seeing her turn back, the people became even more panicked. They began running wildly back to their homes and slammed their doors shut. In just a moment, only Rena and Veronica were left there. Rena sighed, "It's better for me to leave this place." But she didn't know that two people were quietly observing everything from afar. The scene shifted to a remote high mountain area, where Rostin was standing before the knights. He ordered, double-check your equipment and take a rest. We need to be ready when the monsters appear. Everyone's faces were gaunt from exhaustion. Rostin realized the severe situation and said, if we cannot stop the ferocity of the labyrinth, all the people of the north will have to die. He recalled the question from the high priest, could the northern labyrinth be activated by the power of the demon king? Rostin pondered for a moment and muttered, the power of the demon king? The priest had continued to ask, is there anyone in the north suspected to be the demon king? These questions made Rostin think endlessly. Meanwhile, at the endless manor, Veronica's voice rang out. What? Everything has been burned to the ground. The people who once called Rena the Demon King at the market were now suspecting her. Veronica continued, their houses are all burned down. The scene shifted back to Rostin's mansion, where the Duke and his troops had just returned. A following knight asked, are you all right, sir? Please take a rest. Rostin shook his head. There's no time to rest. The situation is very serious. I will go meet the Duke of the East. Even if it's just a few men, I need more troops. The next scene took place at Duke Rubelite's mansion. A man holding a teacup said, I apologize for bothering you while you're busy. Duke Rubelite was also holding a teacup and replied, the situation on our side is no better. Sending military support is impossible. If we send farmers to become soldiers, who will work the fields and pay taxes? Rostin remained silent for a moment and said, fine, at least give me a few cavalrymen. Duke Rubelite shook his head. Not all cavalrymen come from noble families. Sending them to the north is too dangerous without a worthy reward. Rostin could only stay silent upon hearing that. As Rostin was about to leave, Duke Rubelite suddenly asked, Rena, is she doing well? In his train of thought, a passing idea occurred to Rostin. No matter what, as a father, he always cares for his daughter. Rostin replied gently, yes, your daughter is still very well. But immediately, Duke Rubelite sharply retorted, my daughter? Never call her my daughter again. What I mean to say is to be careful with Rena. She is nothing short of a path leading straight to disaster. The scene shifted to the vast manor estate, where Rena was standing alone, deep in thought. The suspicion and fear of the villagers were perhaps understandable. After all, I am the villainess in this game, the cause of the Northern Labyrinth's resurgence. Luca's curse, is it all because of me? According to the rules of this game, my existence in this world is probably the root cause of disasters. No matter how good of a life I try to lead, changing the rules of the game seems impossible. Right then, something appeared behind her. A voice echoed in Rena's head. That's right, Rena. It's all your fault, from the labyrinth to the curse. Even every villager slowly dying off, it's all because of you. But why be sad? That's your role after all. Just kill them all. Rena, listen to your instincts. A bizarre smile bloomed on Rena's lips. Yes, that's right. If I kill them all, everything will be solved, right? The next scene shifted to Rostin's mansion. A knight walking behind asked, Your Grace, what happened? Rostin replied while walking hurriedly. Even though we didn't receive support from the east, we got help from the west and the south. Prepare to depart as soon as the reinforcement troops arrive at the teleportation area. We will head straight to the northern labyrinth. Swiftly, he led the group of knights and departed. A doubt arose in Rostin's heart. How is it that I received such military support this time? What will come next? The northern labyrinth keeps spewing out monsters. Will this situation ever end? He recalled the words of the priest. In the north, is there anyone suspected of being a demon? And Duke Rubelite's words echoed in his head. What I mean to say is to be careful with Rena. She is nothing short of a path leading straight to disaster. Suddenly, Rostin's knight stopped. Something appeared that made Rostin widen his eyes. The pale-faced knight asked, What is that? From afar, a figure riding a horse was approaching. That person was none other than Rena. Rostin couldn't believe his eyes at the overwhelming pressure she exuded. He spoke up, Lady Rena. Rena stopped and smiled. I heard you're having difficulties with the labyrinth in the north. I came here to help make you as warm as me, Duke. Should I burn you to ashes? Those words made Rostin break into a cold sweat. Rena continued, What do you think? Wrapping you in flames like this, even though it looks a bit scary, is actually very warm. The pale-faced knight asked back, Warm? Rostin remained silent. Rena asked, Why are you guys so surprised? The knight yelled, Because you suddenly said you'd burn his grace to ashes. What else? Hearing that, how could we stay calm? Rostin still calmly asked, Why did you suddenly come here, my lady? Rena replied nonchalantly, I came to help. The labyrinth in the north, I will wipe it out for you. If I burn all the monsters, the problem will be solved, right? Rostin pondered her unmatched power. If we had the help of such power, dealing with the monsters would be much easier. However, seeing him silent, Rena continued, we can also stop the northern labyrinth from continuously spewing out monsters. If we just destroy the labyrinth stone located in the center of the labyrinth, the monsters will no longer be able to appear. Rostin's eyes widened upon hearing this. Rena added, and destroying the labyrinth stone isn't too difficult. Rostin wondered, where did you get that information? I have been fighting the monsters in the labyrinth my whole life, and this is the first time I've heard of this. Rena stammered, about that, while thinking to herself, it's because I've completely hacked this game, but I can't say that out loud. Then, she quickly made up an excuse. That's a rumor I heard from witches. Rostin pondered for a moment. You were so suspicious. Then he asked, you believe in rumors? Well then, I've also heard a few things about you, Rena. First, there's a rumor that you distributed food to orphans. Rena forced a smile and scratched her head. Haha, how embarrassing. Rostin didn't let it go, and next, rumors about you burning down people's houses. Hearing this, Rena was startled, her expression changing. Rostin added, intentionally injuring them and then giving out medicine, playing with people's feelings. Is that your hobby? Rena hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding. I had nothing to do with their houses getting burned. Rostin coldly replied, but anyway, I cannot go with someone who uses black magic to slay monsters. Saying that, he whipped his horse and left, leaving his final words, your power is akin to the Demon King. There is no guarantee you won't turn around and attack us. Therefore, compared to the monsters, we can trust you even less. The scene shifted to another place. The issue you mentioned earlier has been resolved well. The people of the north have started to suspect the princess. The high priest smiled and replied, yes, it feels like the gears are finally turning in the right direction. After speaking, he walked away and stopped at a certain place. Thinking about Rostin, the high priest muttered, Rostin Wintersnow, I also find you quite pitiful. But this is my mission. Become a beautiful sacrifice for the holy deity, Rostin. The next scene takes us to the Endless Manor. Rena sat at the dining table, Rostin's words constantly echoing in her mind. Therefore, to prevent you from attacking us instead of the monsters, we cannot trust you. She told herself, I tried my best to offer help. Thinking this, she stabbed her fork into a piece of meat and ate reluctantly. Veronica sighed and said, Sigh, I don't know if it's right for us to eat this well. I heard the people can't even eat or sleep peacefully right now. The carriage driver looked up and replied, that's their fault. Didn't they refuse the young lady's help? They suspected her of being the one who burned down the village, just because they don't understand her. Then he shouted, the young lady's flames are pure and on a completely different level from an ordinary vandal's. After saying that, his face became serious. Rena looked at him and asked, you trust me, right? Suddenly, a frantic knocking came from outside. An arm pounded continuously with terrifying violence. Rena stood up and said, this house isn't a place where people would come. It's dangerous. I'll go check. She walked out and opened the door. The person knocking was Terry, the knight who always followed Rostin. Her face suddenly filled with panic when she saw Terry appear with a streak of blood on his forehead and his body covered in wounds. Terry spoke tremblingly, then fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He bowed his head and pleaded, please help us. Please save our commander. After he calmed down, everyone brought him inside. Everyone was present. Terry recounted the incident from the moment we first entered. I thought it would be easy. There weren't too many monsters there. But as we went deeper, we found the labyrinth stone mine that the young lady mentioned. Then suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared. Their numbers were overwhelming. At this point, Terry couldn't keep his composure anymore. Trembling and holding his face, only I and a few soldiers managed to escape. The Duke blocked the monsters and is still inside. Hearing this, everyone couldn't believe their ears. Even Rena had a similar expression. Terry pushed himself up and continued, please help us. The entire North is in danger. True to Terry's words. Outside at this moment, the monsters were rushing in. The soldiers guarding the fortress saw it and panicked. Damn it. The monsters multiplied, and cries of despair echoed everywhere. A woman hugged her trembling children, reassuring them, it will be okay. Someone will come to protect us. At the same time, outside, fierce snowstorms howled. The monsters kept advancing, when suddenly a familiar flame dyed the entire sky red. The The one who destroyed them was none other than Rena. She frowned, telling herself, that idiot arbitrarily suspected others. Why should I save him? After wiping them out, Rena headed inside, thinking as she walked, Duke Wintersnow. How strange. Rostin is a character I don't remember at all. If you play this game as the Saintess, then certain targetable characters will appear. Obviously, Rostin isn't listed among them. He's not the main character, so why is he so handsome? Rena couldn't help but frown when thinking about him. No matter how bright he looks, his personality is too rude and cruel. I don't like people like that. While walking, Rena suddenly stopped in front of a door. The room inside was a stone labyrinth. He must be in here. Once this labyrinth is cleared, I'll receive a reward from the Duke. Over at the temple, an angry voice rang out, "Priest, where's he? Come out right now." The priest appeared, calmly asking, "Are you looking for me, Your Highness the Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince stepped forward, his voice strict. "I don't understand. I heard the situation in the north is very bad. So why haven't you sent aid?" The Crown Prince lifted the priest's chin, continuing, "For thousands of years, your prophecies have never been wrong. But now, have you lost that ability?" The priest remained silent, staring intently at the Crown Prince. He swatted the Crown Prince's hand away and said coldly, "Do not worry. I am merely following the conditions." The Crown Prince was surprised. Conditions? Returning to Rena, she was standing before a horrifying scene, corpses piled up everywhere. I've experienced this game many times, but Rostin, the Duke of the North, is still an unmemorable name. What I realize is that every time I start playing, Rostin has already passed away. Rena was shocked to see Rostin's frozen body. At the church, someone rushed over to report, "My lord, the altar is glowing." The priest was startled. The appearance of the Demon King, the Northern Crisis, Rostin's death. All the conditions have been met. Finally, the Saintess has descended. Meanwhile, at the Labyrinth Stone Mine, Rena witnessed a terrifying scene. She saw the corpse of a monster, the boss of the labyrinth. "Duke, did you fight to your last breath, kill the labyrinth boss, and then fall? But it's so strange. Why are you the only one frozen? I've never heard of any monster using ice magic in this labyrinth." Rena approached and placed her hand on the ice. She whispered, "Rostin, I need you here in the north." At this moment, in the temple, a blonde girl appeared. Holding her waist, she said painfully they should have at least put a cushion under the altar. The priest quickly appeared. "Saintess, welcome to this world." "Saintess?" The girl looked at the priest in bewilderment. Back to Rena, she began to use her magic. Magic enveloped Rostin. She thought to herself, "I have to do this slowly, so I don't damage his body." She shouted, "Please come back, Rostin." Suddenly, Rostin's sword fell, and Rena also fell backward. Panting, she thought, "Even though I thawed the ice, he still won't open his eyes." Rostin's death is a rule of this world. Is it possible to change it? Waiting his whole life for the Demon King, fighting monsters, and then freezing to death in a dark corner of the Northern Labyrinth. Is this his destined fate? Rena shook Rostin. "Rostin, you should at least apologize to me before you go. You suspected me, and now you're leaving so easily. Open your eyes. Rostin, please." She kept shaking him, but Rostin remained unconscious. Exhausted, she collapsed onto him. Rena recalled her life. "My previous life has been forgotten. Were my parents happy to see me dead? Perhaps because I caused them suffering. But I hope you don't regret anything. The North you wanted to protect, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I will protect it, don't worry." Suddenly, a scream rang out. Rena turned around. At the same time, the Crown Prince asked, "Is this your plan?" The priest beside him said, "This is the flow the Lord spoke of. The Saintess will protect the world and become a hero." The Crown Prince remained silent for a moment, then smiled. "There are rumors that the Demon King has appeared in the north. If someone runs to the devil, won't they be eaten immediately?" Somehow, the Saintess appeared in front of Rena. She asked tremblingly, "Human, are you a human?" Rena was astonished, this woman. Then she realized it was the Saintess. "How'd you get here so fast?" "Anyway, everything is already over." Nodding thoughtfully, the Saintess stared at Rena. "It's quite rude to attack an unconscious person like that." Rena yelled, "That's just a misunderstanding. What are you thinking?" The Saintess glanced at Rena, and Rena fell silent. Suddenly, Rena realized something. "Now that I notice, the Saintess isn't like us. She has healing and resurrection magic." Rena looked around and saw the corpses being absorbed. She realized the labyrinth is absorbing the corpses. Rena spoke up, "Saintess, I have a request. I have a request. Please use your resurrection magic to save Rostin and the soldiers. You are the Saintess. You have to save them." The Saintess pondered, her eyes full of suspicion. This woman, is she really human? I can sense the presence of a monster from her. After a moment of thought, the saintess shook her head. No, I can't. Rena was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't? The saintess explained, on the way here, I didn't encounter any monsters. My level is only 1. I don't have the resurrection skill yet. Rena stayed silent, not knowing what to say. A moment later, the saintess suddenly shouted, there it is. Kill it now. She gripped her staff and smashed it hard into the monster. After a lot of grinding, the saintess finally acquired the resurrection skill. I had to sweep the whole mountain to find monsters. The saintess said joyfully, now I will resurrect them. She started casting the skill. Rena looked at Rostin, but didn't see any signs of life. She was disappointed. What is this? Why isn't the resurrection magic working? Is Rostin really dead? The saintess grimaced. Oh, I targeted the wrong one. I just resurrected the boss monster. Rena was furious. What the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with this little saintess's brain? Holy crap, where are the cops? She immediately fired a black flame at the monster. The saintess was amazed. Just one hit? Rena yelled, hurry up, resurrect Rostin right now and do it properly. The saintess sweated yes. Rostin finally opened his eyes. The saintess sat down and asked softly, are you conscious? Rostin looked at the saintess, then glanced at Rena, bowed his head, and said, thank you. He stood up and walked toward the saintess. The saintess saved my life. The two looked at each other, while Rena felt a pang in her heart. It was me. I was the one who saved the handsome guy. So why did the result turn out like this? Afterward, they left without noticing that there were still suspicious movements. Upon their return, the people welcomed them with radiant joy. They shouted. They conquered the northern labyrinth and returned safely. Let's pray for the Duke and the Saintess on their journey ahead. Rena quietly walked toward her endless manor. She sighed, thinking everything is peaceful now. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves rang out. Rostin stepped down and called, Princess. Rena turned around and asked, it's done, right? Is this the ownership deed for my mansion? Rostin said, I will hand over the Abyss Castle to you. Rena couldn't believe it. Are you giving this to me so easily? Holding the paper, she laughed loudly. I hit the jackpot, haha. Rostin sighed. In the north, the Abyss Castle is a place no one wants to buy, even if given away for free. It is dangerous and uninhabitable. You made a foolish decision. Rena got angry. Do you want to pick a fight? Rostin closed his eyes and continued. There aren't even basic provisions in the north. The people are impoverished and no nobles come here. Anyone can see that living here is not a wise decision. But you, even though you naively came to this place, chose to live here with everyone. You saved me and saved everyone. Rostin reminisced and muttered, perhaps this is the last mercy the Lord has bestowed upon me. Thanks to you, the people have been able to survive. He smiled, thinking to himself, she was even able to spread warmth to Luca, someone I couldn't help at all. Then he stepped closer, gently patted her shoulder, and said, thinking back, the reason I always doubted you and pushed you into difficult situations was because I was jealous. I was jealous of the power you possess. Suddenly, he went down on one knee and spoke, please forgive my foolish actions. If your promise to protect the North is still valid, please allow me to praise you in front of everyone. Everyone present who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be amazed. From afar, they stood in silence, observing. Rena remained pensive and didn't reply. Rostin took her hand, placed it on his chest, and gently kissed her hand under the backdrop of white snow. The people around them also had smiles on their lips. Even Terry couldn't hold back a smile. The scene at this moment was truly peaceful. Not long after, everyone's attention shifted to the two figures in front of them, Duke Rostin and Rena. She turned to look at them. The children eagerly reached their hands out to her, and Rena unconsciously smiled. The people continuously cheered. The black flame didn't harm us. The young lady protected the North. Long live Lady Rena. Long live Lady Rena. Rena couldn't believe her eyes. The people who once feared my magic are now smiling at me. Her emotions sank as she thought about the past. In my previous life, I was a burden to my parents and throughout my entire life. How much I longed to make them proud, even if just once. Rostin noticed she didn't look well and asked, you look sad. Rena smiled and replied, I was just thinking about my family for a bit. Hearing that, he paused, remembering the words Duke Rubelite once said, that child is no different from a door leading to the devil. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. If you allow it, I would like to become your family, Rena. After hearing this, a big question mark popped into Rena's head. What is this? Is it a marriage proposal? Then she muttered to herself, well, I have to admit, I am just too beautiful. Even the Duke couldn't resist. Rostin continued, not just me, but everyone in the north, you can consider them your family. Rena, you truly did me a huge favor. At this point, Rena finally realized, so is that what you meant? The whole north is indeed like a family, but they aren't going to freeload off me without paying, right? At this time, the Saintess also appeared, and the people kept cheering, long live the Saintess. May the Lord's protection be eternal. Rena felt anxious in her heart. In the original storyline of the game, the Saintess subdued the Northern Labyrinth all by herself. This spotlight was never meant for me. I wonder how the story will unfold now. The game deviating from the original like this won't be a big deal, right? Over at the dungeon, a black flame appeared, gradually becoming fierce and transforming into a grotesque shape. A voice rang out, wait, you must disguise yourself to avoid suspicion. It seemed to realize something, then transformed into a little boy with a piece of cloth wrapped around him, bearing crimson eyes. Over on Rena's side, she was observing everyone. A thought arose in her mind. The monsters are all gone, but the people's struggle against the cold and hunger remains unchanged. Around Rena's hand, a stream of black flames appeared. She thoughtfully recalled Rostin's words. The people here in the north, she could consider them as her family. Perhaps it was because of hearing those words that she was determined to help them with all the strength she had. The black flames quickly spread everywhere, weaving into every corner. The people exclaimed in astonishment, what is this? Then they realized something and cheered. This is it. We don't feel cold anymore. A child ran up and said to their mother, our house is so warm, Mom. A bald man doubted, how is this possible? This must be the young lady's magic. Rena thought to herself, maintaining warmth for every house in the village requires tremendous power. But thanks to the experience from destroying the Northern Labyrinth, I have gained immense power. I think I can now control this power, and even more than that. This is the power of level 999, truly satisfying. The scene shifted to the high priest, who asked, is your level still at 30? The Saintess scratched her head, smiling awkwardly. That's right, by the time I got there, Rena had already cleared the Northern Labyrinth. The high priest closed his eyes, thinking to himself, Rena, that's not a name I usually hear with such warmth. Then he spoke up, it's strange. After subduing the Northern Labyrinth, you should have reached level 100. But since that labyrinth drew attention, for your sake, I will introduce an instructor for a special training course. The Saintess was bewildered, doubting in her heart. An instructor for a special training course? The scene then shifted to another place, where a convoy of carriages was on the road. They discussed, well, they gathered us like an army to suppress the Demon King, but then chased us away without paying a single penny. Is there really a Demon King here? That's what they say. Rumor has it that the Demon King is hiding in the northern mountains. A young man lying down wearing a hat heard this and sat up, asking, the Demon King is in the north? A blond man replied, that's right. The young man smiled. If so, the champion of justice Kylon can no longer sit still. The scene changed again. Luca was sitting on the roof, looking forward to something. Rostin was silent inside. He thought about Rena, who had helped the people of the north, Luca, and the others settle their lives. I have to repay Rena. Then he turned and asked, as we discussed earlier, has the guest from the assassination attempt been found? A man who looked like a butler replied, I have narrowed down the suspects, but there's a problem. Rostin asked, what problem? In another place, the atmosphere was bustling. Rena was handing out food while saying, slow down, there's plenty of food. She handed food to a little girl. Here you go. The little girl smiled brightly. Thank you, sister. Suddenly, someone grabbed Rena's cloak. She turned around and recognized a familiar boy. It was the boy who had appeared in the cave earlier. Rena thought to herself, who is this baby? I haven't seen this child before. A woman came over and explained, we recently started taking care of this child. The patrol guards found him walking down the foot of the mountain and brought him here. But this boy says nothing. We don't know who his parents are. We don't even know his name yet. It's hard to believe that such a shy child would follow you like this. Rena was doubtful, walking down the foot of the mountain. The boy kept staring at her. Rena forced a smile, sat down, and said, hello, little guy. I'll come back again next time, so take care until then. After that, she rode her horse away. Still feeling uneasy, Rena looked back at the boy. He stood still, not moving. He just looks at me, keeps following me like that. I'm sorry. It's just that I don't have enough confidence to raise someone. The final scene shifted to a man wandering in the snow. His body was shivering. It was Kylon. He thought to himself, the freezing weather feels like it wants to tear me apart. This is the North indeed. The cold and hunger have their limits too, but I, Kylon, the warrior of justice, will overcome them with my will. Then he swung his shoulders. But right after that, Kylon fell to the ground. His footprints were still imprinted on the ground when suddenly someone ran over. Oh my God, someone collapsed here. Immediately, Kylon was brought into a house where a simple meal had been prepared. I'm sorry, this is all I can do, the woman said. Kylon smiled and replied, it's fine, this is enough. The woman continued, you should go back to the south. This place is cursed by the Demon King. When left alone, Kylon thought to himself, Demon King, you will have to pay for all your sins. Meanwhile, at Rena's manor, everyone was surprised by the appearance of a child. Young lady, who is this baby? Rena smiled lightly. Haha, I finally managed to bring him back. Mia, the woman beside her, bent down and asked, what is your name? The child didn't answer, but just nestled into Rena. Mia's mother remarked, goodness, this baby only follows you, doesn't he? Rena nodded, it seems so. That night, Rena lay on the bed and said to the child, since you're anxious, I will sleep with you tonight. But from tomorrow, you have to sleep by yourself, got it? The child nodded in agreement. Rena looked at the child, thinking to herself, he must have been abandoned because of his weakness. She gently named the child Shever and prayed, grow up healthy to make your parents regret abandoning you. The next morning, Rena woke up and asked Shever, did you sleep well? But she was stunned to see that Shever had turned into a young man. You are not Shever. Who are you? Rena screamed. The scene shifted to another place, where the saintess was happily preparing for the special training session. She recalled the high priest's words. Knight Aiden would train her. The saintess wondered, Knight Aiden, I wonder if he is handsome? The saintess sat down at the dining table, glancing over the exquisitely arranged dishes. She frowned, asking with curiosity, what is this? The servant standing nearby respectfully replied, my lady, this is the meal prepared by Aiden. The saintess nodded, using chopsticks to pick up a small piece and brought it to her mouth. In her heart, she thought that this dish had almost reached perfection. A moment later, she also appeared. The saintess stepped out onto the porch with a smiling face, but was immediately stopped by a muscular man. He looked at her sternly and said, you are 5 minutes late. Hearing this, the saintess's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. The man continued with an uncompromising tone, demanding the saintess to run 5 laps around the yard for being late. She grumbled while running, he's too strict. From afar, Aiden observed her and thought to himself, I must ensure the saintess can protect this world. At Duke Rubelight's manor, Rostin was facing the Duke. I cannot arrest Rena. She is innocent, Rostin said. Duke Rubelight shouted, innocent? She used dark magic. He continued, his voice full of threat. Then the Winter Snow family will not stand idly by. Hearing this, Rostin pondered for a moment, then slowly drew his sword. He looked straight at the Duke, his voice cold, as he said, the power is not right, but Duke Rubelight panicked, stepped back, and fell to the ground. Rostin swung his sword, the blade pointing straight at Duke Rubelight's statue. He said with a hint of implication, it all depends on how you use it. It can be as simple as this, or it can become much worse. Rostin's face turned pale. His eyes became cold and full of warning. Rena, the dark magic user, save the North. But if you try to harm Rena just because she uses dark magic, then the Winter Snow family will not let it slide. Duke Rubelight was trembling violently. He muttered to himself, that guy. The scene shifted to Rena. She was standing in front of Shever, who had strangely grown up overnight. The people around couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my God, he has grown up so much. Rena hurriedly tied up Shever's messy hair, sweat beading on her forehead. She thought to herself, why does he follow me so much? He is the child of a monster. Rena muttered to herself, rummaging through her bag and pulling out a necklace. Found it, she said, stepping forward to put it around Shever's neck. He sat still, not resisting. This is a necklace that controls magic power, Rena explained. Because I put it on you, you won't be able to harm anyone anymore. It turned out Shever was a monster. But if I, the Demon King, raise you, controlling your power won't be difficult. Let's get along well, Shever, Rena said, then hugged him tightly. Shever's face flushed red, but he didn't refuse the hug. Outside, a convoy carrying food was entering the village. We will distribute food. Please line up, a knight announced. But when he opened the food sack, he was stunned. What is this? Is it all rocks? The food thieves were quickly arrested. Rostin ordered, lock them up. Rostin was walking in the prison when he heard, please. My lord, please give me a chance. Rostin didn't reply, just thought to himself, the number of people being punished for stealing food is increasing. The food shortage is getting more serious, he muttered, then went to the warehouse. Looking at the remaining food, Rostin sighed. With this amount, we can't last long. We have to find a solution. Rostin stepped outside. A woman approached and said, our facility is still fine. Young lady Rena has been providing us with food from her greenhouse. Rostin was surprised. Greenhouse? He muttered, greenhouse. The scene shifted to Rena. She was delighted with the cherry tomatoes. They are very good for health and also very delicious, she said. At this moment, the butler walked over. Young lady, Duke Wintersnow is here. Rena was surprised. Huh? Then both quickly started discussing the matter. Rena questioned Justin. Are you saying you can't accept food aid because you fought with Duke Rubel? Why did you fight with that bastard? Justin remained silent. Rena continued. Even though he is my father, it's undeniable that he is a despicable guy. But wouldn't it be better to give a perfunctory apology and accept the food aid? Justin bowed his head. I cannot do that. It is a matter of my honor. Rena thought to herself, will your precious honor bring food to our table? She sighed. Aren't the people of the North the most important thing to you? Justin replied, I know I can't turn a blind eye to the food shortage. He pondered for a moment, then said, Rena, I have heard about your greenhouse. I have a plan. Rena was surprised. My greenhouse? Justin led her to a vast land. Rena's jaw dropped when she saw the fields. Justin explained, this place used to be the grain belt of the North. Rena exclaimed, it's so vast. Justin continued, all the grain that fed the people of the North came from here, but now the temperature is too low for farming. Can we turn this place into a large greenhouse like yours? Rena wondered. Here? She looked afar. I will call Veronica to study it more closely. This land looks promising. Luckily, it is near the east, so there is no snow, but it is too large to convert into a greenhouse. It will be difficult to transport water because the water is frozen. Moreover, even if I have the ability to maintain humidity, I couldn't keep the temperature stable over such a large area. Creating heating equipment and water pipes is almost impossible. I'm sorry, that is truly beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, Rena realized something and stopped. Wait a minute, why can't I do it? Can I really not do it? In a small town in the west, a voice rang out, Madam, after many days of searching, I have found a skilled artisan who can craft a safe. The madam walked over and said, excellent, welcome. Then, she led the girl to another place. Looking at the statue, the madam said, this gold-plated statue is the precious treasure of the town. It cannot be lost. Please make a sturdy safe to protect it. The girl smiled and replied, certainly, I will make a safe that no one can open. I am A-Line, the artisan. Please rest assured. In another place, a man walked on the snow, his hand leaning against the tree trunks. He was Kylon, panting and thinking to himself, I finally made it here. The Abyss Castle in the northwest, where the Demon King resides. Let's start by using an invisibility charm to observe. Preparation is done. I need to see what kind of person the Demon King is and what he is doing. Shever seemed to notice something and looked afar. Swiftly, Kylon snuck inside. He observed while thinking. I have been watching him for 5 hours. He is definitely the Demon King. Shever at this moment was still silently reading a book. Anyone looking at him would think he is the Demon King. In this secluded northern manor, what are you plotting, Demon King? He eats, dozes off. The cleaner nearby saw this and said, you are getting in the way of the cleaning. Please leave. Kylon followed Shever outside. Shever sat across from Luca, remaining silent. Kylon didn't take his eyes off him. A while later, he felt bored. Have you forgotten your dream of ruling the world, Demon King? Not long after, Rena was looking out the window when someone called. Rena, I brought the artisan you requested. A-Line introduced herself. I am A-Line, the master of machinery. Rena observed A-Line, paying special attention to her hands. How can her hands be so clean if she is an artisan? Rena recalled the past. In my previous life, my father worked with machinery. His hands were always covered in oil. Something is suspicious. I need to test her skills. Rena spoke up before assigning the main task. I want you to inspect the facilities of the manor. A while later, Rena stood opposite A-Line and said, in this Abyss Castle, please install the plumbing and heating systems. You can use magic as the power source. A-Line looked around and replied, with the size of the manor, this will be expensive. Rena smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. She lifted the curtain, revealing a massive treasure. Aline suddenly stood before a massive treasure. The glittering light from it left her overwhelmed. The scene changed rapidly, where the Saintess was still diligently training. She breathed heavily, sweating while thinking. It's been a week since I started being trained by night, and these exercises are all just running around, sword fighting, and jumping rope. What I really need is to level up my power like that annoying Knight Aiden. 1 month later, Aline stood before everyone with a smile on her lips. She opened her arms and said, "To ensure her ladyship's magic is transmitted easily, I have installed underfloor heating." Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Wow. Rena was also surprised. Aline pointed to the plumbing system. "I have also installed pipes to extract groundwater." The butler said happily, "Now we don't have to fetch water by hand anymore." Rena thought to herself, the underfloor heating radiates heat efficiently, reducing magic usage by 80. I never thought she could do such an excellent job. Perhaps my doubts were unnecessary. With Aline's skills, I could even renovate the granary region. In a small western town, a young man walked behind a man and said, "Hey, they told us not to open the chest. If we do, they'll know immediately." The man turned around and frowned. "We just need to blame the artisan for not making the chest sturdy enough. I need money right now." After saying that, he opened it. Suddenly, he stopped, his voice trembling. "What is this?" The young man behind him asked. "What's wrong?" The man whispered, It's gone. The golden statue. It's no longer in the chest." Meanwhile, at Rena's manor, Mia asked her mother, "Is this real?" Her mother nodded. "That's right. That's why everything is so strange." Seeing them chatting, Rena asked, "What's wrong, everyone?" She recounted, "My lady, many strange things have been happening lately in Abyss Castle that we cannot explain. In a small and used room, the blankets were messed up. Pre-cooked food has also disappeared, which is truly unsettling." Rena exclaimed, "How bizarre." Mia asked anxiously, "Is it a ghost?" Or, right at that moment, Kylon glided by wearing an invisibility cloak. Afterward, Rena went to see Shever, patted his head, and said, "Shever, I'm heading out. Look after the house." Shever looked at her, his face flushing, and smiled. Kylon stood outside, observing them intently. Hiding behind the curtain, he thought, "I've been hiding in this manor and stalking the Demon King for a month now. Finally, I understand why the Demon King lives such a life. This manor is warm and peaceful, with delicious meals, and Rena, the daughter of the noble family, beautiful and graceful." As Rena stepped into the carriage, Kylon's face turned red, thinking to himself, "I've finally found her. Her beauty has dispelled the Demon King's desire to conquer the world. The Saintess I have been searching for all this time is right here." The scene shifts to Justin's manor. Justin was taking a walk outside when he suddenly heard a call. "Justin." The caller was none other than Rena. She smiled brightly. "Justin, the granary land I mentioned last time, I think it's feasible. I mean, Aline, the artisan you recommended, is truly excellent. She has perfectly outfitted Abyss Castle." Justin looked at her, freezing for a few seconds, thinking, this is the first time I've seen her so excited and smiling so brightly. Rena continued, "The issue with the granary land is the water source and low temperatures, right? Building a greenhouse would be too expansive. So I discussed it with Veronica and tried some research. We bury heating pipes in the soil, using my magic to raise the underground temperature. Groundwater from the riverbed will be drawn up, and the water will pass through a sprinkler system. We just need to spray the crops, so no energy will be wasted. We can farm and harvest efficiently, and also save the North from food shortages. Now I just need to ask Aline." Justin remained silent, nodding in agreement. Not long after, Rena's face suddenly filled with panic. 500 gold? Aline closed her eyes and replied, "Yes, my lady. Even if we took all your treasures, it still wouldn't be enough to build the entire granary land." Rena's jaw dropped in disbelief. At the same time, at the Saintess's residence, she sighed, "I don't know why I have to train like this. Senior Knight Aiden is outstanding, but maybe we just aren't compatible." The priest spoke up, "Saintess, this isn't useless training. It's more like the debut of the Knight Division." The Saintess looked up and asked, "Debut?" The priest explained, "Aiden and the other knights will become your companions. Saintess, to defeat the Demon King together, and eventually, they will be the ones you must command." The Saintess pondered, companions? Leading them in command? At the Night Division's training ground, the Saintess walked in and saw everyone training. She stood there bewildered, her eyes wide open. These people. Suddenly, someone approached, resting his hands on his hips, and said, "You've arrived, Saintess. It's a wonderful morning for training." The Saintess's face darkened, screaming internally, I can't possibly lead and command them. High Priest. Back at Rena's manor, Aline smiled and said, 500 gold, I know how to get it. Rena asked in surprise. How to get it? It wasn't clear what Aline said, but Rena suddenly shouted, What is that? After an unknown amount of time passed, Rena and Justin were walking down the street. A man with a long beard approached and bowed with a friendly smile. Greetings. It was Vassal, the director of the World Bank Central Branch. Everyone quickly gathered in a room. Vassal began, The World Bank will lend you 500 gold with the granary land as collateral. He continued, The collateral is transparent, and furthermore, since the contractor is the Duke, we will reduce the interest rate. Rena thought quietly. The owner of the granary land is the Duke, so he has to be the one to sign the contract. Even though in reality, I am the business owner. Vassal presented the contract and said, Here is the contract. Just sign here and it's done. Aline also tagged along on this trip. After the contract was signed, Aline stood in the background, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Vassal smiled brightly. All right, I will transfer the funds shortly. Rena breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, it's so fortunate to be able to borrow money this easily. Once the granary land is completed, I will quickly repay the 500 gold. She thought of the impoverished and starving North. This was perhaps the only way to save the North from these difficult times. The scene shifts back to the Saintess. She was training with the knights. 1, 2, 1, 2, keep it up, Saintess. The Saintess ran after them, panting heavily. Finally, she had to stop to catch her breath. Doing such physical training so early in the morning. I don't know why they're working so hard. The Demon King hasn't even appeared yet. Suddenly, a rock flew toward them. A knight quickly noticed and caught it effortlessly. What was that? A rock? Who threw it? A man from above sneered. 2 men behind him also mocked. Are they flexing their bodies again? What night division? It's just a club that wastes food. Hearing this, the Saintess froze. The Night Division was founded to help the Saintess fight the Demon King. But for thousands of years, the Demon King has never appeared. The Night Division has been training on their own while waiting. However, they have no actual combat experience, so they're looked down upon. The Saintess slammed her book shut. They have been waiting for the Saintess for generations, for the past 100 years. A while later, the Saintess went to the training area. She stood with her hands on her hips, a fierce determination in her heart. Therefore, I am the Saintess. I cannot be like the ones from the past 100 years. Seeing her, everyone immediately stopped. She declared loudly, Well then, let's start our training for today. That evening, at Rena's manor, a scream rang out. Rena woke up with a start. Confused, she thought a scream. She quickly ran over and asked what happened. A woman answered tremblingly, A ghost. There's a ghost. Rena peeked inside. A ghost? When she stepped in, she saw Kylon changing his clothes. Kylon saw her and broke a sweat, realizing he was caught showering when no one was supposed to be around. Rena yelled, Who are you? Who gave you permission to sneak into someone else's bathroom? Kylon hurriedly finished putting on his shirt, then knelt on one knee before Rena. Respectful greetings. I am the champion of justice, Kylon. Upon hearing this, Rena was so shocked she stammered, Huh? A self-proclaimed champion of justice? Kylon? Champion or whatever. First of all, you've been caught as an intruder. She frowned and asked, Have you been hiding in this manor for a month? The woman behind her added, So, the food that suddenly disappeared and the messy bedrooms. Kylon replied, Yes, that was me, but please understand. Because I am monitoring the Demon King who lives in this place. Rena was startled. Demon King? She felt exasperated and could only stutter. Did it a Demon King? I'm not the Demon King. Kylon pointed at Shever and said, That guy is the Demon King. Rena asked back, Huh? Shever stood frozen, not understanding what was going on. Kylon continued, No matter how you look at him, that guy is the Demon King. The moment I saw him, I was certain. What I mean is, I will protect the beautiful Saintess who is stopping the Demon King's rampage until the bitter end. Hearing this, Rena's jaw dropped. Pointing at herself, she asked, Saintess? Me? Kylon gently took Rena's hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. With a solemn expression, he declared, I, Kylon, the champion of justice, vow to offer my utmost loyalty to protect the Saintess. Rena awkwardly replied, I appreciate it, but before she could finish her sentence, Shever stepped forward and pushed Kylon away. Shever's eyes were full of vigilance, and Kylon refused to back down. The two glared at each other as if a brawl was about to break out. Rena clenched her fists and asked in a flustered voice, "What are you two doing?" Kylon suddenly yelled, "Saintus, there's no telling when this demon king will transform, so I will always stay by your side to protect you. Please let me be your guardian." Rena shook her head and said, Wait, hold on. Shever isn't the demon king. He's just." She suddenly stopped, thinking to herself, "He is a monster, something dangerous." Then Rena crossed her arms and said, "All right, since things have already happened, I have a request for the champion Kylon. Please stay by Shever's side and observe him for me. I mean, don't let him fall into a path of evil. Help him grow up properly. Even though he looks dangerous, he is actually very young." Kylon was confused. "Yes, but my job is to be by the Saintus' side and protect you." Rena wagged her finger. No. As long as Shever doesn't become the demon king, I won't be in danger, right? And Champion Kylon's righteous determination will surely have a good influence on Shever. Hearing these sweet words, Kylon seemed convinced. He looked over at Shever, closed his eyes, and thought, "This is the mission entrusted to me by the Saintus." He then resolutely said, "Yes, Saintus, I will not let this guy awaken as the demon king. Kylon, will watch him with the most vigilant eyes." Rena said nothing, merely responding with a beautiful smile. Deep down, she thought, "I'm not a Saintus and Shever isn't a demon king, but at least I've guided him to a good path. It's time to hand over the responsibility of raising this troublesome boy Shever." Meanwhile, the commoners were eagerly discussing the development of the granary land. "I heard that with the princess's power, we can grow crops. The princess is using her power again. How truly grateful we are. People eating in their homes were also anxious. Can we escape the starvation?" Someone even prayed, "Princess Rena is our heroine. May God bless her." Elsewhere, on a wall where people frequently passed by, wanted posters were being put up. Veronica happened to see them and approached. Her face suddenly paled as she read the contents of the poster. On it was a portrait of Aline with the words, "Wanted 100 gold reward for theft and fraud." Veronica exclaimed, That person is." She hurriedly rushed back to the manor, shouting, "Lady Rena, Lady Rena." Rena turned around and, seeing a panicked Veronica, asked, "Veronica, what's wrong?" Veronica's face was stark white as she uttered every word. Aline is a fraudster, a wanted criminal for theft." Rena didn't say anything and also ran off in a panic. "Aline is a fraudster? How could that be?" She renovated Abyss Castle perfectly. An image of Aline, smiling brightly while receiving the money, flashed in Rena's mind. "I've received the 500 gold. I'll start building the granary land right away." Rena ran to pull back the curtains, despairing, "It can't be like this, please." She suddenly froze, her eyes losing focus. In front of her now, there was absolutely nothing left. Rena's legs felt like giving out. It's all gone. The warehouse full of treasures has completely disappeared. It's completely empty. She gritted her teeth, calling Aline's name in indignation and resentment. Immediately, she chased after the tracks of Aline's carriage. She had reached the border between the north and northwest, but Aline had destroyed the bridge and escaped. She had planned this incident meticulously. Upon returning, Rostin bowed his head and apologized. "I was negligent. I didn't investigate her thoroughly before introducing her to you. We might have to rely on the World Bank again, but I don't know how we'll repay the 500 gold." When they arrived at the World Bank, Vassal shook his head. "I'm sorry, but that's very difficult. We also took a risk when lending you the money. If you two cannot develop the granary land and repay the 500 gold, our contract is terminated." Rostin asked, "Terminated? If so then?" Vassal interrupted, "If you cannot repay the 500 gold within the next 5 days, we will seize the granary land." Returning to the manor, Rena felt completely stuck. The granary land was the hope of the northern people. How could we just lose it? Outside, the news had spread quickly. A skeptical voice rang out. "Was it a scam? I heard she took all the 500 gold borrowed from the bank, as well as the princess's treasures." A man sighed. "The granary land will be hard to keep now." The atmosphere grew heavy. A bald man crossed his arms and said, "The princess and the duke must be suffering greatly." The person next to him added, "Just suffering? No matter what, we have to stand up and take action." The northern people voluntarily contributed their belongings, from silver candlesticks, silver bowls and plates, to precious wedding jewelry carefully kept in every household. Heirloom treasures of families were also brought out. They were determined to protect the granary land at all costs. Rostin couldn't help but be amazed. Did they collect the money and bring it here? A representative man stepped forward. That's right. When we heard the granary land was at risk of being repossessed by the bank, we pooled our gold and silver together to protect it. We have gathered exactly 500 gold. Rena was deeply moved. This was money donated collectively by the people of the North. Even though they had suffered heavy losses in the blizzard, when facing a crisis, they united, trusted, and were willing to sacrifice. Honestly, I didn't expect to receive help from them. I was too arrogant. Instead of fleeing to another territory, they decided to stay, unite together, and are willing to sacrifice everything to survive. They are truly strong people. They quickly went to the bank. Vassal said, "I have received the 500 gold." What a surprise. How could you two gather such a large amount of money in such a short time? Do you have plans to continue developing the granary land? If so, I can lend you 500 gold again. Rena bowed her head, her voice full of melancholy. No, we will not borrow anymore. The capital to develop the land has been stolen, and we certainly cannot get it back. But a bold plan had kindled in her heart. Kylon had mentioned seeing A-Line looking at a product brochure. It contained drawings of a luxury resort in the south. Rena's eyes turned cold. A-Line, no matter where you run, I will find you and drag you back to work in the north until you die. At a luxury resort in the southern part of the Neera's empire, A-Line was enjoying a lavish life with the stolen money. Rena was determined, I will chase after her. I will go all the way to the southern resort to catch her. Rostin pondered for a moment and then asked, "Who are the people going with you?" Rena explained. He said he knows the geography of the South well, so I'll bring him along to guide us. Kylon introduced himself. I'm the champion of justice, Kylon. Rena continued. You will be the one driving the carriage and carrying my luggage. Then she looked at Shever. He's too young to be left at home, so I will bring him along. Rostin was surprised. Too young? Rena awkwardly replied. He looks big on the outside, but actually, he is still very young. Rostin sighed and decided, I will also go with you. Given the circumstances this time, I bear some responsibility too. Rena worriedly asked, is it okay for you to leave the north behind? Rostin replied, there are no urgent matters at the moment. Only this is important. Even if there were nothing to do, I would want to help. Rena had to agree. All right then, let's go find A-Line together. Rostin glanced at Kylon, suspicion rising in his heart. This guy, it seems I've met him somewhere before. At the southern resort of Neera's, where gentle sunlight shone down, everyone was enjoying a peaceful life. Some were strolling on the beach, some resting under the shade of trees, and others enjoying delicious food. Rena's group had also arrived there. She looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. This place is truly full of life. Warm sunshine, happy and energetic people. Did A-Line leave the gloomy manor to come here? However, Rostin's eyes were not happy at all, and Rena noticed it. She forced a smile, thinking to herself, if we successfully develop the granary land, perhaps the north will also be full of life like this. After a while, everyone gathered around. Rena put down the map and said, the first place we need to look is a luxury jewelry store. A-Line is very interested in gems. If we observe these stores closely, we might find her. But Neera's was vastly different from the north, being filled with extravagant shops. Even though they had split up to check many places, they still hadn't found any trace of A-Line. Was Dojin wrong from the start in assuming A-Line came here? Could I have been completely mistaken? Suddenly, two women nearby started chatting. Tonight is the auction, right? I heard there will be many rare gems appearing this time. Last time, a mysterious person bought everything. Let's hope they don't show up again this time. Rena heard this, and suspicion rose in her heart. A mysterious person bought everything? Soon enough, the auction began. The event attracted a large crowd. An item was brought up, and the host announced, a sculpture by the artisan Mahar is valued at 20 gold. And now, I would like to introduce the highlight of today's auction, the precious gem Elf's Tear. Let the bidding begin. A-Line immediately placed a bid, 50 gold. The host was startled. Fifth, 50 gold. 50 gold right from the start. How dramatic. Suddenly, a man grabbed A-Line's hand. She panicked, turned around, and screamed, who are you? Let go of me. Shever had also appeared there. A-Line's face turned pale as she stammered. Why you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Turns out you are still as passionate about gems as ever. Huh? Hearing that voice, A-Line was stunned in dead silence. Rena gave a sarcastic smile. It's so nice to see you again, A-Line. Because I was too busy fighting monsters, I forgot one thing. There are people even more wicked than monsters, A-Line. A-Line bowed her head, her voice trembling. I didn't intend to steal from the start. I know very well that the granary land is the hope of the North. How could I dare to rob the lives of tens of thousands of people? Rena couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, "You blew up the bridge and ran away, and now you're saying these things? Where's all the money? I heard someone bought out all the gems at the auction. Don't tell me you spent it all." Aline trembled. The money. The money is in my hotel room. I will return it all. Rena stepped closer, saying in a cold voice, "As an artisan, you are not an incompetent person. But why did you choose the path of theft, Aline?" Rena closed her eyes tightly. Aline whispered, I don't know either. Why was I so greedy that I couldn't control myself? My childhood was impoverished. I had nothing to eat and nothing to wear. Every day, I could only stare at the precious gems displayed in the jewelry stores. I endured hellish poverty with the hope that one day I could own them. When I saw the gold that the princess and the duke prepared for me, the greed inside me suddenly surged to the point of making me dizzy. Even knowing that it was a betrayal to the starving people of the North, I couldn't stop myself. I am truly an immoral sinner. Just kill me. A while later, Rena stood alone by the corner of a wall, thinking to herself, so Aline grew up in poverty. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic. How pitiful. When Rena shared this with Rostin, he was surprised. What? Are you saying you will trust Aline again? Rena replied, "It's not about trusting, but that we shouldn't be too harsh on her. She went through an impoverished childhood, and I understand that feeling well. I want to give Aline another chance." Rostin remained silent, deep in thought. This was precisely the weakness. Aline had gathered all the stolen money to rent a hotel room and lured them there. As soon as we let our guard down, she disappeared, and Dughan couldn't find the money in the room either. Rena was now too stunned to be angry. Rostin put his hand to his forehead, saying, "Nearez is an island. To leave here, one can only use a mobile chair or take a boat. With Aline's status, she would choose to take a boat. It's not too late. I will meet Count Roman, the ruler of this place, to block the sea routes." When Rostin went to meet Count Roman, he laughed loudly. "Ho, ho, ho, you want to control the sea routes of Nearez just for a fraudster. I understand your situation, but Nearez is a city of freedom and ambition, a place that no one can control. Your request is really hard to accept. Ho, ho, ho." Roman placed a hand on Rostin's shoulder and added, "Since you've come to Nearez anyway, temporarily forget your worries and enjoy the fun, Duke Winter Snow." Rostin watched him, thinking to himself, is Count Roman this superficial? How can I persuade someone like that? Just then, someone walked over. He said, "This is the city of ambition and freedom." The person who arrived was none other than Kylon. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he continued, "I know well that because of that, Nearez became wealthy, but diplomatic immunity does not belong to Nearez." Roman saw him. His face darkened, stammering, "Why you?" Kylon stepped close to his face, saying, "My father has praised Nearez a lot. The annual tax revenue from this place is massive. But if my devout father knew that the morality here is degrading, what would he think?" Roman panicked. I will try to control all the boats right away." Then he ordered guards quickly block all boats from leaving the island. The soldiers immediately took action. Rostin stood silently in thought. Then he lifted his head, realizing, so that's how it is. No wonder I felt like I had met him somewhere. The ruler of the entire southern part of the empire, including Nearez, is Duke Zamont Craft, the eldest son of Zamont, the legitimate heir Craft. The scene shifted to a dark place. Aline was pacing anxiously. I almost managed to escape, but the ships leaving Nearez are being controlled. I'm at risk of being caught again at the port. Anyway, there's still a chance. Rena, being the type of noble young lady raised in a greenhouse, I can deceive her as many times as I want. Suddenly, something appeared that caught her attention. The person arriving was Rena, radiating a massive aura of magic. Rena stepped closer, a murderous smile blooming on her lips. "Aline, are you in this room?" Aline saw her, and her face darkened. She spoke up, "No, princess. A noble young lady raised in a greenhouse? Doesn't she look more like a demon, king-born from hell?" Aline's voice trembled. "No, princess, it's all because of my circumstances. Please listen to my explanation." Rena calmly replied, "Circumstances? I can listen." But she extended a finger, and a surge of power shot straight into Aline's heart. "From now on, you'll have to trade your heart to speak." Aline stepped back in pain, asking in panic, "My heart." Rena replied, "Are you asking what I did to your heart? It's nothing big. I just placed a small spark inside it. If you lie again or break your promise, that spark will instantly incinerate your heart. Rena smiled, turning into something like a demon, and threatened. So now, can you perfectly complete the granary land? Aline trembled, speechless. Then she prostrated herself on the ground, whispering, I will try. After that, Aline returned to the north, exerting all her effort to direct the construction of the granary land. The structure of the granary land was quickly rectified, becoming a great hope for the people of the north. However, a problem arose. Veronica, with a worried face, said, "We are absurdly short of manpower." Rena dubiously asked, "Manpower?" Veronica replied, "That's right. If we want to cultivate the entire granary land, we need a massive labor force, but the northern farmers alone won't be enough." Rena stayed silent, thinking to herself, then what should we do? The answer probably lay in the east. In the east, the territory of Duke Rublite, where the farmers were questioning. They said to take all the agricultural products away as tax money. If they take it all away like that, what will we eat to survive? Another person yelled, "Humph, get out of the way." Then they got into the carriage and left. At this time, the farmers of the east discussed among themselves, what's the point of working so hard to grow grains? Even our family's food is gone, completely robbed. Damn it. A bald man spoke up. No matter how much grain this land produces, it's still just land rented from the nobles. I wish we could keep at least a portion of what we make with our own hands. A brown-haired man pondered, then lifted his head. I heard that in the north, they are developing the granary land with arable land. If that is true, they will lack the manpower to cultivate that entire area. The scene shifted to the manor of Duke Rublite. He roared, "What? You're saying the farmers are running away? Where are they going?" The butler tremblingly replied, "My lord, they are fleeing to the north." The duke's face darkened. Meanwhile, at the granary land, Rena smiled cheerfully, saying, "Although we lacked manpower, many farmers from the east have come here to live. They are highly skilled workers, even passing on their techniques to the northern farmers." Rostam mused, "Everything is going smoothly, but I am still worried." Rena asked, "Worried about what?" Right at that moment, Veronica ran over. "My lady, there's a problem. We need to talk about what happened earlier." Everyone was still working hard, but a figure was quietly hiding in the back. It was Duke Rublite. He looked ahead, amazed. Is it on such a massive scale? They're stealing all my farmers. Afterward, he hurriedly returned to the high priest's manor, shouting, "High priest, where's the high priest?" A servant replied, "He is still in his room." The Duke thought to himself, he's become the high priest, and he still sleeps until noon? He knocked on the door. "High priest, it's Rublite." A voice rang out, "Come in." He stepped inside, seeing the priest adjusting his clothes. The priest asked, "What's the matter?" Duke Rublite panicked. "It's about Rena. She is developing the granary land using dark magic and enticing all the neighboring farmers. I intended to stop her, but the Demon King's power that Rena possesses made me afraid to act rashly." A voice echoed, "What are you talking about?" "Rena, the power of a Demon King?" The Duke turned around in a panic. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince. What are you saying?" "Rena, the power of a Demon King?" The Crown Prince gently placed a hand on his chin, pondering. "What if it is Rena? Isn't that the eldest daughter you imprisoned?" Hearing that, the Duke's face seemed drained of all life, his whole body trembling. How could that be possible? The Crown Prince crossed his arms, displaying a meaningful smile. "In the royal family, I hear more rumors than you think." Duke Rublite secretly worried. "I thought I had kept the secret absolutely hidden." Suddenly, the priest stepped forward and suggested, "Your Highness, Crown Prince, could you excuse us for a moment? The Duke and I have a private matter to discuss." Quickly, the two sat at the table, and the priest began, "The situation has changed. Since the Saintess has appeared, I will guide you to the next phase, Duke Rublite." The Duke was surprised. The next phase? Back to the present. Rena stood there, her gaze thoughtful as she looked into the distance. She murmured to herself. It was clear that armies were gathering in the distance, both in the east and the north. Near the border, they were using military force to arrest eastern farmers intending to migrate to the granary land. Veronica pointed in that direction, her voice full of worry. "I heard the captured farmers are being cruelly punished." When listening to the stories of the eastern farmers who managed to migrate, they said Duke Rublite's exploitation is incredibly harsh. Rena listened to it all without saying a word, but emotions surged within her. She clenched her teeth, full of indignation. No matter how much they harvested, after paying taxes, they had nothing left. Ultimately, the only choice for the hardworking farmers was to migrate to the northern granary land. Yet he even wants to prevent that. Rublight? Rena sighed, her voice filled with determination. There's no need to worry anymore. I used dark magic to drive away Duke Rublight's army. But why? Why are the eastern farmers still not moving? At this moment, in the east, Duke Rublight stood on the podium, his tone authoritative. Greetings, everyone. I am Duke Rublight. Today, I will reveal a truth. Rena Rublight is the daughter I have imprisoned since she was 8. Currently, she is in the north, carrying the power of the Demon King, something that could destroy this world. He continued, his voice full of emotion. As a father, the decision to reveal the true nature of my only daughter was not easy. But Rena has now become a saintess, and before she becomes a greater threat. As the holder of the Duke title, I am determined to let everyone know about this danger. Please forgive me for not speaking up sooner. No matter how Rena invades in the future, I will always protect my farmers to the very end. Rena's use of dark magic to drive away the Eastern Army inadvertently reinforced Duke Rublight's speech. The soldiers who witnessed the dark magic trembled in fear, and that terror quickly spread. Not long after, among the eastern farmers, a rumor that those who migrated to the granary land were being severely exploited by Rena, the Demon King, spread everywhere. The Duke stood by the window, a smug smile on his lips. Ha! I followed the priest's advice, and now the situation has completely reversed. Going back to the previous meeting between Duke Rublight and the priest, the Duke asked, "What is the next phase?" The priest took a sip of tea, his tone calm. "Gather the eastern farmers and announce that Rena is the Demon King." The Duke was stunned. "Announce it?" The priest nodded. "I think you should emphasize a father's affection and show them your image to shed light on the truth." The Duke was worried, but the honor of the Rublight family will be heavily affected. The priest closed his eyes, his voice full of confidence. "You do not need to worry. Our temple will stand behind you and protect your honor." Duke Rublight pondered, still unable to help but worry in his heart. Rena's moves are very strange, even in the granary land like now. What if she doesn't awaken as the Demon King? What should we do then? The priest mused for a moment, then gave a cold smile. "Then, we simply need to make her become the Demon King." The Duke's voice trembled. "Make her the Demon King?" The priest nodded. "That's right. It won't be difficult because Rena's power is highly suited for that role." After that, he walked out of the room. As he walked, he thought, announcing Rena to everyone, is it really okay? Why is the Crown Prince in the room? Outside, the Crown Prince stood there, his gaze stern. "Even if she isn't the Demon King, you'll still make her into the Demon King?" The priest was silent for a moment, then took a sip of tea, his tone calm. "So you were standing there eavesdropping?" The Crown Prince replied coldly, "I couldn't just walk away, because I heard the words Demon King." The priest interrupted, "To summarize the Duke's story just now, even though Rena possesses the power of the Demon King, she has not yet awakened to that identity." The Crown Prince stepped forward, placing both hands on the priest's shoulders. "Isn't the prophecy wrong, then?" The priest set his teacup down and sighed. "You're starting again. I have said it many times. The prophecy is not wrong. It's just a little late. The event you anticipate will eventually come." Afterwards, the Crown Prince patted the priest's shoulder. "All right, I'll accommodate you as much as possible. And I only believe in your prophecy because I'm enduring these boring days." Upon hearing this, the priest said nothing, only closing his eyes tightly. Meanwhile, at the Abyss Manor, Shever was petting Luca. Kylon also stood observing from afar. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The Easterners must have misunderstood because it was their first time seeing the princess's dark magic. The coachman's wife nodded. "That's right. The first time we saw it, we panicked too. But how do we resolve the misunderstanding that the princess is the Demon King?" Hearing this, Kylon seemed to have made a decision. At this time, Rena returned and asked, "What?" "Engage with Kylon." Rostin stood nearby, his face looking slightly displeased. Kylon, the heir to the Southern Duke, spoke frankly, "I cannot stand Duke Rublight's slander. He is falsely accusing the princess of being the Demon King, so he won't lose the Eastern farmers." After hearing this, Rena could only bow her head and mutter, "Slander? It's definitely slander." Kylon continued, his voice firm, "Our Dukecraft family has had a deep relationship with the temple for a long time. If the princess marries me, the suspicion surrounding your identity as the Demon King will subside. Rena pondered. Although this offer was very tempting, she was still worried, but an engagement should be with someone you love. Her words left Kylon astounded, his eyes blank as if he had just heard shocking news. Rostin, the nanny, and the butler also froze. No one reacted. Rena asked in confusion, "What is it? What's wrong with everyone? Did I say something wrong?" To explain everyone's astounded gazes and the enveloping silence after she spoke. It turned out that in this world, marriage and engagement among the nobility were no different from a meticulously staged play. The flag representing the union between two families fluttered, but in reality, it was just a ritual to merge the interests of two families. Love between the married parties was conducted amidst numerous relationships of interest and generally did not exist. Rostin said softly, "There is no need for an engagement. There is another way to resolve the Eastern farmer's misunderstanding." Rena was curious. Another way? At this moment, a gentle, singing voice echoed from the edge of the pond. Rena, the black flower blooming in the Duke's family. The unaccepted black flower lady hid herself in the icy manor amidst the blizzard. The melodious singing told the story of Rena, who endured long, lonely nights in the biting cold. The singing continued. The minstrel song told of the romance between a princess and a prince, where the light of hope finally arrived. The two grew closer, and a passionate love ignited. A heart-shaped flame of love flared as they shared a kiss, and Rena's heart burned with pure love. When the song ended, the surrounding people all smiled with happiness and admiration. Love songs have always been a topic of interest from east to west since ancient times, and so the song spread widely. Minstrels were hired to popularize the song about Rena Rublight. When Duke Rublight found out, he was furious and ordered to arrest all those minstrels. Although he took action, he could not arrest everyone singing this song. The girls also whispered it to each other. The love song about the Black Flower Princess Rena quickly spread throughout the East. The tide gradually turned in Rena's favor, and the people's fear of her also began to decrease. Elsewhere, Aileen was attentively repairing the mechanical system. After a while, she stepped out exhaustedly and closed the door. "I'm done." The other woman looked at her with grateful eyes. "You really helped me fix these things. Thank you so much, Aileen." Aileen politely replied in a soft voice, "Yes." But in her heart, she felt helpless and depressed. Even though she wanted to tell her not to order her around to do these things, she recalled the moment Rena approached her on the street. "I need someone to fix the lodgings so the farmers from the East can stay." With a shy smile, Rena said, "Even though it's not the granary land's business, you'll help me, right?" Aileen looked down in frustration at her chest, where her heart flared with red sparks. How could she refuse? It was because of this very thing that she couldn't defy Rena's words. She left with a heavy heart. "If not for this thing, I probably would have run away long ago." Suddenly, there was a call from afar. Aileen. A farmer cheerfully waved his hand. "I heard you fixed a drain pipe for our house last time. I'm very grateful to you." Aileen slowly looked over, but her eyes averted. "He thinks I wanted to fix it." From behind, a voice rang out. "It seems..." Veronica stepped forward gently. "Everyone is very fond of you, Aileen." Her voice dropped deeper. "To be honest, when you returned with the princess and said you would work again, I always doubted and monitored you, fearing you would scam us and run away again." Aileen's expression remained calm, listening coldly. Veronica continued, "But after seeing you work so hard, I realized that you are working genuinely." Her gaze slowly lifted as the warm light shone upon the bountiful golden fields. "Now I want to say thank you. Truly thank you for creating this granary land, Aileen." A fleeting look of astonishment appeared on Aileen's face, followed quickly by a sense of unease. "Even though I didn't work out of enthusiasm, nor did I hope for the granary land to succeed, but..." The two stood in silence, admiring the view before them, her saying that I'm not a scammer and that I work hard. The fragrant golden rice fields. For the first time, this feeling isn't bad at all. Afterwards, they listened together to the sweet song on the street, just as the grains of the granary land ripened evenly. The idle townsfolk listened to the love song about Lady Rena sung by the minstrels. Soon, they became curious and started whispering amongst themselves. They looked at the two princes walking beside her, intimate and handsome, the main characters of the song. Kylon's warm gaze turned toward her, while Rostin's serious face always looked in her direction with an affectionate stare. The love song of Princess Rena. the Black Flower Princess, spread increasingly wider. Perhaps due to the power of that melody, farmers from all over began to move cautiously, or maybe it was the positive rumors passed by word of mouth that pushed them to cross the river toward the fertile lands in the east. Time passed under the warm sunlight, and the rice fields entered a bumper harvest season. The farmers worked tirelessly, sweat pouring down their faces, but joy was evident in their every movement. Meanwhile, at Rena's manor, the unaccepted Black Flower Lady hid herself in the icy manor amidst the blizzard, she sang. Veronica, with a face radiant with happiness, exclaimed, "It is so wonderful to look at these beautiful flowers. Who would have thought that such rare species could be grown in the freezing north? It's like a dream." However, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by Kylon shouting. "Shever," he grumbled, holding the book up in front of the boy who was about to eat some cake. "How many times have I told you, don't scribble in the book? When are you going to memorize the alphabet?" Shever glanced away, his indifferent attitude making Kylon even angrier. "If you want to write, at least write properly. What is this word? Are you even listening to me?" His scolding echoed all the way to the hallway where Rena stood looking out the window. Today is also very peaceful, she thought to herself. Suddenly, she noticed a white-haired child standing down there. Luca. She instantly recognized that adorable face. Meanwhile, at the Winter Snow Manor where the climate was freezing, Shever spoke up with a serious expression. "Duke, I have a curious question." Rostin glanced coldly, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. "What is it? Keep it short." "The song about Princess Rena, the Black Flower Princess," Shever said in a patient voice. "Who is the one the princess falls in love with?" Reaching the crucial part, Shever asked loudly, "It is you, the Duke, isn't it?" Rostin's blue eyes paused for a moment before he coldly replied, "What are you talking about? That's just a fictional song." Unwilling to give up, Shever pressed on, his voice stubborn. "But even if it's fictional, we can still speculate who the target is. This is something everyone is curious about. Please answer honestly." Rostin looked back with a suspicious gaze. "Everyone is curious?" Shever shouted. "Is it Lord Kylon, or you, the Duke?" Rostin shook his head and turned away coldly. "It's just a song. I don't care who people imagine it to be." Shever still refused to let it go, his voice filled with indignation. "We can't let the South steal the princess away. Lady Rena is ours." Rostin sighed, lightly threatening him. "You're too idle here, aren't you? How about we restart your training?" Right at that moment, a knight hurriedly ran over. "Duke, the high priest has arrived." Rostin was slightly surprised, but remained calm. "An interesting song has spread everywhere," the high priest said, his eyes full of contemplation. "Rena, the Black Flower Princess, has fallen in love. Is the one the princess loves the Duke?" Rostin could only shake his head. He never expected that even the high priest would come ask about this. However, he continued, "Although the Duke has the freedom to date anyone, there is a concerning matter." Rostin calmly asked back, "What makes you worried?" The man replied with an anxious look, "Isn't the Winter Snow family cursed?" The moment he finished speaking, Rostin's expression froze as he fell into silence. The man brought back painful memories from his past. "Although the Duke was lucky to survive, your parents sacrificed themselves to the curse." He continued, bringing up the past. Even the Duke's younger brother could not escape. A pitying gaze was evident in his eyes. "I'm very sorry, but this curse is not over yet." Rostin suddenly realized something. If the Duke gets married, that person could also be affected by the curse. The image of Rena in agony flashed through his mind, making his whole body turn cold and his face rigid. The man gently reminded him, "You should be careful, Duke of Winter Snow." Rostin just sat there in stunned silence. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Clack. Rena hurriedly called out loudly, "Rostin." He turned his head toward the sound. The person also looked over and asked softly, "Is that the Black Flower Princess?" Rostin's expression darkened further, remaining silently deep in thought. Hearing no response, Rena continued to call out loudly, "Rostin." But in his ears, only the warning echoed, "You should be careful." Rena calmly looked around, completely unaware. The person's voice still echoed, "The curse is not ended. The one who marries the Duke could also be affected." Suddenly, Rena glanced back, sensing someone's presence. The warm, deep voice of the priest rang out. "What a surprise to meet you here, young Lady Rublight." The surrounding atmosphere became tense and cold. The The priest continued, "It is an honor to meet you. I heard the North is accumulating much virtue." Rena stared at him in stun, noticing the unfriendly smile on his face. She suddenly recognized this figure. A brilliant aura radiated from him, carrying a friendly and kind appearance. The highest-ranking leader of the temple, the high priest. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Did you save the granary land?" He smiled and spoke amiably, but the air remained tense. "It seems you are more talented than me, the one who worships the gods." Rena forced a helpless smile, cursing inwardly. Damn it, could he have found out that I am the Demon King? The high priest, seeing no response, simply looked at her with clear eyes and an innocent face. Rena tried to maintain a friendly demeanor. "So it is the high priest. Of course, I have heard of your reputation. It is an honor to meet you." But inside, she was screaming with anxiety. Has he found out or not? The high priest gently continued, "I heard the young lady has become a saintess this time, right? The saintess among the noble ladies. Everyone must celebrate." His voice was sweet. "What do you think about holding your coming-of-age ceremony at the imperial capital this winter?" Without waiting for her reply, he continued, "If young Lady Rue Blight, who saved the granary land, joins me, the ceremony will be even more meaningful." Rena looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, the coming-of-age ceremony. If he invites me to participate, perhaps he doesn't suspect me of being the Demon King. Relieved, she replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I will definitely attend." He maintained a calm expression and was about to continue, "Yes," and then he brought up the unspoken rule of the banquet. Here, adults usually come with a partner. Without hesitation, he frankly stated his purpose for inviting her. "From what I've heard, the song Blackflower Princess is very popular. Therefore, I'm very much looking forward to seeing which of the two sides the young lady will bring as a partner." But when he finished speaking, she was still bewildered, not understanding anything, only staring at him wide-eyed. "Which of the two sides? What are you talking about?" Then, he politely smiled, "Then it's decided. See you then. I'll be taking my leave now." But right after that, his voice suddenly turned sinister. "It was truly a pleasure to meet you, young Lady Rue Blight." As he walked away, he thought with amusement, Rena Rue Blight, right after meeting you, I knew. In his imagination, she had become dangerous and bloodthirsty. Rena is definitely the Demon King. He secretly looked forward to it, firmly hoping she would come to the coming-of-age ceremony. With that, he left the manor in amusement, with only one thought in his mind. On that day, I will tear off that disgusting hypocritical mask and expose your true colors. When the high priest left, she watched him go with an anxious heart. Phew, he probably hasn't found out, right? Only when she was certain did she breathe a sigh of relief. I've encountered such an unexpected figure. Just then, his voice rang out, "Rena, what brings you to me?" Her eyes became serious, and she looked at him calmly. "Ah, it's nothing much. It's just that Kylon came to the house, and we talked for a bit." He asked in surprise to confirm. "Kylon?" Her mood had brightened as she recounted the conversation to him. Kylon said that before his parents passed away in the north, they used to hold a festival every harvest season. Rostin listened intently, feeling a bit shy. "So what I mean is, even though it's a bit rushed," she softly asked for his opinion, "what do you think about holding a harvest festival for the granary land?" With a gentle and joyful expression, she explained her reason. "I want to create a place where the hardworking farmers can have fun to their heart's content." But he kept staring at her with flushed cheeks, secretly wondering, why is this happening? Gazing at her sparkling, beautiful figure as she spoke, the atmosphere surrounding them was incredibly warm and fluttering. Is she sincere? Even though I don't have any connection to the North, since coming here, I've already lost my fortune early on. Rena's face was incredibly radiant and beautiful, as if viewed through a filter. His face clearly showed a shy, warm, fluttering emotion. Suddenly, an image flashed, seeing her figure sitting on his body with a pile of corpses around them. Her eyes at that time showed clear astonishment, yet firm resolve. I will protect the North." He shyly thought to himself. Was it since then? His eyes remained fixed on her, full of infatuation. "My chronic insomnia has been cured." Then he absent-mindedly agreed with her. "All right, let's hold the festival." Hearing his answer, she became extremely excited and happy. "That's wonderful." But he interrupted her. "But there's a problem." He spoke frankly. In the North, there isn't dedicated manpower to prepare for a festival. Yet she wasn't worried at all, replying cheerfully, "You don't need to worry about that." She looked at him with gentle confidence. Kylon said he has already contacted someone. He looked at her affectionately and asked, "Contacted? Who?" Inside the northern city, two people wearing thick padded coats stepped down from a carriage. The two of them stood, shivering in front of the carriage, from the Southern Duke Crafts household, festival expert Jenny and festival expert Laylee. She spoke with a trembling voice. This is the first time in my life I've been this cold. Does Sir Kylon really intend to live in a place like this? In contrast, Madame Lella spoke calmly and seriously. That man has traveled all over the world, so nothing would surprise him. The girl shivered, anxious and bewildered. I have no idea how to prepare a festival in this cold. Lella looked straight ahead, her eyes resolute and full of excitement. Preparing the festival is important, but don't forget the greater mission we've been assigned. She mentioned Kylon's feelings that she had noticed. Sir Kylon, who once declared he would never marry, is falling for the Black Flower Princess, Rena. Even though her whole body shivered from the cold, her voice was full of determination. Our mission is to confirm the identity of the Black Flower Princess. She thought of the warm scene when they met, connecting the two so that the love between her and Sir Kylon could blossom and bear fruit. The girl agreed, saying calmly, "Yes, that means we need to create a special kind of love." But Jenny kept groaning, "But I think I'll freeze to death before seeing that happen." Lella paid it no mind, firmly declaring, "This time, we absolutely must get Sir Kylon married." The girl nodded, "Yes." Rena suddenly spoke up, her face puzzled. "Straw." She innocently pointed her finger, referring to the straw she was thinking of. "Are you guys planning to organize a festival with straw?" Lella replied seriously, "That's right. When I came to the north, I saw that after every harvest, the fields were filled with straw, along with carts carrying it." With resolute eyes and a firm voice, Lella continued, "With that amount of straw, we can set up temporary stalls selling drinks and handicrafts." Rena bowed her head, resting a hand on her chin in thought. A straw festival. A strange feeling suddenly welled up inside her. For some reason, I am reminded of a village festival in Korea, where there are people, breaths, bread, coins, both adults and children, and an incredibly bustling atmosphere. She smiled, full of excitement. Everyone will work hard to enjoy this holiday. Then she agreed with their idea. That's great. Jenny, Lella, let's turn it into a festival where both adults and children can have fun. Lella looked straight ahead, her gaze sharp. The lady here is none other than Rena Rublight. Before her eyes, Rena appeared like a beautiful muse with a warm smile. Lella confidently deduced, the Black Flower Lady, Rena Rublight. She is revered by the people, full of confidence and enthusiasm when directing everyone. She looked at Rena unblinking. She is so beautiful and healthy. Her whole body trembled, her eyes serious. Truly, she is perfectly fit to be the Duchess of the South. Her heart filled with joy. Sir Kylon, you finally met such a person. Jenny stood behind, muttering with hollow cheeks, "There's no need to cry like that." Lella stopped in front of a pile of straw, using straw from the villages. Rena spoke up, expressing her desire to add something special to the festival. But it would be better if there was something more unique, right? Her words made Lella and Jenny curious. Something more unique? Rena snapped her fingers. The snap echoed. "And here, look at this." She easily manipulated a burst of black fire. "If we burn the straw with fire like this." Both Lella and Jenny dropped their jaws, astonished that the strange black fire not only incinerated the rotting wood, but also spread terrifyingly. Rena, with a radiant smile on her lips, calmly asked, "What do you two think?" Before either of them could speak, Rena, seemingly oblivious to their shock, beamed even brighter. "It would be wonderful if there's a fire performance like this, wouldn't it?" Lella turned to look, her whole body trembling, her lips quivering but unable to utter a word. In her mind, a single question repeated over and over. Burning fire. What does she mean by burning fire? But what caught her attention the most was the black fire consuming the wooden planks. A thought flashed. This is dark fire. Lella couldn't believe it. How could a pure, gentle woman like Rena use dark magic? Rena, with her crimson eyes, looked towards Lella with a mysterious smile. "The future Duchess you spoke of." Lella turned pale, her mouth agape but speechless. Only one thought remained in her mind. Is this girl the Demon King? When Kylon heard the news, he tried to force a laugh to hide his surprise. "Wow, this news is quite shocking." At this time, Rena was no longer there. Kylon stood staring at the blazing black fire, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Well, I've seen this fire anyway. Although still clear-headed, Kylon tried to keep a calm expression, but inside, he felt a bit excited. This was his first time witnessing Rina's magic, and it truly amazed him. The black flames created by Rina were spreading across the glass wall. The scratches of the dark fire seemed to tear through the air. Kylon almost collapsed to the ground, unable to believe his eyes. Yet Rina calmly asked her attendant, "Veronica, do you think this is enough?" Kylon started, his face pale, but Veronica calmly replied, "Perhaps we should weaken the fire a bit." In Kylon's mind, a thought flashed. Saintus. Cold sweat ran down his face, his expression no longer cheerful as he realized the truth. Using dark magic? He tried to maintain a calm expression, but only he knew clearly what was going on in his head. Initially, I thought Rina was the Saintus and Shever was the Demon King, but now everything is different, Kylon thought to himself. At this moment, Lela and Jenny still stood in silence, waiting for Kylon to speak. Lela, worried for her master, quickly intervened when she saw Kylon acting strangely. "Master!" Lela screamed when she saw Kylon reach out his hand to touch the black fire. Strangely enough, the fire didn't cause any injuries. It just blazed brightly without harming him at all. Kylon realized that he was completely safe when in contact with Rina's magic. Even standing in the middle of a sea of dark fire, he remained completely unhurt. Lela and Jenny stood behind, looking at this scene in amazement. Kylon turned around, his eyes serious and full of trust, trying to erase their doubts. Even if Rina isn't the Demon King, she has been mistaken for one many times. To clear up this misunderstanding, she composed the song Black Flower Lady and traveled everywhere to prove it. Lela remained skeptical, her expression not very positive. She realized that the scene of Kylon and Rina being affectionate was merely an illusion. Does this mean the two of them don't love each other at all? Lela thought to herself. The sky had not a single ray of sunlight. It was cloudy but clear. Jenny and Lela walked side by side on the frozen northern land, their hearts filled with disappointment. So that song was fake. The wedding probably won't happen either. But she stopped when she heard Lela's firm and decisive voice no. Recalling the time Rina was with Kylon, they chatted happily and intimately. When Kylon was with that girl, his gentle gaze and warm smile made her realize instantly that was definitely the look of a man in love. Lela stood in the middle of the northern weather, her mind blank with a decision to matchmake. I need to prepare a romantic stage, exactly as planned, to bind their feelings together. Rina, a girl as beautiful as a painting, stood amidst a poetic scenery, gazing at a bouquet on the grandest night of the Northern Festival, where the song about the Black Flower Lady would be performed. The scene of her holding the man's hand, love blossoming, was the finale of the performance, where the woman receives a flower from the prince. Rina's thoughts were interrupted when she heard the question, "You two want me to perform the final song?" Lela, with a kindly expression, nodded to confirm. That's right, that's the scene the audience anticipates the most. From the other side, Kylon walked in. Rina looked over, and Lela continued. "The role of the prince presenting the flower will belong to you, sir." Kylon's handsome face, holding a bouquet with a smile like a prince stepping out of a painting, made Lela even more determined. But when she heard the news, he immediately objected. No way. The Duke is the one who should go on stage. She stormed over to Rostin's desk, shouting even though his face was as cold as ice. Rostin just closed his eyes in silence. Lela didn't yield, growling, "You dare oppose, Sir Kylon?" She raised an eyebrow, his gaze resolute without a hint of fear. This festival is organized by the North. Lord Rostin, the ruling duke, of course, has the right to step onto the stage. The two faced off, staring daggers at each other, the atmosphere tense. Rina and Kylon could only stand and watch in confusion. The argument revolved around whether Kylon should perform the song Black Flower Lady. A small beast lay snugly in a palm with its eyes tightly shut. A silent, tense atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wait a minute, I oppose this performance." Chi appeared, his face full of anger. Rina stood outside, quietly observing. Lela continued her argument. Black Flower Lady is a love song. Only those who are in love are allowed on stage. She was stern, her hands clenched tight, making Chi freeze. Lela pointed her finger at Kylon, her voice full of reverence. "Our Sir Kylon." Her words made Kylon blush, and Rina and Chi were stunned. Kylon froze, his mouth stiffened, and the beast in his hand also widened its eyes in bewilderment. Rena calmly looked at him, waiting for his reaction. When their eyes met, Kylon suddenly panicked. His face flushed as he avoided Rena's gaze. The beast looked at him with judging eyes. The romantic love scene of the Black Flower Princess in a beautiful dress dancing with a hidden-faced prince was of immense curiosity to the people. Rena, with a thoughtful mind, began to sink into anxieties. According to Chi, the majority of the northern people supported Rostin. Even while eating, she couldn't stop thinking, lifelessly cutting her food and sighing wearily, feeling as though she was just standing on a stage. Annoyance welled up inside Rena. She didn't understand why everyone had to make such a fuss over such a trivial matter. However, the person opposite her gently reminded her, "That is not a trivial matter, my lady." Hearing that, Rena suddenly settled down, deep in thought. The person paused their meal, then slowly explained that for a noble lady, public performances often carry deep political significance. Rena listened attentively and gradually realized that the person standing with her on stage could change the people's perspective. She seemed to wake up, her eyes widening. Change their minds? What do you mean? At the northern village gate, there was a black wooden gate with words carved onto it. The village children played happily. Some were sliding, while others stood watching. Adults walked back and forth on the straw-lined path. The festive atmosphere filled the air everywhere as two women stood looking up. The play about the Black Flower Princess and the anonymous prince had not yet been decided. The performance still hadn't chosen someone to play the prince, but it had already begun. Inside the magnificent palace, covered in pure white snow. In the preparation room, Lela and Ginny appeared alongside Rena. By now, she had already put on her beautiful princess dress. "Wow," she exclaimed, looking delighted as she wore the gorgeous gown. Ginny, noticing her satisfaction, talked about the dress's origin. "This dress was bought from the South." Lela took the opportunity to add, "Noble ladies of the South dress extravagantly and enjoy luxurious banquets every single day." She continued proudly, "Money and fortunes are poured out endlessly, beyond counting. Among them, the Raphael ducal family is the wealthiest of the four great ducal houses." At that moment, Lela made a proposal. "If only my lady would agree to go to the south with Lord Kylon." Rena stood there, embodying the grace of a noble lady, as Lela enticed her with incredibly attractive offers. "My lady, you would get to enjoy the most wonderful things in this entire world." Her words quickly affected her, making her take a moment to think. "Go to the south with Kylon." Rena said nothing, just quietly listening and looking at the two of them. Finally, she realized it. If the prince was Kylon, with his warm smile and holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers, looking towards her, she realized that the people of the north were afraid if she shared the stage with Kylon. And if Rena truly was moved by those feelings, they would be afraid of us being together. Then would come the scenario of her leaving the gate in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the north, heading to the south. The people of the north, and even those closest to her, would be left behind, feeling sad and longing as she abandoned this familiar land and went far away from them. She still didn't take her eyes off Lela and Ginny, but deep down she understood. "Now I understand the importance of this performance to them." Then she smiled brightly as if she had an epiphany. "I have decided who will play the prince." Below the stage, the festive atmosphere was in full swing. The people of the north were eagerly looking forward to this performance. A pair of elegantly shod feet stepped onto the stage with a thud. A bouquet of flowers, predominantly pink and red, was beautifully arranged. Right now on the stage, Rena was smiling at the prince she had chosen for this performance. Who could it be? Neatly slicked back, dark purple hair was the first to be revealed. The handsome and dashing prince walking alongside Rena in this performance was none other than the Duke of the North. The neatly slicked back, dark purple hair appeared first, and then the prince submerged. The handsome, dashing man walking beside Rena was none other than the Duke of the North. He gently held the bouquet in his hands. Rena looked down at her people, her heart filled with pride at this decision. She couldn't let the people of the North down. Just then, Rostin's deep, warm voice echoed, calling her name. "Rena." Although his face looked cold, his words were surprisingly sincere. "I love you very much, so I want to give you everything." Rena widened her eyes, as if startled by what was happening. Rostin stepped closer, placing the bouquet into her hands, his eyes never leaving her for even a second. Rena suddenly noticed something strange. This line isn't in the script. Rostin tilted his head, his eyes deep. "Everything I have, I want to give to you. just like the love I have for you. Rena's eyes went round, surrounded by the endless cheers of the audience. Jenny and Lella stood beside Kylon, filled with regret. The stage curtains slowly closed. The play ended, but Rostin and Rena still stood there, their eyes fixed on each other. Rena started the conversation. Rena thought to herself, "Geez, is he smiling?" Rostin suddenly said, "It's been a very long time, since I was a child, that we've had the chance to hold a northern festival." He recalled that day. We were able to fill the storehouses with frozen grains from many bumper harvests. He continued, "I thought a day like this would only come after we defeated the Demon King." Rena stammered, "The Demon King?" Rostin looked at her sincerely. "You are the one who made all of this a reality. If there is anything I can do for you, please say it, so that I can express my gratitude." Rena couldn't believe her eyes. She thought, "Rostin, when you smile, you are really handsome." She coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere. "Ahem, I wasn't going to say that I expect to be repaid." But her red eyes looked straight ahead. "I do have one wish." The scene shifted. She was talking with a craftsman. He was surprised. Hee, a request to build a statue like this? In my 30 years of working, this is the first time I've encountered such a case. She followed up, "This is a special request from the ducal manor. Old man, please do a good job." The craftsman nodded. "Yes, this thing isn't too hard to make." He looked into the distance. The materials for sculpting are right here. The scene transitioned to where the people were working. Shouts rang out continuously. "The ropes are tied too tight. Pull it over here." Rostin peeked at Rena, thinking to himself, "I never thought Rena would want a statue like this." On the other side, Rena was observing the placement of the statue. She thought, "If we place the statue on this hill, everyone in the east will see it." The people continued working enthusiastically. Shouts echoed, "Pull." Someone sighed in relief. "Phew, this is the first time in my life I've seen a statue like this." The statue depicted a peasant woman holding stalks of grain, causing everyone to murmur in discussion. A statue honoring a peasant? In an era where most statues were of deities, emperors, or nobles, honoring a peasant was truly a bold move. Rena happily gazed at the statue. She said to Rostin, "With this statue, everyone will surely realize that in the north, farmers are highly valued. The farmers in the east can use this statue as a guiding light to overcome their difficulties." She smiled happily. "If we do that, we can attract all the farmers here and destroy every territory in the east." Then she smiled wickedly. "Ha!" Rostin felt helpless, but still smiled. "A duchess who wants to take down her own father. I really surrender to such a strange person." As everyone was preparing to leave, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Someone in the group hastily yelled, "We need to get down right now." But then at that moment, there was a loud shout. "Wait!" He used his hands to brush away the thick layer of snow on top and unexpectedly found something. His face lit up with extreme joy. "We've hit the jackpot. Look, there's a lot of it here too. Oh, I almost missed it. Hurry up, twist it quickly before it gets even darker." Suddenly, strange noises rang out, startling the group. "What's that sound? Whoa, what is that? What is this?" The cliff unexpectedly split apart, forming a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. The scene shifted to the abyss. Kylon, who had just woken up and was still sleepy, saw Shever wearing a black cloak, seemingly preparing to go out. Kylon asked softly, "Shever, it's so late at night. Where are you planning to go?" Then he suddenly noticed the streams of dark magic surrounding Shever's body. Kylon panicked. "Is this dark magic? Is Sheva using Rena's dark magic?" The Demon King had appeared, incinerating every city in black flames. And then the Saintess would appear, saving the world with her holy power. 1,000 years ago, along with the High Priest, on the day we received God's decree, I had waited for the chance to meet the Saintess. The scene shifted. The Saintess was caught by Aiden while sneaking out the window. She laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, Sir Aiden." Aiden looked at her seriously. "Saintess, you weren't planning to sneak out, were you?" Her forehead was dotted with sweat. She gently climbed down from the window and deflected. "I thought you would arrive late today." Aiden paid it no mind, speaking coldly. "As I said before, you must not go out. You must not leave the temple." She stammered, but Aiden continued. "You were chosen by the Creator to save this world. Saintess, if you get hurt or face danger outside, no one can take your place. I would be very grateful if you could live strictly according to the schedule I have laid out while at the temple." The atmosphere seemed to freeze after Aiden's words. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. "I know." Then she ran off, leaving him behind in the empty hallway. Aiden thought to himself, the saintess I met after waiting 1,000 years is just an ordinary 19-year-old girl. The scene shifted. One day, Aiden had to go to the Western Labyrinth. He went to report to the saintess. She was surprised. A labyrinth in the West? Aiden nodded. That's right. According to reports, while picking mushrooms, the Western villagers suddenly saw the Western Labyrinth open up. We must act quickly before the monsters escape. The saintess's face was filled with worry. Aiden noticed she seemed scared. He comforted her, don't worry, I won't let the saintess risk going into that labyrinth alone. The scene shifted to the Western Mountain. The saintess was trying her best to fight the monsters. The other knights praised her. Well done, saintess. At this rate, we'll wipe them out in no time. Aiden thought to himself, how strange. The monsters in this Western Labyrinth are too weak. It's as if they are fakes, possessing just enough strength for the saintess to handle. After spending some time clearing out the monsters, the saintess felt a change within herself. Wow. As a reward for conquering the Western Labyrinth, she had leveled up. The surrounding knights congratulated her. Well done, saintess. This Western Labyrinth is nothing compared to you. Aiden did not join in, but remained in deep thought. It's highly suspicious that conquering the labyrinth was this easy. In the library, a girl with blonde hair asked softly, Aiden, now that we have finished conquering the labyrinth, can I go out to hang around with my friends today? Aiden replied coldly, no, you cannot, but you may socialize with your friends here. She looked disappointed. Maybe next time then. Even so, the training schedule you set is already fully booked. He remained serious. Are you dissatisfied with your training schedule, saintess? You are the savior, after all. Unwilling to give up, she asked again. Then, Sir Aiden, could you be my friend? He was surprised and frowned. That is also out of the question. I was assigned the duty to assist and train the saintess. I cannot be friends with you. Dusk fell. A subordinate reported in panic. There is a fierce fire spreading rapidly throughout the capital. Aiden was stunned, muttering, throughout the capital? Yes, the flames are incinerating the entire city. And today, the saintess skipped her training to go out to the capital. Aiden's face darkened completely. The scene shifted to the abyss. Rena was shocked by Kylon's words. What are you talking about, Kylon? Sheva used dark magic? In the blink of an eye, Rena's eyes flashed with vigilance. As if she still couldn't believe what she had just heard, she repeated it in her head, Chevry using dark magic. Without hesitation, she hurried to find him, thinking to herself, is he truly a monster? Rena forcefully pushed the door open, with Kylon following closely behind. She shouted angrily, Chevre, but upon entering the room, she suddenly stopped. Before her eyes was the sight of a well-behaved teenager sleeping on the bed, with books scattered all over the bed and the floor. Rena walked over. The loud noise woke Chevre up. He rubbed his eyes, looked at her, and asked Rena. Kylon pointed aggressively at Chevre, intending to interrogate him. Chevre, last night you. Before he could finish, Rena interrupted him. Let me ask. She turned to Chevre. Where did you go last night? Chevre replied blankly. Last night? I was just sleeping. Kylon didn't believe him, glaring and pointing at Chevre. Liar. Last night, you bumped into me when coming inside. You even used dark magic. Chevre repeated in confusion. Dark magic? Kylon quickly replied. Stop pretending to be innocent. Rena bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the floor, skimming through its contents. The scribbled handwriting made her shake her head. After reading it, she said to Kylon, Kylon, I think you're mistaken. There are no signs showing he went out. It seems like he fell asleep while studying. Kylon exclaimed in surprise, What? This guy studying? No way. Rena defended him. During the day, you suspected Chevre was the Demon King, so that's why you dreamed about it. Kylon still didn't believe it, trying to explain. No, it wasn't a dream. Chevre's face suddenly turned sinister, casting a triumphant glance straight at Kylon. Rena paid no attention to the two of them, looking down at the paper and saying, You need to practice your handwriting a bit more, but studying like this is pretty good. When exposed to knowledge, one will naturally find it interesting. That is the virtue of Koreans. Seeing Chevre's expression change, Kylon gasped in shock. He yelled, Look, he's smirking. What I told you was the truth, Rena. Meanwhile, the capital was sinking into a fierce sea of fire. The armored knights were timid before this scene, whispering this disaster. They walked slowly, watching the entire capital burn to ashes. Children hiding behind rocks kept their eyes on them. A heavily bearded man also looked at them, wondering, Holy Knights? What brought you to such a shabby place? He stood up straight and began talking to the soldiers. Behind them, a heavily wounded woman held her trembling child, begging, Please give us some water. The The child in her arms was also covered in blood. She continuously pleaded, "Please give me some water." Aiden was heartbroken, but still ordered the knights, "Don't look back. We have our duties." Everyone had to obey, ignoring the suffering woman. They continued moving forward despite the surrounding situation. Aiden thought to himself, "Unfortunately, our duty is to protect the Saintess and defeat the Demon King. The Holy Knights exist solely for this purpose." Amidst the sea of fire, he ordered, "Split into groups and go find the Saintess." They walked past a heavily injured old man and asked, "Hey, have you seen the Saintess?" "The Saintess?" he repeated doubtfully. Then he laughed and said to them, "Ha, the Saintess. The Saintess is nothing like the likes of you." With eyes full of admiration, he spoke, "The Saintess always cares for us with her warm aura." His face radiated joy as the image of the Saintess appeared in his mind. His words left the brown-haired knight bewildered, blurting out, "Ah." The person next to him spoke up, "He sounds like a madman. Just ignore him and let's check somewhere else." A strange light washed over them, dyeing their faces gold and taking them all by surprise. A man lay there, his eyes still open in death. Aiden thought to himself, "He's suffocated in this rubble. Where could the Saintess be?" He wondered, before being overwhelmed by the golden beam of light. Aiden turned his head to look behind him and muttered, "Light?" Suddenly, the dead people behind him were enveloped in golden light. Their bodies twitched before they slowly stood up. Aiden's face darkened, knowing full well that these people were dead. He walked toward the light to find out the source, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. When he arrived, he understood the source of the light. With a face full of awe, he exclaimed, "The Saintess is glowing." Before him was the picturesque Saintess, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. Behind her was a deity with outspread angelic wings, creating a sacred and mystical scene. A large-scale resurrection spell had been cast, saving the victims of the fire. Aiden kept his eyes glued forward. The Holy Knights exist for the Saintess, he thought. The people around them were amazed. Someone cried out, "Oh, Holy Spirit, please bless us." In Aiden's mind, he told himself, "That's right, I was." He pondered for a long time. The Saintess continued to radiate a miraculous golden light, and all around, people knelt to pray for her blessing. The Saintess I have waited thousands of years for is someone like this. The white palace ahead exuded a pure beauty, surrounded by vibrant flowers. The high priest held a teacup in his hand, thinking to himself, "The Saintess has grown much stronger, but she still lacks experience. She should go to the northern labyrinth to train further." Rena has taken up too much of the spotlight. The steaming teacup remained in the high priest's hand as his thoughts wandered. His eyes were full of contemplation as he continued, "I have no choice but to lower the difficulty of the Western Labyrinth. With the current situation, she is no match for Rena. Until the Saintess becomes stronger, I need to assign Rena another task." Meanwhile, Rena, both surprised and furious, yelled, "Are you telling me the Western bandits robbed everything? 10 carts of food?" She screamed in utter shock. A sudden aura emanated from a room against the gloomy sky. Sarah appeared like a descending fairy. Suddenly, a noise rang out, causing her pupils to dilate. Upon seeing the person, Sarah was too shocked to speak. "Sir Aiden." Aiden's overwhelming presence forced her to bow her head in guilt. "I apologize for skipping my training to go out." However, Sarah still tried to argue, "But I didn't think there would be such a massive fire here." Immediately, 2 large men stepped in front of her. "Don't target the Saintess. Take it out on us. We were the ones who begged the Saintess to skip training and come with us." However, Aiden remained silent, staring at them with cold eyes. "We will take responsibility." Aiden's feet began to move. The black-haired man cried out in fear, "What the hell?" The blonde man's face also turned pale as he stammered, "See, Captain." Even Sarah couldn't believe her eyes. Sir Aiden. He had always been so aloof and superior, but now he was kneeling before her, apologizing. "I beg for your forgiveness, Holy Saintess." Aiden spoke every word calmly, neither fast nor slow. "As your servant, it is my duty to support you." Saying this, he bowed his back even lower. "I apologize for my arrogant behavior in trying to control your every move. Please forgive my insolence." For a moment, Sarah was completely stunned by Aiden. Right then, the 2 men beside her took advantage of the situation to demand, "Does this mean we can freely leave the capital now? Can we drink alcohol?" Only Sarah slowly spoke up. "If so, there's an unbending rule of the Holy Knights that I desperately wish to abolish." Hearing this, Aiden quickly replied, "What would that be?" Please help these people. I know it is the law of the Holy Knight's order not to intervene in disasters like this." Once again, Sarah spread her arms and looked at them, pleading urgently. "But please help the people here, those who tried their hardest just to survive, Sir Aiden." At this moment, Aiden broke into a satisfied smile. He quickly bowed his head once more to accept the order. "If the Saintess commands it, then I shall obey." However, Sarah did not stop there and laid out another condition. There's more. The eyes she used to look at Aiden no longer held any trace of animosity. "Please be my friend." He widened his eyes at her words. It took a long while for Aiden to finally comprehend it, but Sarah continued, "And that matter as well." Having too many things to process made him feel helpless, so he interjected, "If that is the Saintess's order, then I have no choice but to obey." After those words, a peaceful sky quickly appeared. For the first time since the founding of the Holy Knights, they were present during a disaster in the city and repaired much of the damage. The city's residents began to gather to hear about Sarah, the saintess who was highly praised by the people of the capital. One by one, they all clasped their hands and prayed before her. Everyone firmly believed that even if the Demon King appeared tomorrow, the Saintess would protect them. Little did anyone know, somewhere else, Rena was furious to the extreme. She gnashed her teeth as if she couldn't wait to explode. "This is already the 50th carriage. I can't take it anymore. I will personally take down those Western bandits." On the vast map, the north and the west of the empire were connected from north to south by territories, but a massive mountain range lay in the middle, restricting movement between them. Unlike the north, where resources were always scarce, the west boasted a supply chain of spices, jewelry, alcohol, and fabrics, ranging from cheap daily necessities to luxury goods crafted by artisans. The West had a highly developed distribution network. Rena somehow appeared in front of a massive pile of goods, thanks to a bumper harvest in the farming region. Even the North had a surplus of grain. To exchange dried fish and grain, Rena set her sights on this matter. Her caravan quickly set off through the forests and mountains. They were striving to trade goods along the major trade route. Back to reality, Rena nearly went mad upon hearing the news. But then, the bandits hiding in the ravines robbed all our provisions. Her imposing power quickly surged forth. "How dare they steal my things? I will make those fools understand." So Rena immediately climbed onto a carriage, hiding among the goods while the coachman drove, though she couldn't conceal her blazing murderous intent. She quickly departed with her delivery convoy. But when Rena joined the caravan heading west, she didn't see a single trace of the bandits. After returning, she recounted everything, but also had a question. "When I traveled with the caravan, they didn't show their faces. But why am I not allowed to travel with you every time there is a delivery?" Up in the mountains, dark shadows lurked behind the rocks, observing every movement. The Western bandits were waiting on the mountain, confirming no one was there before ambushing the cargo convoy, then quickly retreating back to the ravine. As Rena showed her curiosity, Rostin quickly explained that between the northern and western mountain ranges, many nomadic tribes lived by foraging. The Western bandits seemed to be one of those tribes, moving through the mountains as expertly as if it were their home. Rostin's eyes were now filled with murderous intent and calculation. He wanted to search every corner of that area and punish them. However, it was a region with steep terrain, and anyone unfamiliar with the place would be in danger. Despite knowing this, the current situation of the territory made it impossible for Rena to sit still. "We can't just leave it like this. We are still short of salt and pepper. Is there no other way?" Rostin continued to write intently, muttering constantly, "If necessary, I can personally bring some supplies using teleportation stones. What else do we need? Pepper, salt." At this, Rena paused for a moment in a quiet room. Her voice rang out clearly. "No, that's enough. I want everyone to approach that place together." As soon as the discussion ended, Rena stepped out of Rostin's house. As she walked, she glanced back a few times. That guy Rostin, he is far too kind given his status. Rena truly was someone with no romantic experience to judge someone like that. Could it be because we've been living too comfortably lately? I've heard that people are only generous when they live at ease. From above, Rostin stood watching her every move. He stood by the window, falling into deep thought alone. For Rena, I must find a way to eliminate those bandits. Suddenly, an unusual thought crossed Rostin's mind, but it's strange. Why would nomads who typically settle in the mountains turn into bandits? Night fell, enveloping the castle and the forest. Kylon woke up in the middle of the night and took a walk around. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a familiar room door. Suspicion arose in Kylon's mind. Why is Rena's door open? Out of curiosity, he peeked into the room through the crack in the door without hesitation. Inside, Rena was still fast asleep. However, Kylon's gaze suddenly stopped at a silhouette, and beside her was. As soon as he recognized the person, panic set in. "Shever, what are you doing?" So that Rena wouldn't be in danger, Kylon told himself. "I have to wake her up." However, before he could utter a word, a hand clamped over his mouth. Kylon was then quickly dragged away. In a flash, the sky returned daylight to the castle. At this moment, he suddenly woke up with wide eyes. Immediately after, Kylon sprang up, panting heavily, recalling everything. He couldn't help his bewilderment and muttered, "What was that?" Kylon's eyes were pale with panic. Was that just a dream? The scene shifted to Rena. Despite a sound night's sleep, she kept yawning while disguised as a young man. Rena pulled her hat down a bit and fell into thought. Why am I suddenly so tired? At this time, the person next to her spoke up. "We finally reached the western border." On the long journey of the grain convoy, traveling from the north to the west, Rena had tagged along. Soon after, she couldn't help but look up. This time, to avoid being recognized, she even disguised herself as an errand boy. Rena thought everything was perfect, so she secretly chuckled sinisterly. Those damn bandits. A firm thought lingered in Rena's mind throughout the journey. "Show yourselves this time. I will wipe you all out once and for all." Sensing the intense, murderous aura radiating from her, the coachman fearfully and cautiously spoke up. "Please calm down, my lady." Shortly after, the two stopped at an unfamiliar place. Rena was momentarily stunned upon hearing the man's words. "We have arrived in the West." A moment later, her angry hand slammed a mug of beer onto the table. Once again, the bandits didn't show up. Now, Rena had made her way to a tavern in the West, but she seemed to be in a foul mood. Her thoughts sank deep into anxieties, especially regarding the fact that the bandit gang hadn't appeared as expected. There were three main reasons why she couldn't stop pondering. First, the image of a group of tall men suddenly flashed in her mind. This time, they had no intention of robbing. The captain, speaking for the group, said, "Let's take a break this time, everyone." Following that, the image of nomads drinking merrily appeared. Second, they had stolen over 50 carriages of goods and seemed satisfied. Those people cheerfully raised their glasses, saying, "We've eaten our fill." Suddenly, Rena thought of two mysterious figures. Third, someone in the south was acting as a spy. At this thought, her eyes turned bright red, and she recalled how information about her movements had been leaked during every delivery. Rena remained immersed in her thoughts, oblivious to the footsteps behind her. If someone had the audacity to leak information, then how should she catch them? While she was still feeling troubled, a voice unexpectedly rang out. "You seem a bit absent-minded, Mississippi." The person's casual act of taking the seat next to hers startled Rena. Before she could speak, the other party initiated, "May I sit and drink beside you, beautiful lady?" However, Rena sighed, not amused in the slightest. What? Did he recognize me as a woman that easily? It seems my disguise was useless. Thinking this, she showed no mercy, glaring at the person and bluntly shooing them away. "Go away. I'm not in the mood for small talk." But as soon as Rena looked up, she froze at the sight of Noel's face. After getting a clear look at him from head to toe, she suddenly realized it was the Western Duke, Noel. In her panic, Rena subconsciously blurted out, "Hummy." Noel's lips quickly formed a smile when she recognized him. He sat right next to her at a leisurely pace and cheerfully struck up a conversation. "I heard from Duke Wintersnow that you have been through a lot, Lady Rubelite." Upon hearing this, Rena internally cursed that guy Rostin. Suddenly, she recalled boarding the carriage under Rostin's watchful gaze, having a hard time convincing him not to follow her. "If you tag along, the risk of getting caught will increase, so please stay behind." Right then, Noel deliberately added to draw Rena's attention back to him. "I've been thinking about this all along. Why would nomads, who have always lived peacefully, suddenly turn into a criminal gang?" And the one who answered him was Kai. "It's because of the gold mine." He sat casually on the side, chewing on a piece of pastry. As for Rena, upon hearing those words, she impatiently questioned, "What are you talking about?" Rena seemed to snap awake after those words. "Do you know know something? However, Kai ignored her, making Rena scream madly. Did you just say gold mine? What do you mean? At this point, he calmly picked up his pastry and continued. The reason the nomads lived peacefully and comfortably in the mountains without any conflict is that there is a gold mine on their mountain. They had a gold mine in that place. Kai quickly recalled the silhouettes leaving the cave, a secret gold mine. Afterward, they sold a little bit in the city to make a living. Suddenly, his next words left the other two stunned again, but their gold mine is almost completely gone. Unable to contain her curiosity, Rena spoke faster than her brain could process. Gone? Who took it? Kai's half-finished words seemed to make it impossible for Rena to stay calm, and she yelled out, "Most importantly, how do you know about that?" She panicked, emitting her dark aura, and stood up saying, "Don't tell me you're one of them." Suddenly, a panicked crowd rushed out of the place with screams. An intense aura quickly filled the space upon witnessing that anger. Kai started to tremble, stuttering. "Now I understand, you are." His voice echoed throughout the tavern, along with the disdainful smile of Rena, the most famous one, Rena Rubelite. Noelle, standing behind, couldn't help but panic at her power and words. "Have you heard of me?" Rena asked. At this moment, Kai had somewhat calmed down to face her. Of course. However, his fearful instinct still made him blurt out, "I heard you use terrifying black magic that cannot be underestimated, but you have never harmed an innocent person." Those very words made Rena pause for a beat. Right after, she stepped closer, directly facing Kai. Are you trying to say that you are innocent?" Despite still having some fear, his honor urged Kai to retort, "I have never stolen anything." Just then, the tavern owner suddenly spoke up to confirm. "That's right, Kai comes from a nomadic tribe, but it has been a very long time since they left the mountain to come down to the village." These confirming words seemed to calm Rena down, and she fell silent for a moment. Very quickly, she retracted her imposing aura in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, Kai's hand also rested on the edge of the chair, preparing to stand up. After the conversation, Rena finally expressed her thoughts. The nomadic tribe on the mountain is not an ordinary band of robbers. You know this, but she poured all her sincerity into sitting down to talk to Kai. Why have they now become a band of thieves? Tell me everything you know. In the blink of an eye, the space shifted to a clear sky. A pair of black shoes quickly stepped onto a rocky outcrop. On the high cliff, two figures stood close together. Kai walked confidently, while Rena was so scared that her blood pressure seemed to drop, clinging tightly to the cliff. At this moment, she realized that Kai was more proactive than she thought. Even so, she kept telling herself in her heart, "I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared." Kai even brought her all the way here, promising to let her witness the lives of the nomads with her own eyes. Suddenly, a whistle sounded in Kai's ear, making him stop. His face suddenly went pale as he turned to say to Rena, "It seems we can't go any deeper." That whistle was a warning, saying that we shouldn't get any closer. Hearing this, Rena breathed a sigh of relief, but still tried to save face. "So that's how it is. I'm not scared, but let's go back." However, Kai didn't let her have her way, continuing to point into the distance before turning back. "Do you see that?" In the direction of his pointing finger, a strange cave appeared. It was a gold mine. Rena went from fearful to surprised, following his gaze. Kai spoke up once again, while Rena still pressed herself against the cliff. Most of the nomads struggled to make a living by raising livestock on the mountain, so they supplemented their income with the gold in the mine. Suddenly, his voice lowered as he spoke about the cave blocked by a barrier. But one day, Kai's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he looked into the distance. A magical barrier appeared at the entrance to the gold mine. Since then, no one has been able to enter. Hearing this, Rena also felt confused. A barrier? Who on earth set up a barrier there? Question like that. Kai suddenly fell silent, unable to speak a word. Very quickly, the familiar castle appeared, and Rostin also quickly grasped the story and nodded. After a prolonged silence, Rostin finally spoke. The priest set up a barrier across the gold mine, but Rostin's words unexpectedly made Kai go quiet. "So, is it because of that the nomads started robbing?" Rostin bluntly spoke negative words about the nomads right in front of Kai, without any hesitation. What a compelling argument. Instead of stealing, they could also come down the mountain like you and work hard to make a living. At this point, Kai couldn't hold back anymore. "They can't do that," he shouted, though full of helplessness, still trying to protect the people of his tribe. "My mother lives at the foot of the mountain, so traveling is much easier for me. But for most nomads, it's hard for them to adapt to life at the bottom of the mountain. As Kai finished speaking, Rena suddenly felt a quiet sympathy. She suddenly understood Kai's meaning. In an instant, Rena imagined the frowning faces, the people who couldn't happily embrace a new life. And she looked at Rostin in the present and understood more deeply. Rostin, born into a noble family, would never understand this. He was still trying to reason little by little. Even if it's hard to adapt, robbing is also. However, the following words were swallowed back as she spoke. Rostin. Rena slowly stepped back toward Kai with an affirmation. I am on Kai's side, while Rostin, after hearing the shocking words, was stunned. What? She stood up without hesitation and proposed. Of course, what the nomadic tribes did was wrong. But instead of dragging them down the mountain and punishing them, it would be better to give them a chance to start their lives over. Finally, Rena confronted him with the most resolute gaze. Therefore, I hope you will go to the high priest and ask about the magical barrier. Her proposal seemed to leave Rostin with no strength to reply. Then consider returning the gold mine to the nomadic tribes. An innocent face was quickly put on by Rena as she pleaded earnestly. Will you do that? Kai now also just stood still without saying a word. The surroundings gradually became quiet, leaving only him deep in thought. At this moment, Rostin could only sigh in agreement. All right, the scene shifted to the central room of the castle. Outside the door, the servant stood formally waiting to welcome him. Please wait here for a moment. The high priest will be right with you. Meanwhile, Rostin had been focusing on the mess all this time. Rostin, I am on Kai's side. Rena. His mood at this moment was like a chaotic mess as he kept thinking about those words. You were so angry about the bandits' behavior, but suddenly became so forgiving. Why? Unconsciously, Rostin associated it with the sweet image of Rena and Kai. Could it be because of him? Rostin put his hand to his head, eyes closed, sighing anxiously this feeling. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, is this jealousy? In front of a large cathedral with brilliant light shining in, Rostin and the priest stood facing each other. He spoke with a cold face. I apologize for not being able to help you. Duke, hearing the priest say that, he thought to himself, I thought the high priest might know something about the barrier at the entrance to the cave, but he says he knows nothing at all. Rostin slowly walked down the stairs alone, looking ahead with a serious expression. If even the high priest doesn't know about this. A magical scene appeared with a cave having floating glowing blue texts. Rostin pondered. Come to think of it, it's really strange. That mountain is so steep that even the priest would find it hard to climb. Who could have climbed up there to set up a barrier? Suddenly, he looked up with a stern face. What caught Rostin's eye at this moment was something inside an archway with exquisite carvings. A small sphere was kept inside a cage, topped with a cross, and the entire cage was surrounded by a faint blue energy light. He then stepped forward. Suddenly a voice rang out, making his whole body pause. Have you ever come across a stone barrier? Rostin turned his head in astonishment towards the source of the voice. He exclaimed in surprise. Duke Raft. The elegantly dressed man was none other than the Duke of the South. His eyes closed as he gently smiled and replied, Long time no see. Winter snow? The two faced each other, Rostin wondering about George's previous statement. Is that how they set up a barrier in such a high place? Hearing this, he asked, That's right. Are you interested too? George then explained about the stone surrounded by mysterious energy circles, an ordinary stone barrier stone. They were used by priests since ancient times. Just placing that stone, there will create a barrier preventing others from getting close. He looked down thoughtfully with a contemplative expression. So could it be that the barrier originated from inside the cave? He spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. By the way, recently, it seems my son has arrived in your city. Rostin replied with a somewhat anxious expression. Oh yes, Kylon. He recalled Kylon with blazing red eyes, angrily shouting. Shever. This was a very common sight at the Abyss Manor, as Rostin stood to the side, watching the scene unfold. Kylon ran over angrily, waving his hand and grabbing Shever's hair, shouting loudly. How many times have I told you to brush your teeth before going to bed? Huh? With a face tinged with a bit of anxiety, he continued his words. He seems to be enjoying the present moment. Hearing that, George chuckled softly and muttered, That kid. Then he slowly recounted. Ever since that incident happened in the family, he left and has never returned even once. George lowered his head, his eyes not daring to look directly at Rostin, his voice deepening. The boy has explored the world enough. Now it's time for him to return to take on his role as the family's heir. Please pass on this message for me. Rostin nodded, his face stern. I understand. In a magnificent palace with classical architecture, Rena suddenly asked, "Do you think the barrier stone is what created the barrier?" Rostin stood opposite and replied, "That's right. We don't know who that person is, nor do we know his motive." He thought about the stone in the cave and continued, "But certainly someone placed a barrier stone there." Rena rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful, perhaps to prevent people from entering the gold mine. She seriously added, "Whatever the reason is, if the temple knows nothing about it." In front of Rostin's surprised face, she nonchalantly concluded, "Then we just need to destroy it, and that's it." Rostin pondered, "But we can't climb mountain." Rena smiled confidently. "There is someone who can climb it." At that time, Kai was standing amid streams of dark purple energy, his face full of worry. Rena stared at the piece of paper in front of her, reading aloud the strange words. Suddenly, she stopped reading and smiled sweetly. The mysterious energy emitting from the piece of paper grew stronger and stronger. After that, the piece of paper was neatly rolled up, and the streams of energy gradually dissipated. Rena breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I've finally finished this scroll." Rena stepped forward, holding the piece of paper firmly in her hand. "Here, Kai, I'll assign you a super difficult task." Kai frowned. "What does that mean?" He grasped the scroll and asked again, "I have to go straight into the cave containing the gold mine, tear this scroll, and the magic will destroy the barrier, right?" Rena nodded. "Exactly." The two began to imagine the scene of Kai standing on a high rocky outcrop. He explained, "When I start climbing the mountain, I will deliberately let cargo carts pass by the cliff. Those carts will become targets for the thieves." Rena continued, "Then you can smoothly climb up the mountain." In their imagination, the image of Kai tearing the scroll appeared clearly. Rena went on, "And destroy the barrier." Kai nodded decisively. "I understand. I will do this." Kai turned to Rena, speaking in a serious tone. "As long as the nomads continue to cause trouble, my life in the village will also face difficulties." Rena smiled. "Thank you, Kai." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. "Ah, that's right." Rena grabbed Kai's hand, closed her eyes, and a stream of dark purple energy surrounded the two. She explained, "I have teleportation magic. To use the scroll, you need to stand somewhere near the mountain." It was unclear if Kai heard her clearly, but his cheeks had flushed red with embarrassment. Nearby, Rostin stood with his arms crossed, his face darkening as he looked at them. He half closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "This feeling, I can't stand it at all." In Rena's head, streams of thought appeared clearly, sending the scroll to Kai. "The plan to destroy the barrier is very simple, and I think it will easily succeed. The problem is I am already a level 1000 demon king. The magic that I've been using peacefully all this time, the destruction has been assigned to a purpose suitable for its dark origin." Suddenly, Kai tore the scroll in his hand across, his face exuding a cold and solemn look. Before his eyes appeared a deep crevice, extending like a giant gash tearing apart the dry ground. That crevice stretched all the way to the cliff, a testament to the terrifying power of the Demon King that I didn't hesitate to display. After escaping the scene and returning, Rena tiredly closed her eyes and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've created a scroll. I didn't expect it to be this strong." The long, bottomless pit didn't just stop at frost, but it also extended all the way to the edge of the cliff where Kai was standing. From a small crack, it gradually became deeper and wider. Initially, I only intended to destroy the barrier of the gold mine, but the result was that the entire mine was leveled. Rena glanced toward Winter Snow and continued. It seems Kai was very shocked. He replied softly, "Well, that's understandable." Rena let out a long sigh, worried in her heart. What if the bandits find out about this? Will they be angry that someone completely destroyed their gold mine? Will they return to their old path? On the other side, a man was kneeling helplessly on the cold ground. He was the leader of a bandit group, his face full of annoyance and scowling. As Rena and Winter Snow approached, he spoke up, "My life, I will offer it up to atone for my sins." His act of confessing guilt made both of them look at each other with great suspicion. Rena looked at him, unable to help but think in her heart, what a coincidence. He bowed his face to the ground, his expression full of guilt, seemingly begging for forgiveness. In a magnificent palace, Kai sat on a chair with a worried expression, his hands clasped together, his back hunched, elbows resting on his thighs. "I went up the mountain and persuaded them," Kai said, but suddenly his face darkened. "I told them that would only make Rena more annoyed." Rena and Winter Snow sat in silence, listening intently, and the entire mountain is just like the gold mine, Kai continued. After hearing this, Rena looked exhausted, her breathing becoming ragged. The situation is really critical. Her gaze averted elsewhere, but she still thought in her heart, if holding immense power is effective, then it's best to utilize it. Then both Rena and Winter Snow went together to meet the bandit leader, who was currently being detained by 2 guards. Rena crossed her arms, scolding strictly like a superior. The grains from the fertile lands are the blood and sweat of the farmers, and they were not compensated at all. With your little life, do you dare to demand an exchange for more than 500 lives on the mountain peak? The bandit leader bowed his head, remaining silent, his face tense. Rena continued, all of them will have to go to the north and work on the fertile fields until they make up for our massive losses. He pressed his lips tightly, a sullen look clearly visible on his face. That is unacceptable. He looked up, saying resolutely, you might as well just kill me. Hearing this, a surge of anger rose in Rena's heart. She gritted her teeth and replied angrily, I am giving you a chance to repay what you have stolen. He dropped his head down, saying no more words. Suddenly, he opened his mouth to say something, but the words that came out left Rena feeling helpless. I will pay with this life. Just kill me. She crossed her arms, her mind full of thoughts. Couldn't even speak properly. Finally, she closed her eyes and reluctantly replied, if so, I have no other choice. At that moment, a dark energy radiated around Rena. Her face darkened, and her voice was filled with determination. I must blow up the entire mountain where you reside. The bandit leader's face turned pale, fear rising in his heart. The leader reluctantly led all the nomads down the mountain to start a new life in the fields. After everything was settled, Rena and Winter Snow sat together enjoying tea. Rena gently held her teacup, her voice soft but resolute. The fields always lack manpower, and the bandits must pay for their crimes. Isn't this a decision that is both merciful and wise? She smiled with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Winter Snow sat in silence, his face deep in thought. He slowly spoke. I forced them to submit to power, but if the nomads work in the fields, they will gradually integrate into society. That is the way to correct their mistakes. However, perhaps I made a wrong judgment. The scene shifted to a pristine white palace. The sky no longer snowing, but instead having a cool, fresh atmosphere. Inside, Dak was talking to priest bandits. I understand. He silently pondered and then slowly continued. This is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Dak frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth. Winter Snow must not make the same mistake I did, showing mercy to lowlifes. The priest beside him unhurriedly took a sip of tea, a mysterious smile creeping onto the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Zune and In sat neatly on their chairs, expressing their gratitude in unison. You two have always taken care of us. We are incredibly grateful. They continued to talk about what they had received from Rena and Winter Snow's help. Thanks to the cultivation of the vast grain fields, the farmers' lives have become prosperous. However, Zune's face suddenly darkened, his voice hesitant. Therefore, we also tried to accept the nomads. Even though we initially felt uneasy because they used to be bandits, they claimed to have repented, and we also needed more manpower. But not only do they lack experience in farming, they have never even held a sickle. Their egos are too big. Just a slight reminder makes them furious. Zune sighed, his voice sad to be honest. It feels like we're being punished for their crimes. Rena walked to the window, her eyes looking far away with sadness, her face showing clear exhaustion and contemplation. When the nomads worked alongside the northern farmers, I thought they would gradually integrate into society. But in reality, from their eating habits and clothing to their manners, they act extremely domineering. They adamantly refuse to embrace northern culture, only clinging to their own traditions. Rena recalled Kai's account. He once went to a nomad's house to check on them, but was bluntly chased away. That person entered the house with a furious look and slammed the door shut. Kai sighed, they don't even want to talk to us. Rena crossed her arms, deep in thought. What should we do? If this continues, they will cause conflicts with the northern farmers. Just then, a guard rushed in to report, my lady, there are 2 cargo carriages prepared outside the palace. Rena shouted in surprise, are you saying there's a thief? She couldn't hide her annoyance, but the culprits are all here. What do you mean? The guard hesitated, Suddenly, Rena realized something. It turned out that when the nomads left the mountain, Another tribe had moved in and started stealing. Her head ached. Her face turned pale. Another group of nomads? Rena widened her eyes, her inner voice echoing with worry. We are already struggling to deal with a nomadic group brought to the north, and now another group has appeared and started stealing. In the dark room, the faint morning light filtered through the crack in a door, shining on Rena's thoughtful face. The room was messy and chaotic, reflecting her turbulent mood. Outside, the snow continued to fall incessantly, blanketing the Uni Palace in white. Rena looked down at her hands, her heart filled with thoughts about the Demon King's previous power. This power had helped her solve almost every problem, but this time, it seemed useless. She suddenly remembered the bandit leader's words, "I'd rather you kill me." At that moment, looking at his face from up close, Rena suddenly realized that they were not as wicked as she had thought. They were not villains, but neither were they people who wanted to strive for a peaceful life. They reminded her of the northern people. Rena once thought they would easily integrate with the Northerners and become good citizens. But now, she felt discouraged, glancing out the window, her heart full of doubts. Winter Snow stood silently observing every gesture and expression on Rena's face. He said nothing, only waiting for her to speak. Rena began to share her thoughts, her voice gentle but full of melancholy. Just like when I was locked in the dark room, living in helplessness, I once thought I was the most useless existence in the world. Her face suddenly showed a hint of sadness. Now that I have power, I thought I would never feel that way again. Rena turned to ask Winter Snow, her voice full of doubt. Could it be that I have relied too much on power? Winter Snow remained silent for a long time, his eyes full of contemplation. Then he slowly spoke. "No, I don't think so." He stood up, walking toward Rena, his voice gentle but decisive. "Rena, you tried to take back the gold mine for them and gave them a very lenient punishment so they could live by their own strength and leave this mountain." Rena was startled hearing these words from Winter Snow. He sat down beside her, his gaze tenderly looking straight into Rena's sparkling eyes. "You didn't just rely on power. Things didn't go as planned, but if you reassess the situation, you can still solve them." Rena looked passionately at Winter Snow, her heart overflowing with emotion. He softly comforted her. "Rena, what you possess is not just this power. You also have the capability to handle those matters." Rena became even more astonished. She reached out her hand, intending to touch Winter Snow's face. Her voice softly called, "Winter Snow." It seemed like a sweet moment. But unexpectedly, she suddenly grabbed his collar, bringing her face close to Winter Snow's, her voice full of anger. "You've been slacking off at work lately. Are you planning to let me do everything?" Winter Snow calmly replied, "No, I am not." The scene shifted. Rena stood on a high point, her eyes thoughtfully observing the people living below. She assessed the situation while thinking to herself, reassess and solve. "Now I realize I know nothing about their culture. From now on, I will thoroughly investigate what kind of people the nomads are." The scene shifted to a massive and magnificent palace. A voice from inside rang out. "Thank you for preparing such a grand feast for us." On the dining table, a roasted chicken was placed on a platter, emitting an appetizing aroma throughout the room. Around it were beautifully arranged dishes. That voice rang out again. "This meal is so delicious." Sarah picked up a piece of food, the delicious taste slowly spreading across her taste buds. She happily said, "I heard Eastern cuisine is unique. It truly is a prosperous and lovely place." A voice full of hidden meanings said, "Of course, we must treat the saintess with absolute dedication and respect." The man sitting opposite Sarah continued, "After all, you are the savior who will save us from the Demon King. Furthermore, we also hope you can solve the issue of the labyrinth in the east." Sarah smiled brightly. "Oh, come on, that's not a big favor. This is something a saintess like me has a responsibility to do." He lowered his voice. "I have been very worried about the northern region, but thanks to the saintess, I feel more reassured." Sarah asked while chewing, "Because of the north? Isn't it well protected by Rena and Duke Winter Snow?" Hearing this, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. His eyes wide open, Dax slammed his hand on the table, his voice shouting angrily. "Protected?" Sarah was startled, astonished by his unusual attitude. His voice deepened. "Winter Snow has been manipulated by Rena." Sarah was confused, repeating, Manipulated? He lowered his voice, his eyes full of resentment. I don't know how she managed to deceive the saintess. But his whole body trembled, fear welling up, his mouth stuttering. Rena's true identity is the rotten demon king. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarah, who was about to pick up food, froze, her face showing extreme confusion. He started making up stories, detail by detail. The people around, regardless of gender, all showed panicked expressions. Even now, Rena continues to kidnap farmers from our place. Furthermore, there are rumors that she is enslaving the nomadic tribes on the mountain. Hearing this, Sarah's face turned pale, anxiety clearly showing on her face. She suddenly remembered the image of a long-haired demon chasing after her and the soldiers. The image of Rena on the cover of this game looked quite similar to the Demon King. She swallowed, her throat twitching slightly, as if trying to force down the uneasiness choked at her chest. Sarah sat motionless on her chair, silently calling the name in her mind. Rena, are you really the Demon King? The scene shifted to a dry land where a farmer was diligently hoeing the soil. Everyone worked hard, but the face of that farmer was none other than Rena in disguise. She worked while observing the surrounding situation, learning about the lifestyle of the nomadic tribes. Rena slightly pulled down the brim of her hat, shielding herself from the blinding sunlight, her eyes full of resolve and determination. She stood in the middle of the sun, holding a hoe with a majestic demeanor. The nomads here had a habit of having meals and praying every noon. For nomads gathered, closing their eyes to pray, "Thank you, Lord, for providing us with food." Rena gently walked closer and listened. The beginning was just a normal prayer of thanks, but then a person continued, "Please help us escape from this hell. Please let us return to the mountain range." Rena was shocked, thinking to herself, hell, do they mean that Steep Mountain is better than this place? At Rena's palace, the atmosphere was quiet. After returning, she talked with Kai. He began recounting the story of the nomads. Initially, the nomadic tribes lived by herding goats. Kai's face showed worry. He lowered his voice, but one day, the sheep lay scattered on the ground, dying en masse in front of the people. A plague wiped out their beloved herd of goats. Two villagers stood close to each other, looking at the dead sheep, their eyes filled with sadness and worry, desperate to find a livelihood. Then suddenly, a gold mine appeared before them in a large cave deep in the forest. They believed it was a gift from the mountain god, bestowing the mountain and the gold mine for the benefit of the nomadic tribe. But now, having left the mountain, they think they have been abandoned by the mountain god and have to live in a living hell. Hearing this, Rena felt astonished and pity for them. She put her hand on her head, sighing, "It truly is unfortunate that they perceive everything in such a negative way." Kai softly added, "Their aggressive nature wasn't that strong initially, but to protect the mountain and the gold mine from other nomadic tribes, they trained hard and became like that. Eventually, they even resorted to banditry." Rena concluded, "So other nomadic tribes have moved to the deserted mountain." Silence enveloped them for a long time. Then Rena spoke. Her voice was light as a passing breeze. "We need to bring them back." Kai exclaimed in slight surprise. "Huh?" She looked down, firmly stating, "We need to let the nomadic tribe." On the freezing mountain peak, Winter Snow turned to ask Rena with doubt, "Are you planning to turn them into the mountain's self-defense force? Those nomads?" Rena, enjoying a hot cup of tea in her hand, calmly replied, "Exactly. The nomads have an aggressive nature and a deep attachment to the mountain. Assigning them the task of protecting the mountain instead of farming would be a more suitable role." Winter Snow slowly approached, advising, "Even if their abilities are suitable, you cannot assign the task of protecting to bandits. Doing so is no different from letting a cat guard fish shop. What makes you trust them so much?" Rena chuckled coldly, replying, "It's not that we trust them." She turned sharply toward him, her eyes piercingly cold. "It's making them believe in me." Winter Snow asked in surprise, "Make them believe in you?" Rena smirked, a dark energy radiating from her. She rested her chin on her hand, declaring bluntly, "I will become the god of the nomads." At the nomadic tribe's settlement, the scene unfolding was a simple wooden house. In front of the house, a pot of food was boiling vigorously. Clotheslines and other items were scattered on the ground. A woman stepped out of the house, carrying 2 water buckets. She said loudly, "Let me go to the well to fetch some water." She attached the bucket to a sturdy rope and slowly lowered it. Suddenly, she was attracted by something. A white goat appeared, emitting a sparkling light around it. The woman exclaimed in astonishment. "A goat?" The goat turned its head, its eyes seemingly wanting to say something. She focused on its eyes, thinking to herself, "It seems to want me to follow." The goat stomped its hooves on the ground and moved forward. The curious woman followed it, hiding behind a bush, whispering, let's go together." Before her eyes, a tree trunk was covered in dark energy. It grew stronger, as if it was about to burn the tree down. Then the energy vanished in a thin air, leaving the tree trunk charred black, with smoke billowing out. The woman stepped closer, intending to touch the tree. A pink text appeared. "Every night, if you return to this place, an almighty savior will appear to guide you." Her face darkened, fear rising up. She hesitated. This is a calling from the gods. Immediately, she ran back to inform the tribe. The villagers buzzed with discussion. "A calling has appeared. The gods have heard our prayers. Tonight, let's secretly gather there." The crowd marched aggressively on the white snow. A man spoke up. "Impossible." Before their eyes was a long convoy of carriages shining brilliantly. "There are golden carriages in this place. The calling is real." A nomad exclaimed, "It is real. Let's see." Suddenly, a masked woman appeared in midair. Well, everyone is fully gathered. That woman was none other than Rena in disguise. The crowd below was terrified, unable to utter a word. They braved themselves to ask, "Are you our savior?" Rena quickly replied, "That is correct." Sitting on the golden carriage, she declared, "I will take you on these carriages back to this sacred mountain." The nomads cheered joyfully, "Oh my the god." The nomads clasped their hands together, thanking her profusely. Then Rena continued, "In exchange, I have one condition." A black fire spread throughout the forest. They screamed in fear, "Fire, fire." She crossed her arms, her voice ringing out sternly. "Among you, only those who truly repent of their past sins can step through this fire, get on the carriage, and swear never to offend again." As soon as she finished speaking, a young man turned to look at everyone, their faces all darkened. He sighed, his eyes fixed on the fire, and took a decisive step forward. Gathering all his courage, the young man dashed through the fire, then turned back to observe the situation. Rena stood silently, her eyes following him. The people around looked at each other, a fierce determination igniting in their hearts. A group of people ran through the fire together, panting and cheering. "We did it. It's not hot at all." However, a middle-aged man remained standing in place. He gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, then mustered all his courage to charge forward. As soon as he touched the fire, his feet were burned, and he screamed in pain. "Ah, it's too hot." Rena pointed straight at him, shouting loudly, "Stubborn fool, you haven't truly repented for your sins." The black fire flared up, engulfing the man and making him tremble as he cried out, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Everyone glared at him, their eyes full of indignation, as if the gods were also angry. "Oh my God." The nomads approached, pressed his head to the ground, and shouted, "As punishment, we will slit this traitor's throat to set an example." Rena exclaimed in shock, "What?" Behind the mask, her whole body stiffened as she thought to herself, "Wait, this is truly unpredictable." The man, his head pinned down by the villagers, struggled and yelled, "Let me go." But when the cold blade touched his neck, he immediately fell silent, as obedient as if his entire body had turned to stone. Rena's voice rang out, "Wait." The energy surrounding her gradually dissipated. Rena gently landed on the ground, stepping closer to them. There's no other way. A lie cannot cost another person's life. The mask had now been reduced to ashes by the fire. She couldn't keep quiet. Everyone spoke up in astonishment. Lady Rena." Rena flashed a bright smile on her beautiful face. The crowd of nomads exchanged bewildered glances. A woman among them asked, "A god? Is she a god?" Rena replied awkwardly, "Oh no, I'm not a god." The woman couldn't accept the truth, saying sadly, "Impossible. Then what about the summoning?" Rena quickly explained, "I staged it. I have my ways." The goat stepped out from behind the tree trunk. On its head was a rabbit named Bai. The goat was controlled by Bai. The woman's son asked dejectedly, "Not a god?" Rena answered frankly, "That's right. I'm sorry for deceiving everyone." The nomads were now extremely disappointed. So the promise to return us to the mountain was also a lie, wasn't it? Rena replied seriously, no, that part is true. For the North to trade with the West, they must pass through the highlands where you used to live. I thought that if I could bring you down from the mountain, the toll issue would be resolved. But now, another nomadic tribe has occupied that mountain and started looting. Just as she finished speaking, a blond man spoke up. It's probably the Manuka tribe. The person next to him added, it must be them. Rena continued, as you have experienced, the people of the North work very hard to make a living. I want to bring them better resources through trade with the West. She spoke in a stern voice, her eyes sweeping across the crowd. So, I have a proposal. Your tribe has protected that mountain for the longest time. This makes you the most suitable candidates for moving between the two regions. Become the mountain rangers. I want you to take on this role. The young man exclaimed in shock. Rangers? Rena spoke at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. Instead of using the skills you've learned to attack and rob northern merchants, use them to protect the people and their goods. Of course, I'm not saying you'll have to work for free. Rena made an unexpected offer. I will give you 100 goats as a reward. Everyone was amazed upon hearing this condition. No one expected her to propose such a large number. Rena smiled gently and asked, what do you think? The bandit leader couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, you truly look like a savior sent by God. This proposal I accept. He stared at her, and Rena didn't avoid his gaze. The scene shifted to a towering mountain, steep cliffs surrounding a narrow valley, and a winding, treacherous road. A young man was sitting on a cargo carriage passing by. The nomads looked down from above, and he looked up with a dull gaze, then smiled and waved in greeting. Standing up high, they friendly raised their hands in return. The nomadic tribe had returned to the mountain and quickly recaptured it from the enemy. This time, they were no longer bandits, but would become our allies. The scene shifted. Winter Snow handed Rena a letter and said, Rena, Noel Temis has sent a letter. Rena took the letter and asked in surprise, Noel? She thought to herself, the Duke of the West, Noel Temis, sent a letter? The letter read, I am delighted that trade with the North has become vibrant again. To celebrate this event, I have prepared a banquet. I will be very grateful if you two could attend. After reading, Rena muttered to herself, a banquet? Rena sluggishly complained, I'm so tired, I want to rest. Winter Snow added, Noel also mentioned that the winner of the banquet's games will be awarded the Tear of the Desert. Rena repeated in her thoughts, Tear of the Desert. One of the 5 greatest gemstones, is it really that? The next scene takes us to Badia, the capital of the West, where a festival was taking place at a castle with an ancient green dome. Inside a luxurious carriage, Rena wore a white formal gown with a flower pinned to her chest. Her eyes exuded excitement. So this is the festival atmosphere of the Western capital, truly full of life. She glanced at Rostin, asking softly, do you plan to participate in the games? He stopped reading his book and replied, no, I don't intend to do that. Rena tilted her head, her eyes showing a hint of regret. Really? Rumor has it that the Duke of the West, Noel Temis, has announced that the winner of the games this time will be given the Tear of the Desert. Rena rubbed her chin, exclaiming, to offer such an incredible reward. No matter what game it is, I have to win at all costs, she proudly told herself. Upon arriving at the banquet, Rena and Rostin were very surprised when the first game turned out to be a drinking contest. Duke Noel smiled radiantly, handing them 2 cocktail glasses. The West's wine distillation technology is famous for being the most superior in the empire. This game is a great opportunity to enjoy the best wines of the West. He narrowed his eyes with a bright smile. I hope you two enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Rena took a small sip and commented, the taste of this wine is really not bad. But she felt it was unfair seeing a man lift a whole barrel of wine and drink it with relish. That was Thomas Tequila, the winner of the previous drinking contest. Rena exclaimed, a notorious heavy drinker of the West. He doesn't look easy to beat at all. Rostin gently advised, Rena, don't worry too much about the gem, just enjoy it in moderation. She was confused but also a bit annoyed. What are you talking about? The Tear of the Desert is of immense value. Rostin sighed softly at her stubbornness. Rena pondered to herself, they say the defending champion's record is 2 barrels of wine, right? I don't know if this will work, but then she suddenly declared loudly, I will try with 3 barrels of wine. Everyone was undeniably surprised by this statement. 3 barrels? That young lady can drink 3 barrels? Definitely not. Duke Noel gently tapped his glass a few times. The clinking sound drew everyone's attention. I've never seen anything like this before. Rena raised her hand high amidst the cheering of the guests and declared, Lady Rubelite wants to challenge the record of the previous winner. Rostin sighed again, as if he still wasn't used to the young lady's energetic nature. Rena filled a large mug with wine, raising it high to invite everyone to toast to the boundless prosperity of the North and the West. The atmosphere gradually shifted from tense to lively and bustling. Rena held her mug and drank excitedly, while Thomas, sensing the threat, hastily raised his cup as well. After an hour of continuous drinking, Rena started to feel dizzy, no longer having the strength to stand steady. She began to hallucinate, blurting out, "Why is everyone swaying like this?" Rostin supported her shoulders, gently advising, "Rena, you're drunk. You should stop." Rena turned her head, her hazy eyes looking at the person supporting her, and whispered, "Rostin, wow, you look even more handsome when you're swaying." Rostin blushed, flustered by the unexpected compliment, and quickly covered his face. "WH, what are you saying?" Duke Noel happened to witness this scene, exclaiming thoughtfully, "Well." Rostin and Rena paid no attention to the Duke's gesture, continuing their conversation. Rostin said awkwardly, "But anyway, I think it's time to stop." Rena shook her head. "Wait." She was dizzy, no longer sober, so this is what it feels like to be drunk, huh? The Duke raised an eyebrow, his tone provocative. "Lady Rubelite, are you planning to give up?" Rena smirked. "Humph, give up?" Then she used magic to return to her original state, proudly declaring amidst the cheers of the crowd, "I was just a little lightheaded." Thomas had fainted after drinking an entire barrel of wine. The Duke announced, "Since the only opponent has passed out from intoxication, the champion of this contest is Rena Rubelite." She happily accepted the cheers, while Thomas was carried out by two people. In a hidden corner, a beautiful blonde girl had been observing Rena for a long time. She thought to herself, "That alcohol tolerance is not human at all, just as I thought." Her face showed a look of panic. "Are you really the Demon King, Rena?" Rena was full of confidence. The Tear of the Desert, a beautiful gemstone bracelet, one of the 5 most expensive stones in the Empire. If we can get and sell this stone, it could be enough to fund the maintenance of the Northern Road Network. Then, the North will become as bustling and prosperous as the West. The Duke happily asked, "Very well, so what is the next game?" Then he pointed towards the black horse with a scar on its forehead. Looking very intimidating, Bucephalus, the notoriously most temperamental horse in the West. The second game is to tame and ride Bucephalus, called saddling up. The first man to enter the arena was kicked far away before he could even touch Bucephalus. The Duke exclaimed, "Bucephalus is a magnificent horse, but no one has ever been able to ride it. What do you think, my lady? Will you accept this challenge?" Rena frowned and replied sternly, "Of course, I will accept the challenge." Having said that, she walked toward the horse. The Duke turned to Rostin and said, "To be honest, this game puts the young lady at a slight disadvantage. Bucephalus does not like women, so as an exception, we allow the Black Knight to participate." Rostin was surprised. "The Black Knight?" The Duke laughed. "That's right. Aren't you worried, Rostin? I'm willing to let you take her place in this game." Rostin shook his head firmly. "I choose to trust Rena." "No, I'm not worried at all. If anyone needs to be worried, it's the horse." Rena walked towards Bucephalus with intense killing intent, causing the horse to tremble in fear. The Duke asked dubiously, "Worried for the horse?" When he glanced over, Rena was already riding on Bucephalus's back. She smiled radiantly. "You're speaking too harshly, Noel." The Duke couldn't believe his eyes. "No, it's impossible." Rena laughed out loud. "Ha ha." The bystanders marveled. She succeeded after just one try. The horse looked absolutely terrified. From a hidden corner, the blonde girl was still secretly watching Rena. While patting Bucephalus's head, Rena asked Noel, "So what is the last game?" The Duke smiled. "The final game turns out to be the easiest challenge. This is a test of the soul through the Tear of the Desert," Noel explained. Rena looked confused. "A test of the soul? What is the Tear of the Desert?" Noel continued, "It will shine brightly when touched by someone with a pure soul. If you can make it glow, my lady, you will win the third game and receive the Tear of the Desert." Rena asked anxiously, "But what if someone with an impure soul touches it?" Duke Noel replied seriously, "The Tear of the Desert will immediately turn dark, and that person cannot possess it. However, since you are the one who protected the North, my lady, this gemstone cannot turn dark." Rena muttered, "Ha," then looked at the bracelet with anxious eyes. "Is that really so?" Noel said, "All right, let's begin the final round. My lady, please place your hand here." Rena nervously placed her hand on the bracelet. "Please." Everyone held their breath in anticipation, but instead of shining brightly, the bracelet turned black. Noel panicked. What's going on? This is the first time the tear of the desert has completely turned black. It's as if it never shined. What exactly is the young lady's soul? The beautiful blonde girl frowned. Just as I thought, Rena. There's no doubt about it. You are the Demon King. Rostin stepped forward, patted Noel's shoulder, and said, Noel, the Black Knight opportunity you mentioned earlier, I'd like to use it for this game. Everyone was frightened by the transformation of the tear of the desert, doubtful about Rena's soul. Noel stammered. Impossible. Is the hero of the North a Demon King? Rena was also surprised. Why did it turn this color? Rostin stepped forward, proposing, I will vouch for Rena's soul. Give us one more chance, Noel. The Duke hesitated. All right. Both of you, place your hands on the tear of the desert together. If it doesn't light up this time, the third trial will be considered a failure. Rena and Rostin exchanged glances, determined to overcome the challenge together. The atmosphere was tense, but suddenly, the tear of the desert turned red. Everyone cheered. It turned red. Is red also acceptable? Noel was surprised. You two succeeded. Rena couldn't believe her eyes. We really succeeded? Noel smiled. That's right. Together you two have created a rare and radiant red color. As dusk fell, Rena breathed a sigh of relief in the carriage. Phew! Thank goodness it changed color. She hugged the box containing the bracelet, smiling at Rostin. How interesting. Why did the color change when we both placed our hands on it? In another corner, Noel was deep in thought. The tear of the desert turning red means that the two of them will love each other deeply and be willing to sacrifice for one another. Love never has anything to do with the Demon King, he thought to himself. A member of the Holy Knights spoke up, saying that this scene was caused by the Demon King's curse. Aiden frowned. Suddenly, a stranger knelt at his feet. Please destroy the Demon King. Aiden did not reply, maintaining his composure, but his frown deepened. In the land where the Rubelite family's manor was located, despite its prosperity, when the Holy Knights arrived at the eastern farms, they witnessed a severe famine. Many people were slowly dying. A subordinate ran up. Captain, the Saintess has returned to the manor. Aiden replied, understood. He thought to himself, the Demon King. Is all of this caused by the Demon King? Scene change. In the manor, Rostin spoke up. The South wants to trade with us? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. They even sent an advance payment as a deposit. Rostin looked confused. An advance payment? Chi then led him to see the payment, making Rostin inevitably suspicious. Chi calmly explained, what they sent as a deposit are slaves. Scene change. Rostin recounted that the South wanted to establish trade relations with them. Perhaps the reputation of our wheat-producing region has spread to other parts of the empire, and the South intends to trade for grain. Rena looked confused, but why did they send slaves as a deposit? Rostin answered seriously. They offered to pay with 50 slaves. Rena was bewildered. This is really. The South is the wealthiest region of the empire. Previously, they imported and consumed grain from the East. Rena continued, but I heard the East just went through a massive famine, so they started looking for grain supplies from other regions. She thought for a moment and then said, this is a wonderful opportunity. Trading with the South will bring tremendous benefits to the North. Scene changed to the South. In the Nobles' Hall, an important meeting was taking place, chaired by an elderly man. He sternly declared, silence. We will discuss the North. The first issue brought up was the import grain. The Council of High Nobles began to discuss. So, how is the agreement with the North? We sent 50 slaves there as a deposit. 50 slaves? Isn't that too expensive? Does the North really have a surplus of grain? I heard the farming region in the North just had a bumper harvest, unlike the East, where the harvest failed miserably. That's right, over-relying on grain from the East was already a difficult problem. Haven't we discussed grain production before? The atmosphere of the meeting grew tense. Who are you blaming? Doesn't your farm solely focus on wine production? Everyone, let's discuss that later. So, how on earth did the North manage to farm? Wasn't that region originally the one suffering the most severe famine? A heavy silence fell over the room. I'm not too sure either. All I've heard about the North are rumors regarding the appearance of the Demon King. Has the Demon King really appeared? The atmosphere of the meeting became even heavier. I'm not entirely sure. Information about the North is too scarce. Someone stepped up and whispered something to the chairman, and he spoke up. Attention, please pay attention. We have just received a response from the North. The Council of High Nobles murmured in uproar. What? They have returned all the slaves we sent. In the north, Rostan was conversing with Kylon, the heir to the dukedom. Rostan said, historically, the north and the south are the two regions with the least interaction. Geographically, the two regions are too far apart, and the climates are also vastly different. From what I know, the high nobles of the south often gather to discuss and decide on many political issues. Is that right, Kylon? Kylon replied, I don't want to talk much about the South. That's right, the South is ruled by our ducal family and the High Noble Alliance. My father is mainly in charge of religion, defense, and foreign affairs. Meanwhile, smaller civil matters are usually managed by the Council of High Nobles. Rena asked Kylon, but why does the South import grain? Doesn't the South have plenty of fertile land? Kylon explained, that's because most of the land is owned by the High Nobles. They only like to plant crops with the highest profit margins, while grain is too cheap, so it isn't prioritized. As a result, not much grain is cultivated in the South. Rena frowned in thought. Not growing grain and only focusing on highly profitable crops? Suddenly, she grabbed Kylon's shoulder and said, Kylon, I want to nominate you to go to the South as the envoy of the North. He asked back in confusion, an envoy of the North? Scene change. Rena led Kylon to meet the other envoys. Kylon was perplexed. Why has the number of envoys suddenly increased like this? Well, Mia is very curious about Southern cuisine. Veronica suddenly felt interested in the crops there. Meanwhile, the coachman and Anna both wished to have a chance to visit the South. Since you're also planning to go to the South, Kylon, why don't you take them on a tour as well? He thought to himself, this group looks more like a tour group than envoys. Finally, he reluctantly agreed. All right then, I suppose it's fine. Suddenly, Shever gently walked up and hugged Rena from behind. She asked softly in surprise, Shever? Kylon observed their actions, and suspicion arose in his heart. Is it really okay to leave Rena and Shever behind at the Abyss Manor? He hurriedly separated the two. Shever looked annoyed at Kylon's action. Kylon reminded her, remember to lock your room door. Rena asked in confusion, lock my room door? Haha, you really worry too much. Have a safe trip, Kylon. He replied to the smiling girl, yeah, I'm off. Suddenly, Kylon felt a strange sense of unease, as if he would never return to this manor again. Mia, Veronica, the coachman, and Anna together wrote a letter to Jenna. They had arrived safely in the South and were on their way to the Duke's Manor. The person who used to struggle with babysitting at the Abyss was now being treated like a prince in this place. He received respect everywhere. Everyone believed that Kylon was worthy of being the heir to the South. Veronica asked him, Kylon must have had a hard time living in the South. After all, you grew up in a warm place like this. Kylon humbly shook his head. No, not really that hard. Put another way, the South is even colder than the North. The South is colder than the North? What a confusing statement. Anyway, my lady, the Southern lands have a wide variety of abundant fruits. I will gather the best seeds and return soon. Please wait a little longer. Scene change. The Council of High Nobles continued, discussing the grain trade with the North. Let's discuss how to handle this issue. Is there any news from the spies we sent to the North? Do we have enough goods to trade with them? Even if we have the goods, the North has already returned the slaves we brought to them. Isn't doing so a rejection of the agreement? A voice interrupted the meeting. Greetings, gentlemen. A noble expressed dissatisfaction. What? Who dares to enter the grand hall while the meeting is ongoing? The interrupter smirked. Kylon sends his greetings to you all after a long time of not seeing each other. The nobles could not believe their eyes. Kylon Griff, he has returned to South? He smiled. Is everyone doing well? Scene changed to the northern mountains. The southern spy, Leo, you go quickly and scout the north. He thought, I was very surprised when I received the secret order from the nobles to find out the reason for the North's bumper harvest, the most backward land in the empire. How good a harvest could they possibly have? I thought so at first, but have the villages in the north become such a prosperous city? What on earth has happened in the north? Returning to the Council of High Nobles, everyone suddenly realized, isn't returning the slaves a rejection? Kylon replied, that's correct. The north wants to trade with the south. A noble spoke up. So you've been to North? Perfect timing. I have many things I want to ask about the North. First, how could the North achieve such great success in agriculture? Kylon frowned. It seems this is your first question. It looks like the South is truly struggling with a food shortage. What exactly has happened? Didn't you yourselves once say, if there is no grain, just eat fruit? No matter how many people gather to discuss policies, It is truly a pity that you cannot even solve a simple food crisis. Everyone, isn't it, because you only care about your own interests? There is a hero in the north. Someone questioned, a hero? Kylon did not answer him, but continued. The key to the success of northern agriculture is that woman. The nobles buzzed with astonishment. A woman? Scene changed to the abyss. At this moment, Jenna had just woken up. She tilted her head to look at Shever sleeping soundly beside her and sighed. Shever, you slept here again, Jenna said, her voice full of worry. If someone sees this, they will definitely misunderstand. Just as she finished speaking, a man dressed in black stepped in. Rena stammered his name, Rostin. The scene shifted to a magnificent villa, with relentless snowstorms swirling outside. In the dining room, the table was set with all sorts of delicacies. 3 people sat around the table, but no one said a word. Thanks to Rostin's kindness, I get to stay at the Abyss Manor for a while, Rena said calmly, enjoying her food while observing the attitudes of the other 2. She couldn't help but be surprised by their silence. I was caught in bed with Shever. I thought this would lead to a huge misunderstanding, Rena thought to herself, recalling the moment Rostin suddenly appeared in the room. His face had paled when he saw the scene. He hadn't expected Rena to act like that, especially with the door wide open. Not only Rostin, but even Jenna had become panicked. She worried that Rostin had misunderstood something terrible. Rostin offered to let Rena stay at his manor until the others returned, even inviting her to stay in his room. Back to the present, Rena was still leisurely enjoying her meal. She thought to herself, so he didn't misunderstand anything? What a relief. However, Rostin suddenly spoke up in an obscure tone. I heard that noble ladies often have peculiar tastes. His gaze suddenly locked on Rena. He continued to ask, so, is this person your male concubine? Hearing those words, both Rena and Shever froze, unable to move. Rena's face turned bewildered. She quickly looked up at Rostin. Wait a minute, this truly left her feeling helpless. It turned out he still misunderstood. Meanwhile, Rostin still didn't understand the situation. He continued, Rena, if you want, I can arrange for the 2 of you to share a room. Before he could finish his sentence, Rena hastily interrupted. No, there's no need. She thought to herself, what on earth is he thinking? Seeing that Rostin had misunderstood a major detail, Rena sighed. A male concubine? Of course not. Although she didn't want to speak about it, this misunderstanding forced her to explain. Well, given what you saw, I can understand why you would think that. She looked towards Shever and introduced him. Shever is a child I adopted from the orphanage. We don't sleep together for any weird reasons. Shever glanced at her, but Rostin still looked skeptical. He stared straight at Shever, and Rena continued. Furthermore, when I adopted him, he was still a very small child, but after just one night, he grew this big. She sighed and smiled to explain. It turns out he is a monster. Hearing these words, Rostin froze, unable to believe his ears. A monster? Seeing him look so serious, Rena gently reassured him, there's no need to be so serious about it, Rostin. Shever has never hurt anyone. Even so, Rostin still seemed worried. Be that as it may. He sighed, Rena, there's an ancient legend in the north. Rena focused on listening, her eyes fixed on him. Rostin began to tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a couple who found an injured puppy in the forest. With immense compassion, they saved this pitiful puppy, took it home, and cared for it with all their hearts. But things gradually changed. This dog grew 2 horns and developed an incredibly vicious gaze. As it grew up, the puppy almost transformed into a monster. This left the couple torn, not knowing what to do next. The couple realized that they had to return it to the mountain. Having no other choice, the 2 had to take the puppy back to where it belonged. But when they arrived at the mountain from years ago, Rostin's gaze immediately fell upon Jenna. But it seems they could not bring themselves to do it. Jenna seemed extremely curious. She quickly glanced at him. They didn't let it go? She asked, so what happened to the couple and that puppy? Rostin sighed, not knowing how to explain it so she would understand. Continuing to live together was no longer possible, he said in a haunting tone. If you accidentally bring back a monster, no matter how attached you are, you must return it to where it belongs. Upon hearing the story, Jenna understood the underlying meaning in his words. She sighed, helplessly glancing at Shever, not knowing what to do. I know that, but this time, she looked directly into his eyes and spoke her mind. Since I have decided to raise him, I want to take full responsibility. I will raise Shever properly. Seeing her so stubborn, Rostin could only remain silent. He knew that the ending of the story he just told was not good at all. The dog they raised destroyed everything, he said. In the end, after becoming a monster, it slaughtered the entire village. It's a tragic tale of destruction. Shever at this moment glared at Rostin with a threatening look. He was still torn, not knowing what to do in this situation. Finally, he chose to sit still and continue enjoying the food on the table. There's no need to tell Jenna that part, he thought to himself. I need to keep a very close eye on that kid. While everyone was still focused on eating, Lucas slowly opened the door and entered the room. The scene shifted to the morning at the Count's vast manor. In the garden, George smiled and quickly shared his thoughts. I heard you suddenly appeared at the Council of High Nobles, he said, and astonished everyone, then immediately criticized them. Is that true? Even though his son had caused quite a bit of trouble, George maintained his composure. He waited for Kylon's answer. Kylon slowly spoke up. Even high nobles must be held accountable if necessary. Standing before his father, his face became extremely determined. He reiterated once more, fortunately, they have admitted their mistake in this food crisis and agreed to pay a worthy sum to the North. Seeing that his son had accomplished something great, George smiled with satisfaction. I understand. This is not wrong. At least for now, the food problem will be solved. But he was still hesitant. But the fact that we have to import grain from the North. Thinking of this made him sigh wearily. It was indeed an ironic situation. Kylon, on the other hand, was extremely decisive. He quickly proposed, although we have solved it this time, the South needs a radical reform, father. George was surprised. Reform? Kylon nodded in confirmation and continued. On the way here, I visited several farms in the South. The image that struck his eyes was the cruel scene of landlords constantly oppressing the poor slaves. Nothing has changed in the way they treat slaves. George sighed helplessly. There is no other way. If we don't control them, they will rebel. If we free them, everything will be chaotic. Kylon smiled and continued, but the North's method is completely different. Even without slaves, their productivity is still far superior to the South's. George asked in annoyance, "Are you going to say something I don't like to hear again?" Kylon knew well that his father did not want to hear these words, but he had no choice but to tell the truth. Do you think I'm only saying this out of pity for the slaves? That is not what I want to convey. Kylon's face became incredibly stern, to a surprising degree. Just like you, father, I have never forgotten. Suddenly, his face also became extremely serious, as if he had anticipated what Kylon was going to say. I have never forgotten what those slaves did. Having said that, Kylon continued standing before George and declared, because of that, I'm looking at the problem from the perspective of productivity and efficiency. If the high nobles are willing to sacrifice a portion of their profits, the South could develop even further. The two of them did not realize that someone was eavesdropping outside, but of course he did not yet know what was going on. Kylon relentlessly pleaded with his father, "Please help me reform the slavery system, father." Perhaps these sincere words touched George's heart. He began to think seriously about these matters. But neither father nor son knew that outside, a stranger had listened to everything. After hearing the important things they had discussed, this stranger quickly ran down the long corridor. Perhaps some malicious plan was about to be executed. The next scene shifted to Jenna, who was overjoyed seeing the piles of goods stacked in the warehouse. She excitedly announced, "Rostin, the South has sent the first payment for the food trade deal." The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She placed her hand on the goods and smiled in praise. Sending Kylon, there was indeed the right decision. I didn't expect the agreement to be processed so quickly. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something and wondered to herself. That Kylon is the heir of the South. Why did he live like a wanderer? While she was still talking to herself, Rostin walked up from behind. He said softly, "I once heard a story. Perhaps it will explain why he lives like that." This made her extremely curious. She quickly turned around and asked, "A story? What is it?" Time quickly shifted to another hot, sunny place. Leo, a soldier, continuously pushed large crates forward. He looked around in surprise. Unbelievable. Before him was a vast and cold place. This sight made him gasp in awe. Is the food storage area this huge? This time, he looked straight at the people walking on the streets. The more he observed, the more puzzled he became. But what's even more shocking than its size is, he continued looking at the young men walking down the long road, chatting with each other. Everyone, he glanced in another direction. Women were continuously exchanging ideas with their colleagues nearby. Seeing people cooperating and working together, Leo witnessed this scene for the first time, and naturally, he couldn't hide his surprise. That are all working together. In his mind, he unconsciously recalled the scenes in the South, where farm owners constantly used leather whips to oppress the poor slaves. The farms in the South are operated by slave labor, with the overseers being. He felt his eyes had been opened significantly. This time, Leo continued to move forward. But this place is different. He looked at the people around him, constantly working together and discussing enthusiastically. It was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. Everyone works independently, yet they still cooperate with each other. This time, Leo went to meet an honest, simple farmer. With a proud tone, the man began his story. All the development of the North is thanks to Lady Jenna. Holding a large hoe, he stood before Leo, recounting every detail. This granary was once cursed by the Demon King, making the land barren. But according to his words, Jenna had appeared with a flower in her hand. She eradicated all hardships, bringing a better life to the people here. With just a wave of Lady Jenna's hand, miraculously, this land was revived. In the eyes of the people, she was a goddess, always ready to help everyone. Lady Jenna rented this fertile land back to the farmers at a low cost. Piles of food were continuously produced, making this place increasingly developed. After the harvest, she even helped export them to other regions. At this point, the farmer became extremely proud, continuously bragging about everything to Leo. The North was once terrified of famine, but now it prospers thanks to the boundless kindness of Lady Jenna. Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but be surprised and acknowledged. She developed and managed this vast farming area. He suddenly realized something important. She was indeed no ordinary person. After that, Leo continued his journey and found another old man. After a few simple greetings, he managed to get information from him. "I came here from the East." The old man looked at the wine bottle on the table, then slowly recounted. This year, the East experienced a severe crop failure. Perhaps it was due to the greed of Duke Rubelite. The image of the cruel Duke appeared through his narration. He built an unnecessary reservoir and forced farmers to pay an unreasonable reservoir tax. This drove many into despair, but they were only powerless commoners. They had no choice but to endure all his impositions. He oppressed them with a series of new taxes, which is the reason for the crop failure. Unable to endure any longer, the farmers here left together, looking for another place to live. They accepted abandoning everything. Eastern farmers lost their motivation, giving up or migrating to the farming zones. The man quickly turned his head back and explained to Leo, compared to the East, this place is nothing short of paradise. Hearing these words, Leo couldn't help but be surprised and sank into his own thoughts. If this news reaches the South, the image of slaves fleeing here appeared in his mind, but they would hope for a better life, just like how the Eastern farmers migrated here. A frightening thought emerged. A mass migration could happen in the South. Thinking of this, Leo's face suddenly became serious. While he was still thinking, the old farmer continued cursing that bastard Duke Rubelite. He spends all day spreading rumors that Lady Jenna is the Demon King. This immediately caught Leo's attention. The old man angrily continued, but it's all lies. Thinking of his goddess being criticized by the world, he became even angrier. Even if Lady Jenna used black magic, that doesn't mean she has become the Demon King, does it? Hearing these words, Leo's face became grave. He confusingly realized something was wrong. Wait, the Demon King? At this moment, the scene shifted to the massive manor of the Grab family, where George's voice echoed inside. "You want me to help you reform the slavery system?" George stood before Kylon, his son, and nodded quickly, showing agreement with this idea. "All right, as you suggested, we could raise the status of slaves to free citizens and implement a new system, allowing them to rent land for farming." His face remained calm as he continued expressing his thoughts, but in my opinion, there will be many slaves who do not want that. Kylon listened quietly, seemingly pondering his father's words. Seeing his son remain silent, George slowly spoke up. Even though there are slaves who suffer immensely and are treated cruelly, there are also those who live comfortably thanks to kind masters. The image of reliant slaves who didn't want to do anything appeared in his mind. They just want to sit around and wait for things to be handed to them. Speaking of this, George became more serious. They do not desire freedom, because freedom comes with responsibility. He looked straight at Kylon, as if imparting an important lesson. With rights naturally comes the bearing of responsibility. As free citizens, they would have to learn how to farm and work harder. Do they really want that? Can they adapt? Kylon remained silent, not expressing any opinion. George stepped closer to his son, his voice becoming resolute. You are right. Overly harsh treatment of slaves should be restricted, but only in extreme cases. He placed his hand on Kylon's shoulder, his tone gentle but decisive. There is no need for comprehensive reform. Abandon the naive thought that all slaves desire freedom. George's face grew sterner as he continued. You will inherit the leadership of the South when I pass away. Kylon still did not reply, seemingly focused on thinking about what his father had just said. The scene shifted to a large garden within the manor's grounds. Veronica walked lightly, holding a basket full of fruit, her heart brimming with joy. It feels like we have gathered the most delicious fruits in the world. It's like I'm in paradise. But suddenly, her face turned serious. She glanced towards the servants in the garden and walked over. Excuse me, gentlemen, Veronica began, her tone calm but firm. I apologize if I'm overstepping, but if you clear the weeds and prune the branches, your fruits will be even more delicious. Instead of agreement, she received angry glares from the three gardeners. One of them stepped forward and questioned, "Why should we do that?" Veronica hurriedly explained, "Why? Because doing so will result in a bountiful harvest." But another gardener spoke up, his voice full of sarcasm. "Listen here, if the master hasn't ordered it, why should we bother with it? Don't make things up." She stood still, stunned by these words. The group of gardeners turned their backs and left, leaving her standing alone in confusion. Veronica watched the retreating backs of the servants who had turned and walked away. If this were the North, we would discuss together to find a more efficient way to farm. Jenna was deep in thought, her eyes fixated on the baskets of fresh fruit in her hands. Lady Jenna, the South is indeed a wonderful land, she gently remarked, with such a variety of fruits. But right now, I just wish to return to the North as soon as possible. Suddenly, a blizzard hit, enveloping Rostin's massive manor. He spoke up to inform her, Kylon's mother. His next words made Jenna freeze in place. She couldn't believe her ears. Dot was murdered. Jenna asked back with a skeptical look, was the culprit a slave? Time went back to the past, and a story was gradually revealed. The slave rebellion in the South. The slaves were pushed to the brink of madness, Rostin recounted. They relentlessly grabbed weapons and stormed the manor. The slaves rose up, seized weapons, and then stormed the Duke's manor. Hearing this, Jenna's face became grave. She hurriedly asked, has Kylon ever experienced something like that? Rostin nodded in confirmation. He has. He continued. At that time, slaves simultaneously rose up everywhere. I don't know if they had planned it beforehand. In the dead of night, the slaves relentlessly stormed the manor. Duke Riff was knocked unconscious without warning, so the slaves managed to break into the house. Rostin continued recounting, a massacre occurred. The servants in the house were all killed, and even Kylon's mother was brutally murdered, and the Duchess could not escape either. Jenna listened, her face becoming extremely serious. She thought worriedly, even though it happened 10 years ago, the fact that the slaves broke in and murdered the Duchess is still mentioned today. This made her feel a pang of sorrow. She wondered to herself, so that is how Kylon lost his mother? Perhaps that is also why I saw the image of Kylon walking alone on that deserted road, and why he left the South to live as a wanderer. Time quickly shifted to a location in the forest, where a young noble boy raised his bow high. The arrow was swiftly shot into the air, striking straight into a large ancient tree, startling the deer nearby in fear. Sensing danger, the deer quickly turned and ran deep into the forest. The noble children signaled to each other. What a pity it ran that way. On this side, witnessing the noble children engrossed in hunting, a noble spoke up to chat with George. It's been a long time since we had a hunting competition. Everyone is full of enthusiasm. Hearing this, George glanced at him. I heard that lately everyone has been working constantly without rest, he said, his tone carrying a hint of underlying intent. present. Fortunately, the food issue has been resolved. The noble nodded in confirmation. Yes, Duke. It is expected that there will be a sufficiently large amount from the north. George coldly glanced at him, then spoke bluntly. Regarding that issue, although it has been settled this time, I wonder if we should designate certain areas of arable land for growing crops. What do you think? The noble was extremely surprised upon hearing this, pondering carefully. That matter. Before he could finish his sentence, George continued looking straight ahead, his face serious. There is no guarantee that this won't happen again. The nobles should have stepped up to help, and then there is the issue of the treatment of slaves. This made the noble beside him feel uncomfortable, but he could not respond disrespectfully. Very soon, the nobles gathered at a banquet table. The noble recounted everything to the others. This made them incredibly displeased, enacting welfare laws for slaves. Thinking of this quickly made the long-haired noble irritated. He sighed, his voice full of frustration. Forcing us to grow wheat and then enacting welfare laws for slaves? Isn't this interfering too deeply with our ownership rights? Another noble immediately turned his head, asking those around. This is all because he returned. It seemed everyone implicitly understood that Kylon was the cause. Hearing this, the noble with tied hair sighed, not knowing what more to say in the situation. His personality hasn't changed at all. The group of nobles immediately grew tense, exchanging glances. I thought his past experiences would be enough to change him. While everyone was still heatedly discussing their plans, the high noble sitting in the center finally spoke up. Now we need to seriously think about the fact that Kylon will become the Duke of the South. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. The surrounding dukes were all speechless. Not only them, but the people on the other side also fell into silence when thinking about the possible consequences. Seeing the encompassing silence, the great noble slowly continued, but he picked up a fork, pierced a piece of meat on the table, and enjoyed it. Why is the food so delicious today? The scene shifted to the kitchen, where the fire was blazing brightly. A pair of skillful hands quickly stirred the rice in a non-stick pan. After just a few movements, the fragrant fried rice was finished and placed on the table. The other servants also constantly decorated the attractive dishes, making everyone around excited. They gathered around, talking incessantly. Look at this dish, it's so perfect, truly perfect. At this time, only Veronica remained calm, standing in the back, observing everything. Time flew by, and it was already late noon. In the spacious garden, Mia stretched as she walked, praising, "The South is indeed a paradise." Veronica walked behind, still silent. While Mia excitedly continued to share her thoughts, fresh ingredients are always available, and there are many chefs and gourmet diners as well. Veronica beside her sank into thought. She said to herself, for a chef, this place is nothing short of paradise. But this made her even more silent. She recalled the noble couple who used to stroll in the garden, happy together. Both Uncle Chowrin and Miss Anna as well. They traveled while enjoying themselves. Veronica looked again at Mia, who was skipping happily ahead, her heart full of sadness. Should I quickly return to the north? The next scene shifted to Kylon. His face was extremely stern. He recalled the conversation with his father, George. He once placed his hand on his shoulder, advising, even if you don't want to, please attend the party and make friends with the noble's children. Although Kylon was a bit confused, he patiently explained, all this time, you've been wandering outside, almost becoming a stranger. It seemed he had placed a lot of trust in him. He also emphasized, these great families are the important leaders of the South. Their children will be, his voice became serious, your political allies in the future. Back to the present, Kylon looked at the party in front of him. He took a sip from his wine glass, muttering, allies. In front of him were various nobles constantly holding their wine glasses and chatting. Cheers, cheers. He then caught sight of other nobles throwing up. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Do I have to blend in with this crowd? At this time, two other nobles approached. A short-haired noble smiled and greeted, Kylon, you've returned? Right then, another noble stepped forward holding a wine glass and asked, would you like something to drink? Kylon didn't reply. He just silently stared at the wine glass in his hand, his face pensive, his gaze blank. Suddenly, he sighed and whispered, Rena, I want to see her. While Kylon was deep in thought, a person with chained hands and feet was led into the room, surprising the surrounding nobles. His legs were tightly shackled, seemingly to prevent any intention of escaping. As soon as the slave entered, the atmosphere in the room became tense. "What is this?" A noble spoke up smugly. "This is a newly caught one. He resists fiercely." He laughed out loud, his face perverted, and then continued, "Let's teach this kid a lesson together." As soon as he finished speaking, the slave unexpectedly threw a straight punch to the noble's face, causing him to fall to the ground, rolling a few times in a humiliating posture. He lay still, his face flushed with anger, trembling and speechless. The surrounding nobles panicked. They looked at the slave, cursing loudly, this bastard, this bastard." But the slave didn't flinch at all. He turned his head, his cold eyes looking as if they wanted to devour everyone. That gaze made everyone step back, not daring to advance another step. Realizing that Kylon could handle the situation, they hurriedly turned to him, shouting, "Kylon, are you just going to sit there?" Kylon looked up, slightly surprised. The nobles then pointed at the slave, yelling, "Kill him! Kill him!" This made Kylon feel uncomfortable. He didn't understand why they were asking him to do that. The noble who was just beaten looked at Kylon with a strange look, seemingly thinking that if Kylon made a move, he would resist to the end. While everything was in chaos, a group of soldiers rushed in, shouting, "Here he is! It's him!" They drew their swords, intending to execute the slave. But Kylon quickly stepped forward, stopping them. "Wait, let me handle this." His eyes were cold, looking straight at the slave. Quick as lightning, he appeared behind the slave, knocking him unconscious with one blow before he could even react. Kylon remained standing in place, his gaze fixed on him. Seeing Kylon take down the opponent so easily, the nobles immediately rejoiced. They quickly approached, surrounding Kylon, and endlessly praised, as expected of Kylon, handled so neatly. Even the noble who brought the slave and gradually regained his senses, he trembled, trying to stand up. Kylon quickly stepped in front of him, making him startle and look up. Kylon's gaze at this moment looked like it wanted to devour him. He tremblingly spoke, Kylon." Instead of replying, Kylon glanced at the slave lying motionless on the ground, then offered, "That slave, I'll buy him." This made him extremely surprised. He intended to say more, but yet looked towards the slave who was still trembling and unable to move. The slave's eyes at this moment became terrifying, as if wanting to tear him apart. Feeling uneasy, he hastily nodded, Okay, you can take him." Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the evening at a small wooden cabin in the garden of Duke Riff's manor. The slave was eating ravenously, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that sight, Mia gently placed a plate of food on the table and smiled kindly. "If you want to eat more, feel free." Kylon and Veronica stood outside watching. Veronica said worriedly, "He must be very hungry. He has many wounds too." She continued, "The previous owner must have been a cruel person." Then she praised Kylon. Kylon even gave him food, truly a good master. Hearing that, Kylon shook his head and explained, "Don't say that, a good master." His eyes glanced at the slave, eating ravenously in the kitchen. "There are no good masters." Time went back to the past. An image of a group of nobles riding horses behind George appeared. His story was gradually told. "When I was young, one day, I followed my father to watch a hunt. Because Kylon was still too young, he sat on his father's lap, his curious eyes looking forward. It was not hunting deer or birds as usual. He saw a group of armed people running fast forward. They were his father's mercenaries. And then he saw the pitiful slaves being taken away. He saw that pitiful family pass in front of the father and son. The strong rule the weak. If you were a southern noble, that is an obvious rule, but back to the present. A strange smile appeared on Kylon's face. He smiled and said, "It's strange, yet I am the heir here. This place makes me as uncomfortable as wearing the wrong clothes." He helplessly looked around and said to Veronica, "I just want to return to the north quickly." This surprised her greatly. "Kylon, you think so too?" Seeing that he shared the same thought, she breathed a sigh of relief. "For me, that is lucky. If Kylon thinks so too, we will surely return soon. Lady Jenna, I miss you so much. The lady is probably lonely in the Abyss Manor and missing us. I naturally feel a bit worried." Jenna stood upright, her gaze looking forward. In a flash, her eyes lit up with joy, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. She quickly asked, "These are the people, right, Noel?" He smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Then he further explained, "These are exactly the people the lady is looking for." In front of Jenna were three men who, despite not having outstanding appearances, possessed special talents. Noel continued the introduction. They are masters in the brewing profession, the best in the Western region. Hearing the word brewing, all three looked smug, proud of their skills. Noel glanced at Jenna, asking slightly confusedly, "But my lady, what are you looking for them for?" Jenna didn't answer right away, but just smiled. "I'll explain later." She stepped in front of the three men, put her hands on her hips, and asked, "Each of you tell me, how much liquor can you brew?" The question surprised all three. The first scratched his head in thought, then answered, "Every brew is different, but about 5 barrels. The second quickly replied, "I could do about 3 barrels. The last one smiled confidently, "I can make 1 barrel of the premium grade." Hearing this, Jenna looked a bit disappointed. She crossed her arms, muttering, "Home brewed, and you can only make that much?" Then she continued to ask a few other questions. Meanwhile, Noel stood beside her, his face full of doubt. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect the lady to be so interested in alcohol." He recalled when Jenna had asked him earlier, "Does she want to mass-produce alcohol?" Jenna nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I think cooperating with the West will be very good." Her face lit up with joy as she talked about this plan, "And I think alcohol will be the perfect first item." Faced with Noel's puzzled look, Jenna calmly explained, "Noel, this is a wonderful opportunity to introduce the West's alcohol to the entire empire." She painted a bright prospect. The West is not only famous for alcohol, but also for handicrafts. The talented artisans there can create unique products, from earthen jars to exquisite ceramics. Jenna continued to share her vision. "If we systematize the production process, we can open large companies, helping the country develop. These products will be distributed everywhere, bringing joy to everyone." She turned to ask Noel, "Noel, a world flooded with goods will open up like a paradise. Are you looking forward to it?" Noel muttered 2 words, "paradise," but his face didn't look happy at all. He glanced at Jenna and said, "No, it will be a society where people are turned into machines, selling their lives to capitalism for cheap wages. Culture becomes monotonous. Relationships are measured by money and the workers." Hearing him say this, she immediately froze. He continued to declare, "We'll only know to seek comfort in cheap industrial goods." After hearing all of Noel's words, Rena stood stunned, unable to utter a word. She was paralyzed on the spot, not knowing what more to say. Seeing her strange reaction, Noel burst out laughing, his voice full of teasing. "I'm just joking." Hearing that, Rena forced a smile, but anger was surging in her heart. This kid, he must have lived under capitalism for too long. A moment later, Noel quickly shared his thoughts with Jenna in the room. As the lady said, the West will have many job opportunities. Tax collection will also be favorable. Furthermore, we can use the lady's magic to generate energy. This brings many benefits. He looked up, informing her, "I will discuss more with the artisans and report back to you later." Jenna nodded in agreement, her face radiant. Yes. Seeing her happy, Noel's heart also overflowed with indescribable happiness. Suddenly remembering something important, Noel spoke up to remind her, "My lady, do you intend to attend the coming-of-age ceremony held in Gansudo?" The question made Rena hesitate, not knowing whether she should go or not. "That matter," she sighed, quickly deciding, "because I was busy with this and that, I forgot about it, but since the high priest personally invited me, I will go." Noel laughed, continuing the conversation. "Your partner is still Rostin, right?" Rena put her hand to her chin, thought for a moment, then nodded in confirmation. "Probably so. I haven't asked Rostin, but it's likely." Noel chuckled. "Even though you haven't asked, the answer is definitely yes." Jenna looked puzzled, glancing at him. "Why do you say that?" But Noel just smiled, not explaining, "It's just that because Rostin likes you." Hearing that, Rena froze for 5 seconds, not understanding what he was saying. She bewilderingly pointed at herself, continuously questioning, "Rostin likes me? Me and him?" Thinking that Noel was joking, she laughed out loud, explaining, "What on earth? Come on, we are just business partners, just partners." Noel was surprised, looking at her with a perplexed look. "Business partners?" But Rena didn't care much. She was still busy calculating. Come to think of it, the coming-of-age ceremony will have many nobles. If I open a brewery, I can let them taste it right away. Thinking of becoming rich, she was filled with joy, immediately deciding, perhaps I should let Rostin step forward. It will be easier to attract the noble ladies. "That guy looks pretty decent, doesn't he?" Noel looked at her, not knowing what else to say. In a large, luxurious room, Rena was still rejoicing in her plan. "I'm really looking forward to the coming-of-age ceremony." Noel sighed, thinking to himself, Rostin, the future will certainly be difficult. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a magnificent palace. Inside, a greeting echoed, Lord High Priest. A group of people quickly knelt before the priest, reporting the Saintess and the Holy Knight have successfully conquered the Eastern Labyrinth. He laughed, his voice full of surprise and praise. That is an obvious result because they are blessed by the gods. But his gaze was not simple at all. He was calculating carefully. It is gradually perfecting. The image of the Saintess appeared in his mind. Now the Saintess's level must have reached 800. Next, the image of the Saintess with the knights around her made him more certain of his next plan. If we join forces with the Holy Knights, confronting the Demon King is not impossible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be surprised. An image of a deep cave hidden in the cold, snowy mountains immediately appeared in his mind. What a pity! The Northern Labyrinth is no more. If that place still existed, I could have gathered more valuable experience. He sighed, but the worst person stole everything. Jenna's image flashed through his mind swiftly. And what's even worse than losing experiences, he thought, anger surging, the one who was supposed to become the Demon King keeps doing meaningless things. With that thought, the priest walked quickly towards the light. He looked up, the light shining on his handsome face. The coming-of-age ceremony will take place in a few days. He smirked, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. I will make you reveal your dark true colors at that coming-of-age ceremony. Rena, Rubelite, he thought to himself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a large mansion of a noble. The purple-haired noble jumped up, asking his friend again, "What, is that true?" The blonde noble nodded in confirmation. "That's right, my servant saw it with his own eyes." He continued to recount. "That slave turned me into this," he said while looking at his swollen face in the mirror. Hearing this, the purple-haired noble gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his anger. He immediately recounted everything to his father, and the situation gradually became more serious. In a large room at the palace, an indignant voice echoed. A slave harmed a noble and went unpunished, and was even set free? The short noble constantly questioned, his heart full of dissatisfaction. Kylon's actions are truly unacceptable. He approached the other nobles, suggesting, "Let's go meet the Duke together." However, another noble immediately objected. "No, I have a different idea. This is actually a good thing." The short noble angrily asked back, "Good?" The other man smiled slyly, his eyes full of calculation. "With this incident, we can use it as an excuse to abolish the welfare policies for slaves." He didn't forget to cross his arms and sneer, "I even hope a few more get beaten." This made the short noble even angrier, shouting, "You only say that because it wasn't your son." At this moment, the high noble standing behind them spoke up. "Anyway, through this incident, we have clearly understood Kylon's thoughts." His eyes were full of indignation, staring straight ahead. He still hasn't changed at all. In his mind appeared an image of Kylon's childhood, witnessing his mother and the servants being killed until no one survived. Even though his mother was killed, his belief about slaves remains unchanged. He stood there, lost in his own thoughts that no one could guess. Returning to reality, the high noble looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with anger. He declared in front of the other nobles, "From now on, let us find every way to remove Kylon from the position of heir." At this moment, the image of a golden sword firmly embedded in the courtyard of the Griff estate appeared. It was the heirloom of the Griff family passed down through generations, the legendary sword, Rabera. Kylon quickly stepped in front of this sword, looking at it with a deeply thoughtful expression. This sword embedded in the stone was tied to a legend that only those who were worthy could pull out. This time, he directly placed both hands on the sword and tried to pull it out. After relentless efforts, Kylon could only sigh in helplessness. "Indeed," he muttered, despite using all his strength, the sword remained motionless, not budging at all. Thinking of his own weakness, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Since childhood, I have been determined to become a righteous knight just to be able to pull out this sword." Memories rushed back when Kylon was still a young boy. Even though he had tried many times, he still couldn't pull out the sword. His father stepped forward, gently advising, "Kylon, you still can't do it this time." Those words made Kylon even more resentful. He turned around, his voice full of determination. "Even if I can't now, one day I will definitely pull out this sword. I will become a righteous warrior, father." Hearing this, George only smiled, his eyes full of pride for his smart son. Returning to the present, George suddenly appeared, walking straight towards Kylon with a stern expression. "Kylon," he called out, his voice full of frustration. "Is it true that you freed the slave who struck a noble?" Kylon was slightly surprised, but still calmly turned to look at his father. "It's just a misunderstanding. I only sent him to another farm in the region." He looked at his son with eyes full of suspicion. "That farm has lax security, and the slave can still freely do whatever he wants. That place is near the area where slaves used to live." Kylon smiled smugly, as if he had calculated carefully. "In other words, it is a place where it is easy to escape. I did not free him at all." Upon hearing this, George's face became serious. He sighed, his voice full of worry. "The high nobles are opposing the welfare benefits for slaves. They have taken advantage of this incident." Kylon looked at his father in surprise. What? The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. He stepped forward, his voice full of indignation. From the very beginning, the slaves rebelled because they were treated cruelly. But George placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his voice gentle but strict. "Kylon, we, the rulers of the South, have managed slaves very strictly ever since that incident." The terrifying image of rebellious slaves slaughtering people in a manner appeared in his mind. His voice deepened so that it never happens again. Hearing these words, Kylon gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. Seeing his son's strange attitude, George continued to advise, "Kylon, throw away those half-hearted thoughts. If we do not completely control the slaves, the ones being beheaded will be us." Kylon lowered his head, his eyes full of thought. Perhaps he had realized his mistake. He bowed his head before his father and admitted his fault. "If it is as you said, father, that this is just a half-hearted thought, then I will give up my position as heir and leave the South entirely." Hearing these words from his son, George could no longer remain calm. But before he could react, Kylon quickly left in another direction, leaving him to stand there helplessly. He tried to turn his head to look after him, calling out loudly, "Kylon." The next scene shifted to Jenna's spacious villa. Outside, the snow was still falling continuously, creating a picturesque scene. Jenna had just woken up. She quickly sat up, looking around the room. Noelle's words still echoed in her mind. "Need you ask? It's because Rostin likes you." This surprised her immensely. She glanced in another direction, wondering to herself, "Rostin likes me?" Memories of her previous life suddenly rushed back. At that time, she was weak, and her illness made romance seem distant. She sighed. "It's the same in this life. Because of worrying about making a living, I don't dare to think about romance." While lost in thought, she heard a knock on the door. A servant entered, announcing, "My lady, breakfast is ready." Jenna nodded, slowly stepping out of bed. "All right." When stepping out into the hallway, she suddenly noticed a beautiful fresh flower placed on the table. She looked at it in surprise, wondering why there were flowers in the house. The servant quickly explained, "Sir Rostin brought the flower here himself." Jenna couldn't help but be surprised. A person who never cared much about these things. Why was he different today? Thinking about Rostin brought it himself? Jenna sat down at the dining table. In front of her was a bowl of soup. The servant smiled. "This is tomato soup. I heard you like to have this for breakfast. Sir Rostin said so." Jenna laughed, confirming, "That's right, I like this dish." But no one noticed that her face had turned red with embarrassment. Rostin's warm actions couldn't help but move her. The flower she once praised as beautiful, the breakfast she liked. She tasted the soup, but her mind drifted back to Noelle's words. Jenna felt shy, barely paying attention to the delicious food on the table. It seems Noelle was right. Rostin really does like me. Thinking this, she quickly stood up to look for Rostin. She ran into his room, opened the door, and called out loudly, "Rostin here?" Not knowing whether it was intentional or not, Jenna sought him out just as he was training, revealing his bulging muscles. He looked at her in surprise. "Rena." This sight made Jenna freeze, her pupils dilating to get a better look. She approached shyly, asking why. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Rostin, holding his sword, calmly explained, "I am training." His face was serious, glancing at her. "Is something the matter?" Looking into his eyes, Jenna suddenly felt her heart flutter, even forgetting the reason she came here. She smiled gently, announcing, "Rostin, I plan to give you a chance." Rostin was surprised. "A chance?" Rena smiled with a radiant face. This time, she directly informed Rostin of everything. Rostin, for the coming-of-age ceremony hosted by the royal family this time, I will give you the chance to be my partner. Completely contrary to her expectations, he appeared extremely calm, looking at her with eyes as if observing a stranger. Without hesitation, he flatly rejected her. Sorry, but you'd better find someone else. She had been absolutely certain that he would agree and say, of course, I will definitely help. She stood as still as a stone statue, unable to believe her ears. Before she could understand what was happening, he had turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a heartless remark, I will probably be busy that day. That decisive rejection left her completely helpless, unable to utter a word. What? She watched his fading back, her heart filled with confusion. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it felt. Wait, why did you reject me so flatly, Rostin? At this time, Noel had arrived in the north. Rena sighed helplessly. I was just flatly rejected by Rostin. What you said is completely unlike what I thought. Noel was stunned. A real rejection? How could that be? After a moment of thought, he suggested, then, let's try this. Hearing this, Jenna was slightly moved. Noel picked up a golden spoon, scooped up a piece of soft pudding, then brought it to Jenna's mouth with a caring look. Open your mouth, Jenna. She cooperated, opening her mouth and saying, it tastes so good because Noel is feeding me. Jenna did not hesitate to play along affectionately. Suddenly, someone's figure appeared. Rostin glanced at the two with a cold face, without a single trace of emotion. Rena continued to act with a sweet voice. Noel, feed me more. He immediately replied, here, Rostin walked past them without a word. Seeing this, the two stopped and turned their heads to watch him. Jenna was skeptical. No reaction at all? Noel said softly, let's proceed with the next plan. The two stood facing each other, the tips of their shoes gently touching. Melodious music played, but Rostin's expression remained icy. He glanced at the two who were continuing their act. Rena spoke up in praise. How can Noel be so kind and thoughtful? Not only dancing with me, but also practicing, unlike someone else. Her sarcastic remark made Rostin clench his hands into fists, then turn his back and walk away. Luca peeked out from a corner, crying out bye. In response to the acting efforts of Jenna and Noel was Luca's increasingly loud cries. The two intertwined their fingers, smiling bitterly. This time there was no reaction either, only a by sound in return. Not giving up, they changed tactics. Noel ran ahead, laughing cheerfully. Ha, try and catch me. Rena chased after him with an equally cheerful face. Stand still. But Rostin's figure remained cold, without a reaction. The game of tag was also ineffective. They continued to try other tricks. Noel said caringly, it's cold, put my coat on. Oh my, you're so thoughtful. Noel draped his coat over Jenna, but Rostin still showed no emotion. Light, intimate gestures also failed to provoke a reaction. Noel continued, I must have practiced too much, my legs are all numb. I will massage your legs for you, my lady. But the result was the same. More intimate gestures were also ineffective. After many trials, Jenna flopped down on a chair, sighing helplessly, no reaction at all. But she quickly regained her spirits, picking up Luca to coddle him. Sigh, I don't care about Rostin anymore. I'm sweating too much. I have to go take a bath. Noel teased, then let's take a bath together. Jenna was skeptical. Together? Luca was startled, opening his mouth wide and crying, bye, BA. In the bathroom, filled with warm steam, Jenna relaxed in the bathtub. She exclaimed comfortably, so relaxing. Suddenly, Noel's voice rang out from outside. Rena, I'm coming in. Hearing this, she did not show any anxiety, but responded gently. Come in. Noel smiled gently, and without hesitation, he placed his hand on the bathroom door handle. From afar, Rostin walked swiftly to block the just-opened bathroom door. Jenna, oblivious to the situation outside, urged Noel, come in quickly, or the water will get cold. Noel, overwhelmed by Rostin's imposing aura, cried out slightly nervously. Before his eyes was Rostin's furious face, as if wanting to devour him. Rostin slightly drew the sword from his waist, making Noel step back in fear. I will take a bath later, my lady, Noel said to Jenna timidly. Rena heard this and was a bit confused, then called out, what is it? We said we would bathe together. Rostin, at this point, had sat down cross-legged in front of the bathroom door, his face cold, showing no emotion. Noel stood pressed against a corner, his eyes full of embarrassment, sitting in front of the bathroom door to guard it too. Noel thought to himself, a faint smile on his lips, clearly showing confusion and embarrassment. Noel's train of thought continued as he looked at Rostin with his head bowed in deep thought. And then he gave up thinking, deciding not to try to understand anymore. Noel held his towel, turned his back, and walked away. But actually, Noel's face now had two streams of tears, feeling utterly powerless. I am a woman, Rostin. The Western Duchess, Noel Themis. The truth that Noel is a girl had only just been revealed. Thinking about herself being a girl, she became dejected in thought. It's been a long time since I planned to bathe with another girl. Luca, after witnessing Noel's true face, still cried out in anger. He was still misunderstanding. The glaring sunlight shone down on the white villa. A slender hand was trying to press down clothes that were stuffed into a bag. Kylon sighed in relief, looking at the bag full of clothes, and said softly, "Phew, I've finished packing my luggage. Now I just need to inform everyone that we must leave the south." Suddenly, a freezing long sword touched his neck from behind, making his eyes widen in utter shock. The face of the person holding the sword was so dark it couldn't be seen clearly, but without needing to turn his head, Kylon still recognized the person behind him and cried out, "Father." He slowly turned his head to the back and exclaimed, This sword." Kylon was stunned, looking at the sharp blade with a brilliantly shining red gem on the hilt. He surprisingly called the sword's name in his mind, Rabera. Kylon couldn't believe his eyes. How? How could you, Father? How did you pull out this sword? He thought, could it be that Father used to be a righteous warrior? Unexpectedly, his father poured a bucket of cold water on him. He said, "How naive and foolish. To say that only a righteous warrior could pull out that sword is a lie." Kylon panicked. A lie? His father felt helpless. In the stone where Rabera is embedded, there is a hidden mechanism. As long as that mechanism is solved, anyone can pull Rabera out. That is a lie created to sow positive illusions for a child like you. He ignored the astounded Kylon and continued, "Naivety is a sin for a leader. When you were little, you cherished and valued slaves. But what was the result? They took the lives of the ones you love the most, didn't they? You want to become a righteous warrior?" Every word slashed deeply into his heart. But in reality, perhaps you are just a coward, wanting to escape from a position you cannot bear. The scene shifted to a carriage carrying slaves back. People started discussing, "The slaves have returned. I heard the North didn't accept them and chased them back. They went all the way to the cursed land. They must be starving, exhausted, and freezing. Shouldn't we give them something to eat first?" The carriage door slowly opened, revealing those who were once called slaves, now chubby and happy. One person spoke up in greeting, "Long time no see, everyone." Everyone was astounded. What is that?" Looking at their faces, it's obvious they are living happily and eating well. Returning to the meeting of the high nobles, they were still discussing the grain issue. Even though I heard the North had a rice harvest, I didn't think it would be this massive. According to the information brought back by spies, it's truly unbelievable. That rice harvest is 10 times larger than our estimation. The harvest yield per area is also much higher. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. A noble spoke up, but there is one thing that concerns me. This person named Jenna. The scene shifted. The conversation between Kylon and his father continued. Kylon thought to himself, I left the South to become a righteous warrior. But could it be, his father said, that it was actually just an escape? It's also possible because of things I couldn't bear. He recalled the traumatic memories of the past, when his loved ones died right before his eyes. His father interrupted Kylon's train of thought about what you said regarding the reform of slavery. I've been thinking about it. It's exactly as you said. When we tried receiving agricultural product from the North, the quality was truly excellent, better than any crops I have ever seen. His father frowned and finally chose to speak clearly with Kylon. The slavery system in the South wasn't originally like it is now. It used to be more like a patronage system for the lower classes who struggled to make a living, providing them with jobs and wages. That's how the South developed. A system of coexistence and mutual survival is what allowed us to grow to where we are today. He threw the sword in his hand. I was always disappointed in you, thinking you were acting like a child and running away from your duty. As he spoke, he stepped closer. But thinking about it now, perhaps because you thought more seriously about the future of the South than I did, you felt you had to run away like that. He bent down to inspect the items in the bag. It was a small gesture, yet it carried an immense amount of subtlety. He softly added a thought in his mind. That's what I've come to realize. Kylon looked at his father with complex eyes. He called out, "Father, no matter how suffocating this place gets, don't run away. Stay here until the end." He gently advised his son, "If you truly want to change something, persuade the high nobles. Fight and change this place step by step. You are exactly who the South needs the most right now. Live for the South." In the hallway, Veronica was running with long strides. She thought, the maid just said that Kylon had a huge argument with his father and is packing his bags. Is he finally going back to the north? She sneakily peeked through the door and saw Kylon and his father hugging. She didn't want to ruin this heartwarming moment, so she quietly turned away. Goodness, it turns out to be a touching reconciliation. "It seems it will take a while longer before we can meet again, my lady." This reconciliation delayed the plan to return to the north, but I thought that it wouldn't be long before we went back to the Abyss Manor and returned to our peaceful life from before. Kylon's father said, "Kylon, I will let you attend the High Nobles meeting. Even if the High Nobles object, I will personally go and persuade them." Kylon walked silently down the hallway. "I never thought Father could change. Since Father has changed, maybe the nobles will too. Depending on how I act, they might also change. I might actually be able to change the South." The next morning, Kylon woke up. "Waking up this morning, my mind feels unusually light. I should go see Veronica first today. I'll tell her that I'll be staying in the South, so I hope she returns to the North first. But why is the manor so quiet? Father said yesterday he was going to the meeting room to meet the High Nobles. I wonder how things are progressing and if the talk with the High Nobles went well. Why do I have such a bad feeling? All the way here, I haven't seen a single servant." Filled with anxiety and fear in his heart, he suddenly spotted a dark red bloodstain smeared across the wall. "This is blood," he muttered. "Inside this manor, there's a secret escape route that no one knows about. It was designed to be used in case the manor was ever occupied by the enemy." He told himself, "I don't know what's going on, but my instincts are screaming that this is terrible. I need to get out of here right now using that escape route." Just as he thought that, he was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly, the images of Mia, Veronica, Anna, and the coachman flashed in his mind. The scene shifts to the abyss. Rena was relaxing on the sofa, thoroughly engrossed in reading a letter in her hands. "Oh, Veronica has sent me so many letters." She smiled. "Oh, Veronica, we haven't been apart for long, yet you miss me this much." Suddenly, Rena hurriedly stood up and ran over to Rostin. "Rostin, I'm thinking about taking a trip down to the South." Rostin was surprised. "The South?" Rena replied, "I want to see everyone again to make sure they're okay. Furthermore, since we'll have a lot of trade with the South in the future, I think it would be better to meet some of the High Nobles there beforehand. I heard the South is beautiful and very safe, so I can easily go alone." Back at the Griff Manor, a gang of thugs had surrounded and captured everyone. The leader spoke threateningly. "Listen closely. If you get caught trying to run away, I'll make you end up like this guy." As he spoke, he stepped on the head of a poor man. The butler said in a panic, "This is the manor of Duke Griff. Do you think you can occupy this place by force and leave safely?" The leader sneered, "Do you think I don't know that? Why state the obvious? Right? You're the one who's worked here the longest, aren't you?" He pressed a knife to the butler's neck and interrogated him. "Answer me while I'm still asking nicely. Where is the secret escape route in this manor?" Veronica witnessed the scene and thought to herself, an escape route. Probably only the members of the Griff family know about it. These people's target is Kylon. As for those of us who aren't their targets, we'll probably be killed to silence us. "Kylon, I just hope you managed to escape." As soon as she thought that, someone suddenly punched the leader straight in the face, sending him flying. Veronica didn't expect that person to be Kylon. He lightly glanced at the intruders, thinking to himself, they are mercenaries under the command of the High Nobles. If they're already here. Before he could finish his thought, a curse rang out. "You bastard. You dare to hit the other side of my cheek. That was perfectly fine. Go ahead and cause a scene. The Griff family is finished anyway. From now on, the High Nobles will rule the South. You are finished too, Kylon Griff." The scene shifts. The High Nobles had knocked Kylon's father unconscious, then locked him in a dark room and sealed the door shut. 9 hours earlier, when Kylon's father came to discuss matters with the High Nobles, the guards whispered to each other, "Wait a minute. I let him pass because he was dressed as a noble, but didn't that look like the Duke just now?" "The Duke? No way. The Duke has never come here." He didn't hear the guards' murmurs and continued walking. He felt a bit nervous. It was his first time entering the High Nobles' meeting room. Perhaps the High Nobles would be displeased hearing the proposal to let Kylon join the meeting. But if I persuade them well, It should be fine. My passion to develop the South will surely move them. In the meeting room, the nobles were still discussing. The rice farming area is much larger than we imagined, and the North production yield is also outstanding. But what bothers me is this person named Jenna. There's a rumor that she is the Demon Lord. Another noble chuckled. The Demon Lord? Ha 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 ha. What kind of demon lord does farming? What a ridiculous rumor. I heard the rumor was spread by the East. It seems Duke Rubylight is furious. Since the East is having a poor harvest now, they must have become jealous. Ha ha cough cough. The demon lord doing farming? Let's ignore that information. Another noble spoke up. So, regarding Kylon, hoping he would argue with the Duke and run away from home was indeed too naive a thought. Is there no other way? If we just leave him be, he will definitely free the slaves he owns first. We cannot let that happen. We need to deal with him right now. Exactly, we have to take care of it. Another noble nodded, clicking his tongue. Is killing him the only way left? I wish he had changed his mind after the slave riot. Even killing the Duke's wife was to no avail. Now, there's no way to incite another riot, because we already used the rebels back then and wiped them out cleanly. We should have left a few alive. They spouted such wicked words so brazenly, without stopping, and the Duke heard everything. He was profoundly shocked by what he had just heard, inciting the slave riot and even killing the Duchess. All those things were caused by the high nobles. He remembered the words he had spoken to his son, Kylon. A naive leader is a sin in itself. He mocked himself. Who is the truly naive one here? While the Duke was trembling with his thoughts, he had no idea that someone was lurking behind him, ready to launch a sneak attack. Back to the present, while everyone was trembling in fear, the leader of the mercenaries slowly stood up. Swoosh! Don't resist me anymore, Kylon. Duke Griff is in our hands. If you don't want to lose your father, then obediently follow me. Kylon pondered for a moment, but eventually chose to follow him. Veronica was terrified, screaming internally. What about the servants? Someone asked the leader. The servants? Kill them all. In the damp dungeon, the Duke slowly regained consciousness. He no longer had his usual elegant appearance. His body was covered in mud and dirt. Seeing his father, Kylon rushed over. Father! He couldn't believe it. Kylon quietly opened his mouth to ask, Father, what is this all about? The Duke replied in a sorrowful voice, I am so truly sorry, Kylon. My naivety in believing that I could change the South without sacrificing anyone. My naivety in underestimating the greed of the high nobles. That has put you in danger. Back in the meeting room, what do we do now? We only planned to kill Kylon, but things have gotten entirely messed up. Who knew the Duke would suddenly show up? If we kill them both, the royal family and the Holy Temple will get suspicious. They definitely won't ignore the deaths of the Duke of the South and his heir. How about we try using that rumor? Which rumor? The rumor that Kylon and the Duke frequently argue. Because he goes against the Duke's will, the son who is always in conflict with his father snapped and murdered him in a fit of rage. Under the current circumstances, that's the most plausible scenario, isn't it? Rostin was training with the soldiers. He took down 2 men at once, then said to the rest, come at me. All of you can attack at once. A few people whispered among themselves. Why is the Duke so fired up lately? There are no more magical beasts appearing, yet he's training this intensely. I don't know. It seems like he's trying to dispel some distracting thoughts. Rostin zoned out, recalling what had been said. Rostin, I will give you the chance to become my partner. Clank! The sound of iron chains rang out. His leg was locked in an iron chain, tied to a coffin. He looked at the coffin in disgust, remembering what the priest had told him. Unfortunately, the curse has not ended yet. The person who marries the Duke could also be affected by the curse. It is best to be cautious, Duke Wintersnow. He thought to himself, the Demon Lord. I must destroy the Demon Lord at all costs. He yelled at the soldiers, don't rest. Keep coming. Do you think you can face the Demon Lord with that level of strength? The soldiers frowned. The Demon Lord, the one who cursed the North and the Wintersnow family. Where in the world are they? Meanwhile, Rena was happily drinking wine with Noel. This place feels like paradise. Noel smiled brightly. All this wine is mass-produced with the approval of the master artisans. Out of all these, which wine is the best? Rena thought to herself, now that I think about it, since when did I get so close to Noel? Suddenly she spoke up, Noel, do you want to be my partner for my coming-of-age ceremony? She looked puzzled, huh? Rena smiled brightly. I think it would be really fun if the two of us went together. Because Noel, you're truly a wonderful friend. Noel said, Rena was confused. What's wrong? You don't want to? Noel explained, Rena, it seems you don't know, but the partner for the coming-of-age ceremony is much more important than you think. Rena asked skeptically, is it that important? Noel gently explained. The coming-of-age ceremony at the imperial capital lasts for about 10 days. During that time, young ladies coming of age from all over the empire will gather together. She continued, everyone arrives with their respective partner. While attending the parties, romance could spark with someone else. But for the most part, they end up marrying the person they came with. Rena asked back in surprise, marry? You mean they actually get married? Noel nodded, that's right. Choosing a partner for the coming-of-age ceremony is practically synonymous with choosing a life partner. So, Rena, you should think it over more carefully. She pondered, a life partner. Why is it that only one person comes to mind? The scene shifts. His Highness the Crown Prince arrived. He asked, where's the High Priest? Someone immediately answered. The High Priest is performing a sacred ritual. The Crown Prince repeated, a sacred ritual? The priest was soaking in a bathtub. The Crown Prince walked over and sat on the edge of the bathtub. So this is what a sacred ritual looks like, taking a bath? The priest turned away. You've come again today. The Crown Prince replied in annoyance. I'm going crazy from the confinement. Think about it. What is it like living imprisoned in the imperial capital for thousands of years without anything changing? The priest rubbed his neck. I completely understand your frustration, but that feeling will be relieved soon enough. The Crown Prince frowned. Oh, you mean? A servant hurriedly ran in to report, High Priest, there is an urgent message from the south. The Crown Prince asked the south. The servant continued, there has been a murder at Duke Griff's estate. The heir to the Griff family, Kylon Griff, has allegedly murdered his father. Everyone had decided to build a factory in the West to officially begin mass-producing wine. The installation of the factory would be handled by Ally, and the power source for the mechanical equipment would be supplied by Rena's magic. Rena mounted her horse and turned to say to Noel, then, when the factory is completed, I'll come visit again. Noel asked, are you heading straight to the south now? Rena replied, yeah, I'll take my time like a journey. I also want to see a bit of this world. Noel suddenly became serious. Rena, I want to ask you this as a friend. Rena replied to her, yeah, what is it? Noel asked her, what kind of world is the world that Rena dreams of? In the carriage of the Holy Temple, the priest was rushing to the south. The high nobles were anxious about their plan. The high priest is coming. Will he fall for the trap? What if he finds out? Isn't that high priest just someone waiting for the holy maiden to appear and bring salvation? He'll easily believe it. Let's use that rumor. The rumor that the northern hero is actually the demon lord. The priest looked at the corpse of Duke Griff before him, thinking Duke Griff was famously known as a conservative, a highly devout man, and had a close relationship with the Holy Temple. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to the murder of such a person. The nobles feigned mourning. It has been a long time since we last had an audience with the high priest. The priest replied perfunctorily, yes, these are indeed faces I haven't seen in a long time. A noble spoke up, we were truly disrespectful for our lack of faith, which is why we didn't visit frequently. The priest replied, there's no need to feel so guilty. Where's Kylon? They answered, we have locked him in the basement. A maid told the priest, young Master Kylon just returned from the north not long ago. He has always been an upright and kind person, just a bit impulsive when angry. We think this incident happened because of that. The priest thought to himself that the testimonies of the servants were all the same, that Kylon had many conflicts with the Duke due to differing viewpoints. The priest conversed with the nobles to find more clues. They said, we are deeply saddened by the tragedy that occurred in the South. We have yet to inform the public, fearing it will cause great chaos in society. The priest replied, yes, you all did the right thing. A long-haired noble noticed the indifference in his answer, but continued to play along. Although I am very cautious in saying this, I have heard a rumor that the demon lord has appeared in the north. Actually, it's rumored that Kylon once lived with that demon lord. In the border area between the west and the south, the very place they just mentioned, Jenna was leisurely riding her horse. She thought to herself, is this the beginning of the South? Just as Veronica said, they mostly just grow fruit trees. No one grows grain. If so, even if the price of grain rises, no one would be able to resist. With the sharp mind of a merchant, she quickly came up with a plan. On the way, she suddenly came across someone lying around. Hey, which way to the Southern Duke's estate? She asked. He glanced at Jenna from head to toe, his eyes full of calculation. She was definitely a noble lady. Everything from her clothes to her jewelry was of the highest quality, and more importantly, she had no escorting knights. Evil thoughts arose in his mind. Are you traveling alone, my lady? Jenna casually replied, yeah, alone. He smirked. Then you're in luck. I'll lead the way. but you have to hand over everything to me. Saying that, he pulled out a dagger hidden in his inner coat. In the blink of an eye, his clothes burst into flames, leaving only a torn piece of cloth covering his body. She raised her voice threateningly. So, can you really lead the way now? The man hurriedly replied, yes, this way. The scene shifted to the dungeon, where Kylon, upon seeing the priest, hurriedly cried out, High priest, I am innocent. They framed me. The high priest smiled gently. Don't worry, Kylon. I believe you. On the street, a paper boy was shouting breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jenna stopped her horse to listen. Breaking news. The boy continued, breaking news. Today we announce that young Master Kylon has officially inherited the title of Duke. The scene shifted to the royal guest mansion. From outside the door, slow footsteps echoed. At this moment, the high priest spoke in a deep voice. Kylon. He looked at him with heavy eyes. I believe you, but I still need to verify a few testimonies. At that very moment, the high priest suddenly questioned Kylon. The servants said that you frequently argued with your father, Duke Griff. Is that true? Faced with the unexpected question, he hesitated for a moment. Kylon pressed his lips tightly together, half wanting to speak, half reserved. After a long while, his voice rang out. My father and I had major differences in our viewpoints, so there were indeed arguments, but never reached the point of hurting each other. Saying this, Kylon raised his head and looked straight at him. Moreover, my father had changed. He said he would support me. The scene flashed back, Duke Griff coughing incessantly. Kylon. His voice echoed in his ears, trembling and heavy. I have something to tell you. Your mother's death was actually returning to reality. Kylon's face suddenly changed color. He clenched his hands so tightly that his fist trembled violently. The high nobles. Kylon did not hesitate to loudly assert. They're trying to pin a ridiculous crime on me, but they're the true murderers. He gritted his teeth. For their own benefit, they didn't just kill my father. The vicious image of those people once again reappeared in Kylon's subconscious. He emphasized every single word, but they were also behind the slave rebellion in the past. Under the high priest's indifferent gaze, Kylon roared in anger, and the murder of the Duchess too. After a long pause, the high priest spoke in a deep but authoritative voice. If that is true, then those high nobles must be punished. He shouted, almost losing his reason. Yes, high priest, please punish them. In that moment, he suddenly stomped his foot heavily on the ground, but Kylon. The high priest stepped closer to Kylon. I heard that you haven't been in the South all this time. He gradually changed his tone, his voice sounding somewhat coaxing. As the heir, you did not receive your father's teachings and lived far away from him. The high priest walked slowly behind him and continued to question, leaving the South and this estate for him to manage all alone, without even a duchess by his side. That very fact created the current situation where he could easily be manipulated by the high nobles. In the end, the high priest whispered into Kylon's ear as if forcing a confession. Is it truly true that you hold no responsibility for your father's death? Hearing this, his face stiffened, his eyes wide open. Not waiting for Kylon to explain, the high priest spoke again. Furthermore, the person you lived with in the north. Right after, he bluntly exposed him. Wasn't it the demon Lord Jenna? Kylon's voice choked in his throat. The demon lord? He hurriedly tried to explain. Everyone always misunderstands Jenna like that, but it's not true. In this moment, Kylon gathered all his strength and yelled, Jenna is human. Suddenly, the high priest cast a magic spell. An invisible aura unexpectedly bound his body tightly. Kylon clawed at his throat, groaning incessantly, unable to breathe. On the other side, the high priest just looked at him with an emotionless gaze. Think carefully, Kylon. Saying this, he mercilessly lifted Kylon into the air. Is Jenna really not the demon lord? Meanwhile, Kylon's face had instantly turned pale. Kylon's pupils dilated to their limits, his gaze gradually becoming hollow. The scene shifted to Duke Griff's estate, which was bathed in light. Before the ceremony to bestow the new Southern Duke title, the nobles had been invited to the estate. Inside, a cake was meticulously decorated. Jenna curiously looked around the dining table, unable to help but marvel inwardly. Last time I came to Neera's in the South, I also felt how wealthy the Southern high society lived. She had used the excuse of knowing Kylon to enter the estate. Thinking of this, she glanced to the side. Moreover, these Southern nobles. Jenna stared intently at the nobles. Even though the Duke had just suddenly passed away, they showed no signs of disturbance. Realizing this, she pursed her lips tightly. If this were the North, it would be earth-shattering news. Finally, Jenna boldly made a deduction. Could it be because the high nobles co-governed the South? Southern culture was truly rich and splendid. In the world of the upper class, there was no trace of the food shortage, and even the Duke's death was calmly accepted by them. Jenna leisurely sat down on a chair, her gaze slowly wandering. One strange thing is that, unlike the northern soldiers who usually look outward from the city, the southern soldiers keep their eyes directed inward. Her eyes unconsciously lowered as a complex train of thought followed. It's as if the enemy is inside the city. Right at this moment, he smiled, ambiguously whether good or evil. Long time no see. Kylon leaned closer to Jenna and offered a compliment. You become even more beautiful. As soon as she saw him, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Kylon. Contrary to Jenna, the expression on his face was highly unusual. Kylon looked at her intently. I really missed you, Jenna. In another scene, Rostin suddenly issued an order. Jade, you should take a trip to the South. He habitually placed a hand on his chest, blinking his eyes a few times. Yes, me? Jade couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. If it's for Lord Kylon's succession ceremony, shouldn't you go in person, Duke? He firmly asserted, I cannot leave my post. Saying this, Rostin's voice lowered slightly. Recently, there are rumors that magical beasts have reappeared in the north. Go to the south and see if everyone is okay. On this side, Jade still kept his gaze fixed on him. At this moment, he could easily read Rostin's inner thoughts. Even though my lady insisted on going alone, it seems the Duke is still not at ease. Right after, Jade aggressively declared without any hesitation, understood. I will observe carefully to see if any trashy southern noble is hanging around my lady and report back. In another development, at the incredibly majestic estate, Jade peeked from outside the door, his eyes darting quickly around. But Duke, his gaze locked onto Kylon and Jenna, his heart feeling complicated. If that southern noble, Jade did not take his eyes off the two of them, unconsciously wondering, turns out to be Lord Kylon. What should I do? At the same time, the estate was very lively, with groups of people dancing together. In a small corner, Jenna and Kylon's footsteps tapped lightly on the floor. The two of them looked just like a couple, hand in hand, blending into the music. At this moment, she suddenly turned her head and looked straight at him. Kylon. Jenna unconsciously felt skeptical. It feels like he has changed, because back at the Abyss estate, he was easily angered. Not only that, but Kylon was also pointlessly passionate. Moreover, he was excessively loyal. Thinking of this, Jenna looked at Kylon with wide eyes. But now, she was both suspicious and wary. He seems calmer and more elegant, and his eyes are deeper too. Jenna looked at him with sympathy. Even though he just lost his father and is burdened with the title of Duke, it must be very difficult. A moment later, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So why does he look even more attractive than before? Jenna hurriedly turned away, her lips pressed tightly as if avoiding Kylon. Sorry, Kylon. Please forgive me for these thoughts. He unexpectedly moved closer to Jenna. Without needing to guess, Kylon straightforwardly read Jenna's inner thoughts. You seem quite cautious today. You don't need to worry about my father's death. I wasn't that close to him anyway. Faced with his clear words, she showed a bewildered expression. Right, my father and I were also. Right after, Jenna once again turned her head away, her lips moving slightly. Well, I was also a bit surprised when I came here. She quickly shifted her gaze. Even though the Duke suddenly passed away, no one is panicking at all. Jenna's eyes gleamed with suspicion. How could it be like this? Perhaps because Southern society is too stable? Kylon immediately chimed in to explain. It's all thanks to the high nobles. He smiled softly. They're the fathers of the South and its people. With them ruling, no matter what happens, Southern society can rest easy. Hearing this, Jenna raised her head and stared intently at Kylon. She felt increasingly doubtful. Kylon used to speak ill of the high nobles, so why is his assessment completely different now? At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Kylon. Bright initiated a conversation as if they had been close for a long time. Is this the master of the Wheatlands? At this moment, a group of people appeared one by one, first being High Noble Riku Zay. Next was High Noble Gustav Ferris. Beside him was High Noble Zeke Bright. Finally, High Noble Cornelius Pablis. As soon as the words were spoken, the group couldn't suppress their excitement and approached her. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Jenna Jublai. In another development, the blonde frowned deeply, building 10 factories? She roared indignantly, her eyes blazing. Impossible. Are we building that many factories right from the start? While the North still has countless things to fix, and you keep adding more work. Before she could finish speaking, her heart suddenly pounded. The blonde hurriedly changed her tone, rubbing her chest lightly. As expected, Lady Jenna is truly generous. I respect and love her, and it's definitely not because my heart is cursed. On the other hand, she frantically typed in a thin air, shouting incessantly, "Let's do this. 10 factories, let's fight." Meanwhile, the man was no longer smiling. He lowered his head. The man unconsciously recalled a memory. "Jenna, I want to ask you something, as a friend. What kind of world do you dream of?" Jenna didn't even have to think. She quickly gave her answer. "A world that doesn't need heroes." Saying this, Jenna's eyes suddenly lit up. If heroes aren't needed, it means the world is at peace. And when there is peace, business thrives. She turned her head to look at the distant lands, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling up. "I just want to live as a commoner doing business." Returning to reality, the man lowered his head and muttered Jenna's words, "A commoner doing business." "But, Jenna, will the power you possess allow you to live like that?" Meanwhile, Jade hesitated to speak. "If it weren't for your help during the food shortage crisis, we would have been in big trouble." Ferris quickly expressed his gratitude. "All of us can only express our thanks." Jenna stared at the group. "These people are the high nobles." How surprising. She looked at them with an emotionless gaze, silently evaluating. "I thought high nobles would be very arrogant and unapproachable." Right at this moment, Jade quickly grabbed a bottle of wine. He excitedly stepped onto the table, talking nonstop. "Although I've never been to the North, I know a few northern songs. Let me dedicate one to Lady Jenna." Ferris let out an awkward laugh. Someone stop him. Bright kindly advised, "Lady Jenna, you might want to cover your ears." Faced with the approachable style of the group, she was dumbfounded. These people. Jenna's gaze was almost drawn to them. She couldn't help but marvel. To my surprise, they are incredibly rustic and humorous. Jenna reflexively turned to look at Kylon. Now I understand why Kylon changed his view of them. It's true that one shouldn't judge people through prejudice. In that moment, she suddenly probed, "But Kylon, where are the people from the Abyss estate now?" As soon as the words were spoken, his eyes immediately changed, his face clearly showing a sinister aura. Chapter 70. A village appeared peacefully amidst the rolling mountains, thanks to the Saintess, who cared deeply about relief efforts. The Holy Knights had become closer to the people than before. However, at the same time, Aiden raised his head and looked towards the window frame. There, a wooden figure appeared. He seemed unable to take his eyes off it, thinking inwardly, a wooden statue with such a shape? Thinking of this, Aiden briefly felt bewildered. Among the gods I know, there is none like this. The fact that an unknown god, not recognized in the temple, is spreading among the people. That means the power of the temple has already weakened. In another corner, Sarah excitedly announced, the prophecy wasn't wrong. The demon lord has revealed herself. Hearing this, her subordinates only stared at her with emotionless eyes. Right after, the group silently turned to look at each other. After a long while, a representative spoke up. "We also think the prophecy is merely delayed, not wrong, because we believe in the high priest." The subordinate began to hesitate, his voice stuck in his throat. "But Lady Jenna." He spoke with a hesitant voice. "People say she is the hero who saved the North, not the demon lord." Sarah couldn't hold back and shouted, "That is exactly the trap for the world." Her every word targeted Jenna. She dispenses kindness to bewitch everyone. Sarah firmly asserted without a second thought. "And then, the moment we let our guard down, she will reveal herself and swallow the world." At this, she clenched her hands tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice ringing out sternly. Isn't that her plan? Because Jenna is the demon lord. In the face of Sarah's agitated state, the group pressed their lips tightly together. No one retorted. At the same time, footsteps pounded on the ground. Aiden suddenly appeared, speaking up without hesitation. "I don't think so, Saintess." Hearing the familiar voice, she was involuntarily startled. "Sir Aiden." Aiden didn't greet her, but sternly added, "If the person who told the Saintess that Jenna is the demon lord is Duke Rublight of the East." At that moment, his voice kept echoing in Sarah's ears. "But then I don't think we should trust his words blindly." Aiden lowered his voice as if recounting a frustrating past event. "Even we, the Holy Knights, once suspected that Duke Rublight." She was stunned and bewildered. "What? Suspect the Holy Knights?" At that time, the group was at the eastern estate to clear the eastern labyrinth. The man roared like thunder, "My jewel!" He suddenly threw the door wide open, screaming, "You bastards, my jewel is gone." Without bothering to interrogate, the man bluntly accused, "Did you secretly take it?" Hearing this, the subordinates only turned to look at him with disdainful eyes. The Duke suspects one of them? The culprit had stolen the missing jewel and made things difficult for the subordinates for several days. Returning to the present, Aiden put on a fed-up expression. With such a paranoid personality, it's no surprise that he suspects even his own daughter of being the demon lord. Faced with his serious expression, Sarah couldn't help but feel it was unbelievable. Hey, did the Duke really do that? She just looked down, picking at her fingers. Then Jenna really isn't the demon lord. In another scene, the Chancellor stared at Sarah and offered a suggestion. If the Saintess still has doubts, why not test it out? Her hands, holding the knife and fork, unconsciously stiffened. He lowered his voice, acting mysterious. "I will show the Saintess a way to know whether Lady Jenna is the demon lord or not." Hearing this, Sarah put on a bewildered expression. A way to know if she is the demon lord? A long while later, a carriage sped across the grass. Inside, His Highness looked thoughtfully out the window, his eyes revealing a complex expression. On the other hand, she looked down, her face pale. To carry out that method, Sarah huddled into a small corner, trembling all over. "I have to ride a carriage to the south with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Just the two of us." Sarah unconsciously turned her head away. "It's so awkward I could suffocate." Meanwhile, the carriage was still being driven slowly. At the last minute, she suddenly spoke up to break the silent atmosphere. For the Duke of the South to pass away so suddenly, it's really an unimaginable event. Being the type of person who couldn't stand the awkwardness, she spoke first. He replied with an indifferent attitude, "Well, we are human. When it's time to die, we die." Sarah instinctively nodded, her face lightly sweating. "Yes, that's right." 30 minutes later, she once again struck up a conversation. I heard that the Duke's succession ceremony." At this moment, Sarah tried to continue speaking as if breaking the cold ice that is usually conducted by the Emperor himself, "but to send Your Highness." She stared at His Highness, her face clearly showing awkwardness. "He must really trust you." She was the type of person to talk actively to dispel the awkward atmosphere. At the unexpected question, he averted his eyes. After a while, His Highness calmly exposed the royal family. "That's not it. It's just because His Majesty the Emperor is a weak coward who doesn't dare to go outside." He continued to expose the truth, his voice ringing with authority. Ever since the prophecy that the demon lord would appear, he has been hiding deep within the imperial palace. His Highness fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "He won't even appear before me, his own son." Saying this, he turned to look at her, his gaze seemingly scrutinizing. "Until the Saintess destroys the demon lord, he definitely won't show his face." A despicable coward. Sarah unconsciously swallowed her saliva, forcing a smile. "I see. This is truly suffocating." She muttered from her throat, "I've only ever seen him suddenly come to the temple and give the high priest a hard time, so I didn't know he was this difficult to talk to." Sarah involuntarily hesitated, speaking up as if to confirm the unbelievable. I heard that you and the high priest have been friends for a very long time." Resting his chin on his hand, his lips curled into an unpredictable smile. "Theodore and I have been together since 1,000 years ago." Sarah's eyes widened in astonishment, as if unable to believe what she was hearing. Theodore, calling the high priest so intimately. Before she could fully digest that surprise, an unexpected question hit her directly. "By the way, Saintess, what is your name?" She froze me. Sarah broke into a smile. "My name is Kim Sarah." A faint glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. "Will he call me by my name so intimately like that?" Hearing this, His Highness's eyes didn't blink even once. He replied with only a cold remark, pouring cold water over everything. "What a strange name." In that moment, Sarah felt as if her entire body were frozen, screaming internally, "Ugh, this person is seriously so annoying. Please drive the carriage to the Southern Duke's estate faster, driver." In another development, Jenna ran over from afar. Her gaze swept over the familiar faces: Uncle Corin, Ms. Anna, Nia, Veronica. Jenna cheered, her smile as bright as the early spring sun. "It's been so long since we last met. Is everyone doing well?" Veronica practically rushed over, hugging her tightly. I missed you so much, my lady. Faced with the demeanor she was seeing for the first time, Jenna smiled awkwardly. She turned to look at the group without blinking. What about the rest of you? Didn't you miss me? They stared at Jenna with teary eyes. The whole group shouted in unison while tightly embracing her. We missed you incredibly too. But then, Jenna tilted her head, her eyes turning more serious. Did you find anything inconvenient? Veronica, in your letter you wrote. She shook her head, her voice firm. Not at all. Veronica suddenly smiled mischievously. The High Noble took very good care of us. The scene shifted to a mansion with distinctive pillars. Vero spoke with an embarrassed look. I completely misjudged the High Priest. He bowed his head as if to hide his embarrassment. I used to think he was just a fool who only had eyes for the Sanctus. Veros's voice gradually lowered. I didn't expect him. Saying this, his voice trembled unconsciously. To possess such powerful brainwashing magic. At the same time, the group revealed pale faces, their eyes clearly showing terror. In another corner, the crowd appeared with a sluggish demeanor, their eyes chillingly empty. The Chancellor was terrifyingly serious. Turning to affirm, both Kylon and the Northern envoys have had their memories and emotions lightly altered. We ensure they only retain fond memories of you. A cold wind seemed to blow past the back of the group's necks. I can't believe the High Priest has such an ability. Even Kylon was brainwashed like that. The man whispered, the Northern envoys. Good thing I didn't kill them, just in case something happened. Veros suddenly chimed in. But, Lord High Priest, why? He stepped forward to question him without flinching. You already know everything we've done, so why are you still standing on our side? He turned to look at Veros, smiled, and answered briefly, but heavy as stone, because... At this moment, the Chancellor paused a beat, then continued, for the peace between the South and the Empire, isn't that right? Returning to the present, the group fell into a frozen state. After a long while, Veros spoke up to break the silent atmosphere, whatever his schemes may be. He said in a stern voice, right now we have no choice but to trust him. Veros muttered in his throat, this incident has made one thing clear to me. We absolutely cannot make an enemy out of him. The scene shifted to a vast sky with bright blue clouds. Jenna chuckled at this time. Is that so? The Southern High Noble treated you all that well? I suppose I should thank him. Right at this moment, Veronica suddenly stopped in her tracks. Ah, that's right. She suddenly spoke loudly, as if just remembering. Have you chosen a partner for the coming-of-age ceremony yet these past few days? Jenna quickly replied, not yet. I initially planned to go with Lostin, but he refused. Hearing that, Veronica's eyes unexpectedly lit up. She tilted her head curiously. Then what about Kylon? Jenna hesitated slightly. Kylon? Jenna became hesitant. That's not too bad. A voice cut in like thunder, shattering the atmosphere. It's bad, very bad. Chase suddenly appeared, his eyes wide open, his mouth pressed tightly together. Meanwhile, Jenna turned to look at him with a stunned gaze. She spun around. Che, when did you get to the South? He strictly reminded her, my lady, you cannot just casually pick anyone as your partner in the coming-of-age ceremony. Jenna didn't care and acted pouty. Well, Kylon isn't just anyone. Che raised his voice to persuade her. Lord Lostin is just too shy, which is why he refused. If you ask him again, he will definitely agree. She cut him off with a dissatisfied look. What do you mean Lostin is shy? He refused outright. He still tried to salvage hope? No, if you just try again. Jenna coldly turned around. All right, enough. She spoke dejectedly. If there's no one, I can just go alone. The entire group screamed in unison as if struck by lightning. What? What did you say? Veronica was almost panicking. Go to the coming-of-age ceremony alone? There's never been a case like that. Che's voice trembled slightly, as if picturing a disaster. If so, you'll become a laughingstock for the nobles in the royal capital. She put on a dissatisfied face. Good heavens, can single people not attend the coming-of-age ceremony? Saying this, Jenna turned her face away, muttering softly, people say you have to bring someone you seriously consider marrying. It already sounds so pressuring. Right after, she walked away dejectedly. To begin with, I don't even know what love is. Che momentarily stammered. That. In that moment, Che loudly affirmed, love is loyalty. Veronica also raised her voice to its peak. It is power. Instantly, he turned to look at her with eyes full of disgust. Veronica didn't back down at all, looking at Che with a dismissive expression. In the blink of an eye, they turned to face each other, their eyes practically shooting sparks. She suddenly became very serious, her voice clear. "My lady, I came to the South and have clearly felt it. The South is a prosperous place that the North cannot compare to." Veronica continued, her aura like she was giving a speech. "The cities are developed, the population is dense, and wealthy nobles are everywhere." Finally, she firmly asserted, her eyes fixed on Jenna, "If you pair up with Lord Kylon, that who will become the Duke here, then the export and consumption issues you have been agonizing over will be solved immediately." Veronica's every word seemed aimed at drilling straight into her subconscious. The Southern market is just that huge, and its consumption power is immense. Jenna replied hesitantly. Her heart clearly swayed. Is that really true? Despite this, she couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Veronica is fiercely loyal to the North, but now she's saying this. Che quickly interrupted. "My lady, what about your loyalty to the North?" Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from somewhere. "Dear distinguished guests from both domestic and foreign lands." The sound echoed throughout the castle, bringing a flutter to the heartbeats of a few people. "Please gather in the main hall. The ducal investiture ceremony will begin right now." The voice rang out solemnly, yet couldn't hide its enthusiasm. "Welcome." The carriage door opened, and Sarah slowly stepped down. In front of her was His Highness. The crowd shouted at once. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Saintus." Kylon waved a hand in welcome. "Welcome to the South, you too." At the same time, she let out a breath, finally out of that suffocating carriage. His Highness smiled faintly. "Long time no see, Kylon." He continued, not taking his eyes off Kylon. "Because of the sudden death of your father, you have inherited the title of Duke. How does it feel?" At the unexpected question, his facial muscles almost stiffened. Sarah's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock. Ugh, why would he ask something so weird out of nowhere? Contrary to expectations, Kylon only bowed his head and smiled. "I feel an incredibly heavy responsibility. If it weren't for the powerful nobles by my side, I might have run away." His Highness replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" His gaze stared intently at Kylon, his tone both joking and probing. "If it were me, I'd probably be jumping for joy." Hearing this, Kylon seemingly could no longer maintain his indifferent expression as before. At the same time, Sarah's face turned pale for a moment. After a while, His Highness boldly walked straight ahead. He smirked. "I'm just joking. Come on, let's go perform the ceremony." Sarah stiffened in place, looking bewilderedly at his back. "Even though I'm out of the carriage, I still don't feel comfortable at all." The scene shifted to inside the palace. His Highness placed the sword lightly on his shoulder. The investiture ceremony was held simply in an abridged format. The birth of the Duke of the South, Kylon Crab. Among the bustling crowd, a familiar silhouette peeked out. Jenna applauded enthusiastically, her eyes looking at Kylon with pride. In contrast to her, Sarah wore an extremely tense expression, the reason she was here. In that moment, Jenna's gaze quickly flicked over to her. One could only see her eyelashes lowering, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curving up. In the blink of an eye, Sarah's cheeks flushed red like a tomato. Jenna. At the grand banquet, she walked sluggishly through the crowd. Right at this moment, Sarah's face changed color. She unconsciously stared at her, revealing her complex inner thoughts. If Jenna truly is the Demon Lord, then this place will become a grand banquet where the Saintess and the Demon Lord are present together. At this point, Sarah looked down, telling herself, approach her naturally, just naturally. Before she could react, Jenna suddenly stepped closer. She smiled amiably, though her whole body exuded bloodlust. Saintess, it's been a while. As soon as Jenna's body drew near, she involuntarily broke a sweat. Sarah instinctively stepped back. Oh my, too close. She hesitantly continued. Yes, it's been a while. One could see Sarah smiling awkwardly. What a coincidence to meet here, isn't it? Sarah replied briefly. That's right. In that moment, the voice kept echoing in her ear. If you want to know if Jenna is the Demon Lord, use this method. Thinking of this, she became so tense she bit her lip tightly. Sarah didn't have time to think much and quickly grabbed her hand. She leaned closer, her eyes showing clear urgency. Jenna, can I bestow a blessing upon you? She suddenly froze. A blessing? The Saintess's blessing? Jenna stammered in response, no, I don't really need it. Despite that, she persistently persuaded, you must accept it. I want to repay you for helping me in the Northern Maze. In that moment, the crowd gradually turned their eyes toward the two of them. Inside Jenna was an internal struggle. I don't know if I should accept this, but in this situation, it would be awkward to refuse. After a while, she could only agree, fine, all right, just give it. Upon receiving the answer, Sarah became even more nervous. Good. She began to cast a spell accompanied by a majestic call. Then, please receive my blessing. As soon as that light touched Sarah, a terrifying pressure struck. She widened her eyes. What is this? Sarah's eyes opened as wide as possible, clearly revealing glowing patterns inside. In the blink of an eye, a bizarre force appeared before her eyes. Sarah looked up at the entity in front of her, her face reflecting terror. She tried to stay calm, but her body reacted violently to the feeling of the terrifying pressure bearing down. In that moment, Sarah remembered the Chancellor's warning. If Jenna is truly the demon lord, he had looked up at her. The blessing will have no effect. Returning to reality, that invisible force was almost tightly wrapping around Sarah. A flash of tension suddenly hit her. Could it be that Jenna is the real demon lord? On the other hand, she stood as still as a statue, only her hair blowing in the wind. Right at this moment, Jenna suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a cold aura, bestowing this upon me. Right after, she suddenly smiled radiantly. Thank you truly, Saintess. Hearing this, Sarah froze on the spot. Jenna. She looked at her in shock. She had received the blessing.